Phoenix, our home in the desert. It holds a special place in our hearts, and now the world knows its magic. Phoenix is a place where rich and beautiful culture. Phoenix, our home in the desert. It holds a special place in our hearts, and now the world knows its magic. Phoenix is a place where rich and beautiful cultures meet a roaring economy that's ready to include your business. As mayor, I've worked to cultivate an incredible operating environment for businesses big and small, and the results are speaking for themselves. Phoenix is leading in the areas of advanced air mobility, aerospace technologies, autonomous vehicles, bioscience and healthcare innovation, climate tech, and entrepreneurship. It's no accident that Arizona's 4 biomedical innovation hubs reside in Phoenix, attracting world-renowned scientific collaborators, top-ranked institutes and hospitals, and accelerating breakthroughs in health and life sciences. Home to 10 Fortune 500 companies, including Avnet, Freeport, American Express, PetSmart, and others, Phoenix proves to be an exceptional city in which to scale and succeed. Phoenix's talent is world-class. Our city delivers an educated workforce ready to meet the needs of your business. Meeting those needs begins with the basics. Getting around our city is easy and efficient as you travel on a grid system with wide arterial streets and an expanding network of freeways and light rail. The average commute is under 30 minutes. On any given corner in Phoenix, you're likely to spot a robo-taxi whizzing to its destination without the assistance of a driver. That's because we're the largest autonomous vehicle zone in the world. And when your mission takes you further than the roads can, you experience America's #1 ranked airport, Phoenix Sky Harbor International Airport. With service to 25 international destinations and more being added every day, it's your gateway to the world. We have our eyes on the future, taking your ride to the sky with advanced air mobility. And we're not stopping there. Major players in advanced manufacturing have chosen Phoenix for good reason. Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing, TSMC's $65 billion investment, represents the largest foreign direct investment in America's history. We're adding a city within a city, 3,500 acres surrounding TSMC that will house upward of 70,000 jobs for our residents. Phoenix not only attracts big business, but also mega events that draw and captivate huge crowds, injecting millions into our local economy. We do it all with a strong sense of identity. From our world-renowned cultural sites to award-winning culinary creations, we're proud of who we are, where we come from, and where we're headed. Join the ranks of innovative companies forging their path for the city. The future is Phoenix.
Welcome back, everyone, to day 2 of the Phoenix Global Forum. This is our 2nd annual event, and we have had an incredible time so far. And today we are ready to roll for day 2. My name is Heidi Fogelsong, and I am absolutely thrilled to be your MC today, as well as yesterday, which was absolutely fascinating. The nuggets of knowledge that were really shared yesterday were incredible. And we've got a lot more today. It's going to get even better. So anyway, we want to thank all of you for joining us here, live from the Phoenix Convention Center in beautiful downtown Phoenix, Arizona. We're very, very excited to be here. Also, this event is co-hosted by Phoenix Sister Cities and the International Economic Forum of the Americas, or IEFA for short. As you know, yesterday was an action-packed day, a lot of really, really great conversations, and again, more to come. It definitely takes a village to create an event like this. It takes partnership, it takes collaboration. So we would like to take a few minutes right now to thank our partners, sponsors who are really supporting this event. Our presenting partners, Resolution Copper and the City of Phoenix, thank you for your support. our gold partner, Salt River Project, our bronze partners, Freeport, McMoran, Niagara, Canada, and the Government of Quebec. Our media partners, Phoenix Business Journal, Axios, and Hill Times. And our event partners, Visit Phoenix, Arthur D. Little, CompuGroup Medical, and the Calibri Collective. Again, thank you very much for your support. We are grateful. So before we dive into our sessions today and our special speakers, I do have a few quick housekeeping items. For those of you joining us in person, again, cell phones off, please. Make a note of it. That's right. Silence our phones so that we can give our panel members the attention that they deserve. Also, if you need to connect to Wi-Fi here, you can select the network Phoenix Global Forum, and then the password is Phoenix 2025. Phoenix is all in lower cases. We also have a huge networking opportunity, that B2B one-on-one, and that's our amazing Participants Lounge. It's a great space to recharge, maybe do a little networking, and really try and connect with your fellow attendees. This is how those business opportunities are absolutely created. I had one yesterday, just hanging out, and met a wonderful woman, and we're going to meet up in May and see if we can work together in the future. Also, we want to make sure that there is one emergency exit. If we had to evacuate, the way you came in is the way you go out. There is one exit here in Ballroom B, so just make a note of it, if you will. Also, another note, for those of you on social media, just about everybody in the room, don't forget to use our official event hashtag, which is PHX Global Forum. Also, if you can, please make sure to tag our co-host, the International Economic Forum of the Americas, and of course, Phoenix Sister Cities. We really like seeing your posts throughout the day and also feedback. This is really important that we interact and get an idea of how everyone is feeling about these conferences and also what kind of results they're yielding in business for the future. All right, so now we are going to go ahead and do one more thing, live streaming. If you want to share with friends and colleagues, of course, IEFA TV is on YouTube. You can go ahead and stream there, or you can go to the City of Phoenix website, and it's phoenix.gov. If you are out there in ether space, maybe in your home office, or you just want to share it with friends. And now we are going to open today with a special keynote address. Please join me in welcoming Antonio Nava-Gomez, Director General International Trade of the Ministry of Economy for Mexico, and he wants to share some keynote remarks. And before he comes to the stage, we'd like to first hear a message from our presenting partner, Resolution Copper. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. Good morning. How are you? So this is great for me to be here. Thank you very much. Minister of Economy Marcelo Ebrard and Undersecretary Luis Rosendo Gutierrez send the greetings, and thank you very much to the International Economic Forum of the Americas and Phoenix Sister Cities for this invitation. So this is the first speech in the morning. I'm so sorry we are not in a bar, so we could have this dynamic that everyone drinks when you hear the word tariffs. But maybe we can just have a drink to the coffee and just do a refill outside. I'm pretty sure we will be out of coffee when we finish this conversation with you. So what we do in the Ministry of Economy, we do a lot of things, but in those things are trade negotiations. So what I want to talk with you is regarding what is happening right now with the idea of the review of the USMCA in a really clear and frank discussion with you. So I don't want to spend a lot of time in going back to the basics, but we We all know that we had NAFTA back to 1994. We all know that we agreed to renegotiate NAFTA in 2017, and we reached an agreement in 2018. Then we reached a second agreement in 2019, that is that we agreed to a protocol that was amending the provisions of the USMCA, and the USMCA entered into force in July 1st, 2020. This is the so-called free trade. You have heard the free trade. But some experts also say that no trade is free. And you have heard about that, I'm sure about that. And I personally agree with that statement. No trade is free. Nevertheless, no trade is free means also that there are provisions in the agreement that we have in different rules, different disciplines, that you have to comply in order to get the duty-free in the region of North America, right? So sometimes we only see, well, nowadays we only see tariffs, and we hear about tariffs all the time in the media, in the news, etc. But we forget about the provisions that we have in the agreement that you have to fulfill in order to get the duty-free that they are talking about, in order to get no tariffs, right? We have technical barriers to trade, sanitary and phytosanitary measures. We have provisions in the USMCA that goes from goods, trade facilitation, for example, to services, investment, intellectual property, government procurement. And those are the things that we consider are also important in the trade relation that we have in the region of North America. I will not say tariffs are good or not good. Tariffs are easy to implement, and that's what some experts have said. So almost every country has the possibility to increase tariffs. But in the region, from our perspective, it would be better to have a collaborative talk. I don't want to say discussion because it is understood in Spanish like arguing, but a discussion with the US, with Canada. And we can improve the region besides the tariffs, right? We have heard that it is necessary to impose some tariffs to some countries outside America. Nevertheless, it would be possible also to strengthen the region, strengthening the rules and application of the rules that we have in the agreement, right? So we already know the importance of the USMCA. I don't want to spend a lot of time in here, but just to provide with some data regarding the importance of the USMCA. Since the entry into force of the agreement, the trade in the region has grown 51%. And the main trading partner of the US is Mexico. And also, we are the main trading partner with the US, and we are the third with Canada, right? So that shows the importance of the region. And I'm talking about total trade, right? Imports and exports. So it's important to bear in mind that, because sometimes we forget of what does the duty-free provide to North America. Not telling just the importance of the agreement to Mexico, but the importance of the agreement to the region. Actually, for example, the exports from the US, the largest growth that the US has had in exports since 2020 to date is Mexico. So the largest growth has been for the exports of the US to Mexico. Is a country with the largest growth, right? And the exports of the US to Mexico has grown 3.5% this year, from 2023 to I'm sorry, from 2023 to 2024, because we have the data of 2024, we don't have the data of 2025, and it has grown 3.5%. So even when we hear that from a policy perspective, some countries may think that it may not be the best agreement. At the end, in the numbers, you can see what is happening and how the growth has been related to the agreement. That relates to trading goods. You know, for example, I have here the exports of Canada to Mexico had growth of 4.5% in 2024. I don't trust my mind for the numbers. I'm a lawyer, so that's only regarding trading goods. We have also investment, and the agreement also regulates investment and protects investment. And we have the ISDS, the Investor State Dispute Settlement between Mexico and the U.S., and we have provisions regarding the protection of the investment. And we can see also that there's a stabilized flow of investment in the region. The country that most export investment, the country of which Mexico receives the most foreign direct investment, is the U.S. So that reflects also the importance in investment for the of the USMCA. For example, 45% of the total foreign direct investment that receives Mexico comes from the U.S. So the U.S. is the top investor in Mexico, has been the top from 2006 to 2024, and Canada is the fourth. And we have investment in different sectors. We have industrial sector, services, trade, extractive, and in different states. The most states are Mexico City, State of Mexico, Jalisco, Nuevo León, Baja California. And some enterprises have come, and Mexico has announced important investments during the beginning of this year. For example, Home Depot, Fármaca Global, Sempra, Mercado Libre. So at the end, it reflects that the region is still being a goal to invest in Mexico. So we can move a little bit to the joint review of the USMCA. So what we have in the agreement are formally three reviews of the USMCA. The first review that we have is that we have something that is called facility-specific rapid response labor mechanism. That it is most of the times in the news. We have the review of that mechanism on the 5th year after the entry into force of the agreement, and that is happening among the panelists of this rapid response labor mechanism. The second review that we have that mandates the agreement is a review on Chapter 23 and Chapter 24. Chapter 23 is the one of labor. Chapter 24 relates to environment. And the main big review that we hear all the times in the news is the joint general review, the joint review of the USMCA. And it will happen on the 6th anniversary of the entry into force of the agreement. I love this word anniversary because I read it and I understand it, and I realize that it was not written by lawyers. And then I continue reading the article, and it is all complex, and I realized that actually lawyers were the ones that drafted this. And what is happening here? So the USMCA will be in force for 16 years from its entry into force. That means 2034, if I'm correct, 2036, right? 16 years after the entry into force. So we have three possibilities in here. The first possibility is we reach an agreement in the review, and then we extend the agreement for 16 more years and we have the next review on the 6th anniversary from the 2026, right? So that would mean that we will have an agreement to 2032, I'm so sorry, that the review will be in 2032, and we will have an agreement until 2042, right? But there is also a possibility that we don't reach an agreement. Something that is important to bear in mind is that what we are reviewing, this, in accordance with the agreement, we are not renegotiating the agreement. We are reviewing the operation of the agreement. So that's the wording. That's important to bear in mind, that what we are doing is reviewing the operation of the agreement. And if we don't reach an agreement to extend it, what will happen is that we will do a review each year, year after year, until we reach an agreement. On that day, the agreement will be enforced 16 more years. And what could happen is that we review the agreement each year after year for 10 years, and then the agreement terminates, right? So that's the general notion of what is happening with the review of the USMCA. We have some things that we have to bear in mind towards the review of the USMCA. The first one is tariffs, right? Because from our perspective, if there are tariffs, there may not be a lot of incentives to comply with the provisions of the agreement. So we have TBT, SPS, a government procurement, etc. And if one of the pillars of the agreement is the no application of tariffs. So if tariffs are enforced, there may not be longer incentives to continue the discussions on the provision of the agreement, right? The second one will be to discuss the irritants among the countries. So it was published, the National Estimate Trade Report on Trade Barriers of the USTR, and there are plenty of concerns in Mexico regarding trade disciplines, trading goods, services, investment, but not all the concerns relates to the USMCA, and not all the concerns that the USTR consider as trade barriers would be considered as a trade barrier in terms of the USMCA. So we have to have those discussions also, because if you can see the report, you will see also that Mexico limits the 49% of investment in certain sectors. But that is not against the USMCA. That is something that we have reserved in the USMCA, and it is in accordance with the USMCA. We have non-conforming measures for those sectors to have that quantity or those limitations of investment, right? So that's other thing that we have to bear in mind towards the review of the USMCA. And the last one, because I no longer have time, the last one is that we have to learn how to understand and how to hear stakeholders. Why? Because at the end, stakeholders, and that includes not only the private sector, but also the academic sector, NGOs, the civil society, they use the agreement every day, and they benefit from the rights that confers the agreement to those sectors, right? And it is crucial to have a really open and frank conversation with all these sectors, private sector, social sector, academic, and to see how, and to understand how they see the USMCA. And if their position is, the USMCA is working, we have to bear that in mind. At the end, it will be a policy decision, right? A policy decision taken by the three governments, but we have to bear in mind what they think about the utilization of agreements, and to understand what is happening in the reality on the usage of the agreement. So I hope you're taking at least a really brief review. It is not possible to say a lot of things in 15 minutes, but just to leave a general idea of what's happening with the review, that we have the agreement for 16 years, right? And that we are having constant discussions with the US right now regarding tariffs. We have this communication with them. Most of the goods are exempted right now from tariffs if they comply with the USMCA, and that is the part that I told you regarding the free trade. that you have to comply with the rules and you get the free trade. Right? So at the end, the trade is not free because you have to do something and you have to incorporate in your vehicle goods that are from the region in everything that you export in order to get the duty-free the duty-free right. So I will be around. If you have any question, it would be amazing for me to chat with you. And thank you again for the invitation.
All right. Okay. Muchas gracias, Antonio, y bienvenidos al Phoenix Global Forum. We are so happy you could join us. Again, some incredible insights on the contributions of Mexico and the power of North America. So again, thank you, Antonio. That's a great way to kick off our day 2 here at the Phoenix Global Forum. And now we are going to be ready to start our very first session of the day. It's our opening plenary session, Economies of Innovation. We're going to explore how groundbreaking technological innovations from fusion energy to quantum computing, that's some trippy stuff, how they are shaping the future economy. So to provide insights into this really interesting topic, please welcome Stephan Johnston of Calvary, Andy Lombard of Tesoro VC, and David Bliven of Cottonwood VC. This discussion will also be moderated by Steven Zylstra from the Arizona Technology Council. But before we welcome them to the stage, let's go ahead one more time and let's hear that message from our presenting partner, Resolution Copper.
My name is Sabrina Castillo, and I'm the administrative assistant for the operations and maintenance team. As administrative assistant, I help with making sure our operations run smoothly, from handling purchase requisitions to uniforms. Both my grandfathers and my father worked in the mines here, and now my mother and I are a part of Resolution Copper. I've lived in Superior my whole life, grown up here, graduated here. I love living here because everyone's like family. Working at Resolution Copper isn't just a job for me, it's continuing a family legacy in mining. For me, staying in Superior is about nurturing our roots and watching the next generation flourish here. I think Superior has a very bright future ahead. We are Resolution Copper and we are Copper Strong.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. All right. My name is Steve Zylstra. I'm the president and CEO of the Arizona Technology Council. We're a statewide organization here in Arizona, a trade association that represents science and technology-based enterprises. And I'll be your moderator this morning. And we have 3 incredible panelists here today that have deep backgrounds in science and technology, investing, disrupting, and so on. So we're going to start here to my left, and we're going to ask each of the panelists to introduce themselves and tell us a little bit about who they are and what they do.
Hi, I'm Stephan Albert Johnston. I'm CEO of Calvary, whose mission is to end cancer. We develop cancer diagnostics and vaccines.
Welcome, everyone. Thank you for our sponsors for putting off a great event. Appreciate it. I am Andy Lombard. I'm founding partner for Tesoro VC. We are an AI and semiconductor accelerator and fund, headquartered here in the great Phoenix, Arizona. I'm also founding partner and managing director for Health Impact Venture Capital, which is a Series A to Series C health tech investment fund.
Thanks. Dave Bliven, founder and managing director of Cottonwood Technology Funds. We started Cottonwood in 2010 in Santa Fe. We have a regional focus here in the Southwest, New Mexico and the surrounding states. Arizona, of course, is included in that. We do hard tech, seed stage, so we do things that have to be built. We help them fund the first prototypes, proof of concepts, open doors to customers. We also have an office in the Netherlands and do the same thing in Northern Europe.
Very good. Well, the title of our panel today is Economies of Innovation, and we're going to start with kind of a broad question. Again, we'll go my left to right here. So how do venture capital firms, technological disruptors, and industry leaders promise an innovative future that involves everything from fusion energy to artificial intelligence and quantum-enabled technologies?
Well, I'd include the biological front. Also, might have a lot of innovation on that front. One of the things, I can think of a couple things. One is to get out of the way. The bureaucracies that have become established are often an impediment to innovations. And I think we need to start getting the people that are concerned about it to get the bureaucracies to establish strict risk-benefit analysis, which they do not apply now, I can tell you, at least from the biological side, to new technologies, so that they're not always being the negative aspect of that. And the other thing is that I'd like to see more innovative type of investment formats. I would suggest that we, both at the national and the state level, we have an innovation bank that gives low-interest loans to innovative projects. And as I understand from my conversations the other day with people from Quebec, apparently they're already doing something like that there. But I think that's a much better, if not an alternative, a better complement to the venture funding that we do for innovations now.
Very good. Andy?
Thanks, Steve. I just love the question. I mean, it's a great setup for kind of what we're thinking. So Tesoro is an AI and semiconductor accelerator. So if you think about AI and semiconductor from my perspective, it's going to exist for generations. It's not going away. Chips, hardware, and software are just not going away. Underneath that is healthcare, is robotics, is applications for that. So we love it because it touches every industry. It touches all of our lives. And the great question is, how does it impact the new aspects of quantum, fusion, and others? So what's cool about this is, you know, if you think about quantum, that is an engine for AI. It is going to supercharge what's already being supercharged through all of the chips and all of the work that's been going on. And we're awfully excited about that. And if you think about AI, it is essentially learning and training. It's then starting to think, and then it's going to act, okay? So training, reasoning, agentic. If you've heard those words, but it's really just simple thought processes, but it takes a lot to do it. It takes incredible factories, incredible chip companies like NVIDIA and TSMC and all of the other scalers. But in doing so, right now we're in a loop of incredible energy consumption. So fusion becomes incredibly important for our future. And if you start to combine all of that, the future has never been brighter in terms of what we see as an outlook for innovation across the board. We see quantum and hybrid quantum coming out very soon, with software quantum first and then hardware quantum, to make this more efficient. What that means is that it can be less power, faster speeds, higher ratings of training, and so forth. And then with fusion, obviously, we are going to consume so much power. In fact, if you're not aware, AI companies are really forming into power companies. So if we can start to limit that and start to reduce that, I think we're going to be in an incredible position. So all of this is relevant, and for us, the fun is going to be, how do we infuse that and diffuse it in every level of applications and technology to really make it applications and capabilities that are going to value all of humanity.
Dave?
Yeah, so we have invested in some quantum companies. We've actually invested in a fusion company. So So we deal with this. I mean, I think one of the interesting things, I mentioned we're based here in the Southwest, and we also have an office in Northwest Europe. And before I came to this region, I started and built a fund in the Southeast. And so what you find when you've done all this is that there's great innovation everywhere. Every single state, every single country has innovation related to all these areas. Quite often, the difficulty is how do you get those ideas out into the commercial environment, right? Because many of these countries, many of these states don't have the capital resident to support and identify these technologies. They don't have the experienced management necessarily to connect to these companies and help them grow and attract capital that it needs to really become a prosperous company. And so that challenge is really global. I mean, all the money, tends to be in like California or Boston. There's a few pockets of venture, but that's not where all the ideas are. And so there's always this kind of interesting balance, I think, in terms of, what is the government's role? Like Stefan was saying, get the government out of it to some extent. But on the financing side and on the management side, it is, I think, important for emerging areas that want to take advantage of their commercial opportunities that their innovation represents. If you talk to any governor, any mayor, any president of any country, they will always talk about tech commercialization as a pathway to job creation and economic diversification. And yet, there's always this sort of, well, what is the government's role then? Should we just let the private sector take care of it and we are the beneficiaries? What you find in practice is the private sector is not going to take care of it just because they're not different pockets. And so the government does have to take a proactive role when they don't have the resources they need resident to these ideas to put in place projects and programs, help identify some of the most promising innovation in their communities, help get some initial funding, maybe 100% government for what they call tech maturation, in terms of how do you take science from sort of science to a real application that can then attract investment capital. And then even on the investment capital side, if you don't have the resident capital, there's always this sort of concept of the better mousetrap that the best ideas will always find money, will always find management. But in the real world, that doesn't happen. Money kind of finds what's close to it, especially at the earliest stages. Management finds kind of what's close to it at the earliest stages. And so we may be talking a little bit about this later as well, but I think that's kind of government role in terms of understanding there is a proactive sort of need for local, state, national governments to sponsor innovation, have a screening mechanism. So, I mean, you can't sponsor everything. And like in New Mexico, they have a program now for tech maturation. It's not just a screening on the science, but it's also screening from industry experts and investors to really identify those new emerging technologies that have the most potential to have a commercial impact.
Well, you've already covered a little bit of my next question, but let's dig deeper. So what breakthroughs have been made that will revolutionize industry as we know it? And what are the challenges and opportunities that come with commercializing and scaling up these projects? Andy, you want to give us a start on that?
Yeah, I think I was speaking to some of you last night that very, very bright people recently had said, hey, AI is already done. And I laughed. I was like, hang on a second. To use a baseball analogy, the Star-Spangled Banner is playing right now, okay? The field is just getting populated with players, and people are just coming up to bat. And the reason I say that is because AI is really something that is game-changing. I lived through the first cellular revolution in wireless with Motorola. I lived through the first semiconductor activities that they did, not way back when, but when they started to really build out their fabs and factories in China, and had the opportunity to live through the internet wave as well. All of those are important, but what we are seeing right now with artificial intelligence is absolutely incredible. And I think that's the number one thing that I see right now. I know that it may be passé for some investors, which is crazy. I know that there's a lot of great focus on it, but it's so important because quantum is going to be an engine for the future for that. And as we start to use hybrid solutions and looking at how to accelerate this growth, it's going to be a lot of fun on how we get there. So for me, it's about how do we as a group, a country, a region, as a technology segment, infuse that in applications. So right now we're getting past that training stage where we're starting to get into AI starting to reason and think. And what is very important about that, it's going to allow us to have AI to start to act on things. Obviously, that's scary. Obviously, that needs some boundaries. But when we get to that point where we have agents that are able to do things for us, we can set goals, we can set them to work for us, and it becomes an incredible economic productivity for us. So I think that's, for me, going to be the enabling factor, and the technologies that start to come around that, like quantum infusion, are going to add to that capability in my lifetime, which I'm pretty excited about.
Stefan, what about in the healthcare industry?
So I sort of see two things. One is they're not here yet in terms of the AI, but I think they're right around the corner. One is that the development of a single assay that can detect any disease early, so that everybody's being screened for early detection of any disease, and it will be inexpensive. And I think the technology is almost there for that, and I expect to see that happen soon. And I can't tell you what the impact of such a thing would happen in the healthcare. It's hard to imagine because it will change everything. You know, the future of hospitals, the type of drugs that we develop. Rather than for late-stage therapies, we're going to develop things that are very safe for early treatment. It would really transform things, not only in our country, but in the developing countries where, 70% of most chronic diseases occur in developing countries. And 1 billion people out there don't even have electricity, let alone good health care. Imagine the lost Einsteins that we will uncover when we start giving good health care and treatment to the 70% of the people that don't have it right now. The second thing that I think is probably even closer, maybe, is vaccines to prevent chronic diseases. I think we're pretty close to, I'm sure we could make a vaccine right now that could prevent cancer in people. It's doable. It's been demonstrated it's doable. And you have to get things out there. And I think it can be followed by vaccines to prevent Alzheimer's and probably even aging. So those things I think will turn up relatively soon as capabilities that would transform healthcare. The impediment for that, or at least one of the impediments for bringing these things forward in a timely fashion, are the clinical trial mechanisms. We need to start bringing innovations to how we test drugs and therapies and treatments that created those entities. We need to bring that same kind of innovation to the clinical trial venue itself. So how could we, if somebody had a vaccine that they thought could decrease aging, how can we get that tried and tested and out to people as quickly as possible? I think one of the solutions to that is to trust people's judgments, to make their own risk assessments when they enroll in trials, not to have the paternalistic sort of system we have now that doesn't let people decide their own risks in terms of enrolling in trials. But I think healthcare will be almost exciting as AI and quantum can.
So, Dave, one of the things I want to make sure you cover is you've invested in quantum infusion. Those are really long plays. What are the difficulties and challenges with those particular types of technology and innovation, particularly as an investor?
Yeah, from an investment standpoint, I think for most investors, again, there's kind of the government side, right? Or maybe some of the big corporations that can invest way ahead of the market. As an investor, you really can't invest way ahead of the market because you've got to get a return on investment. So when we look at our quantum investments and others that I think are being made generally by, private sector, they tend to be things where, there's an immediate revenue opportunity and application for quantum. For example, one of our quantum investments is related to cybersecurity. And so they can take quantum principles but they can implement it in the existing infrastructure. So they've got a number of pilots with telecommunications industry and some other government agencies on using quantum, which is theoretically uncrackable, applying it in the current infrastructure. So you don't have to wait for the whole quantum infrastructure to be in place to use some of these technologies today that have immediate application. The other quantum investment we have is related to this ability to test, as you develop these, what they call qubits, which is about the only thing I know about quantum. So qubits are essentially these chips. As those get developed, they get iterated and optimized and tested. And so we have a company that automates a lot of that testing and kind of accelerates the feedback loop. And it's not, if you're developing qubits, you don't necessarily want to also have to develop all the technology needed to test those qubits. You want to be able to focus on that piece of the pie, if you will. So they've sold several units already to people like an IBM or whatever to help them accelerate these iterations and develop more quickly the next generation of qubits, solve the problems, get the insights, and continue to keep the ball moving in a little bit faster way. So yeah, I mean, I think, any of these technologies, there's always, again, this kind of, where's the crossover between sort of government support, and kind of long-range thinking and long-range potential and immediate application, where there's a chance to build an application and a business around the technology, start to get financial support. Because I think Andy's right. I mean, AI is going to drive so many sort of, when you think of like the space program, like 50 years ago, all the technologies that had to come together to support space travel, and how many of those technologies that end up in the commercial sector. When you think about AI, and in some ways it's similar, right? You got power, and you got semiconductor chips, and you got software, and you got different applications. And so these kind of generational sort of advances in technology, it's not just AI, it's everything that then is needed to support that ecosystem and the continued development.
You see, just to follow up, that quantum will be essentially computing as a service, as opposed to, individual enterprises and so on owning quantum computing?
Do I think that?
Yeah.
I think that's probably where it starts because of the cost, right? But like everything else, when you look at Moore's Law, I mean, over time you might have a quantum computer in your phone. So I'm not going to try to predict what's going to happen, but that tends to be the path of technology, right? I mean, it starts out, it's very expensive. It's limited access for specialized applications. I mean, right now, mostly quantum's talked about in terms of a lot of sophisticated modeling around climate change and drug discovery and things like that. But eventually, the costs come down. Technologies emerge that allow it to be more accessible. And
I'm going to go down a little different path now. So we're in a time where we're experiencing some of the most significant geopolitical strains that we've felt, maybe in my lifetime at least. How does that affect innovation in America, across the world? Andy, you want to start with that?
Gosh, I thought we weren't going to get into this.
got a softball.
So I did have good setup, I guess. A week and a half ago, I had an opportunity to be at Harvard Law School with 3 presidential administrations doing national security and export controls and national statecraft, which is, decisions on policy on AI and semiconductor. And this is very, very, public that the goal is a race. This was a concept of Chris Miller's book on chip war and how that transpires. So if you start to look at that, there were some good analogies, although not efficient analogies, that similar to the nuclear race of getting a weapon, there's a race to ensure there's a control of the chip environment geopolitically. So a lot of what we're seeing in our dynamics are revolving around this today. So the most sophisticated chips from NVIDIA that TSMC makes here, or will make later this year here, that are making right now, Apple's chips out of our factory here. We need to think about what usages those chips can be used for, because they can be used for very, very sophisticated, weaponized approaches to actually pinpoint weapons literally in the circle around this small area that we're sitting versus a circle revolving around this entire state. That sophistication is there. And it's not just China looking at that, it's others. So I think that has an effect on growth, right? When you look at the differences between the United States, for example, and China, there's differences on ideology of what those technologies are being used for and how they're being developed. So China has developed a civil military fusion concept, which is essentially right off the bat dual use for militarization to ensure that they are the strongest military force around. So I think that scares the United States a little bit in terms of why they react the way we react. So we look at export controls and don't allow those most sophisticated chips to end up in China. Similarly, on the front that Dave was talking about in terms of surveillance and other things, companies that are, let's just say, controlled, maybe not owned, or controlled and owned by China, like Huawei, we don't want that to be infused in our cellular operating infrastructure, our shipping channels, our utilities, and so forth. So those chipsets that are used in those can be used for surveillance, encryption, and cyber attacks and other things. So there is a national security element to this that is very real. And by the way, that's not a political statement. That is across all administrations from the last 5 administrations. It's known. So what happens is we slow the innovation down with that tremendously, because when we look at where things can happen, Dave made a really great point, and our thesis believes this, that innovation can happen anywhere. China proved that earlier this year. Whether you read reports on the side of believing everything of it or not, but DeepSeek created something with a very reduced level of chipsets and computing power that was good enough to do the types of things that they needed to do. And that can be done anywhere. Quantum is going to be developed in multiple areas throughout the world. This is not a unified effort of only ours. So when there's a lack of that sharing, a lack of that proliferation, it naturally will start to slow activities. And then when you react in the way we're tending to react now, with other components of policy, you're naturally going to maybe have a slowing effect on capital investment and the things that are going to be required to advance the ball on all of these efforts, including AI and data centers and all of the things that we're going to be really needing to meet those goals of getting to AI being able to think and act and so forth. So I think it does slow it down.
Well, one thing I wanted to just comment on that, because at a macro level, I think geopolitics, if you will, has like zero effect. Globally, to the point you sort of made, this innovation is going to occur, and it's going to occur at a very rapid rate. And we can say, like as the United States, we're going to try to control the development of AI and how it's applied. We might do that, but a lot of other countries won't, or quantum or any of these things. And so, thinking that we can somehow control the advancement of technology and make sure it's only used for appropriate causes and things like that is a little bit naive, I think. There's smart people everywhere. These technologies are being developed very quickly all over the world. And to the extent that we try to slow down innovation here to better control it, all it really means is we're going to be behind a lot of other countries who are not going to slow down, and then we're going to be trying to catch up, right? And so I think in most cases, you know, we're better off being the leaders, being the most aggressive and having the most hands-off approach that we can and deal with these problem cases as they occur, but not try to put a lid on innovation.
I would just add that I think that geopolitics can sometimes have an impact on two countries' willingness or ability to collaborate around innovation, right? There's a lot of, particularly in the academic research area, there's a lot of collaboration that goes on around the world, and sometimes governments can get in the way of that. What about in the healthcare sector? Does geopolitics have an impact on bioscience and healthcare?
Well, I'm sure it does, and I think you're referring to is the situation now with more geopolitical. I look at this more from an evolutionary point of view. Evolution only takes place during periods of uncertainty, where something upsets something. Where you have an environmental change, a new species comes in, or maybe appropriate today, a meteorite hits. But that change drives innovation biologically. And I think that same thing is true in this situation here, is that, yes, you haven't used the buzzword now, uncertainty. You know, that's, it used to be sustainability, now it's uncertainty. But there is uncertainty, but I think that's good. It does drive innovation. And I would choose the uncertainty now over the certainty we had previously, where clearly we were deindustrializing, our middle class was shrinking, and our health was going downhill. So we got to do something, and particularly in the healthcare area. And so I think I'm not sure how things will turn out. You know, who knows? And I don't take much stock in most people predicting what's going to happen here. But I think the drive, as they were saying, the drive for innovation is going to happen anyway, and it'll change the world.
I always love when people use analogies on business that invoke biology, right? Because there are so many analogies between biology, how it works, and how business processes work. So what are the strategies that could be used to support early innovation outside of venture centers? Let's start with you, Dave. And then how to support their growth while keeping them based in a particular city or region of origin.
So say that one more time in terms of how to support outside of the private sector. So what can government do? Is that sort of the question?
Well,
or it doesn't have to be government.
What I'm referring to, one of you said earlier, you know, most of the capital is on the coasts, right?
Right.
But I think it was true. But a lot of innovation occurs throughout the country, and historically, what had been the case is if investors from the coast invested in a company in New Mexico, say, they might insist that that company move proximate to where the capital is.
Right.
How do we do a better job of allowing companies to stay in the place of their origin and provide the resources and support that are necessary for their success, whether that's government or otherwise?
Well, I think, there's a government element to it for sure. Along those lines, these companies, if I take New Mexico as an example, you know, they've done an increasingly better job of trying to provide resources, generally through matching, both investing in other funds that might not be based in New Mexico but are willing to consider New Mexico, also co-investing with those funds when they do invest in New Mexico, so those companies have more capital. But then they kind of stop there, so there's kind of this idea we need to help more companies get started, whether it's angel networks and angel tax credits, which help create a little bit of a financial incentive for angels to invest early in these companies. What we've seen, because we've invested in a number of companies in New Mexico now over the last 15 years, and several have raised 50, 100 million plus. And when that happens, in a lot of cases, as you're growing a company, you're going to do a search for a CEO because the company's growing, it's got more people to manage, more opportunity, and you want to get someone quite often in who's already done that before. And we've done maybe 6 or so CEO searches. 100% of the time when we've hired a new CEO, they've not been from New Mexico, and 100% of the time they've not moved to New Mexico, and 100% of the time those companies have ultimately moved out of New Mexico, right? So we've made this early investment hoping to create jobs and economic impact. And you know, is that the government's problem? You could say, well, that's not the government's problem. The private industry kind of companies need to go where they need to go. But it is somewhat the government's problem. It's not really the private company's problem. It's not really my problem. It's like I don't invest in these companies with the requirement that they start and stay and grow in New Mexico. We're trying to create successful companies, and they got to go where they got to go to get what they need to get in terms of management and money, customers, et cetera. So, you know, I've been trying to highlight this a little bit for the state of New Mexico, but it really gets into, I mean, there's a number of states that have been pretty successful at this, Pennsylvania and Ohio over time, where they've looked at it more holistically. So yeah, let's help more companies get started, but let's think about more life cycle support. What do they need at the next stage? And part of it's capital, but part of it's management. What kind of programs could we create to attract people to move to the state? Maybe tax related, maybe other strategies. So when they join these companies, they have an incentive also to move here. So this full life cycle kind of anticipation. Again, at some point you're California maybe, and you don't have to do any of this, right? But when you're not California and you're competing against every other state and every other country for these ideas and the ability to build these companies, I think you do have to think more holistically in terms of what is the total pie that has to be, and where are the gaps, whether it's skilled workforce at the kind of entry mid-level, and how do you create skilled workforce to fill the jobs that would be created by these companies, or whether it's at the top, and how do we get key, again, not to belabor the point, but like New Mexico has a program called LEDA, which is a recruitment tool. So they can recruit companies to come to New Mexico, and one of the things they offer is to, say, buy them a building, because they need a building, right? So they'll essentially lend the company the money so that they can afford to move to New Mexico. They got a building, quote, for free based on how many jobs they're going to create. But buildings don't create jobs. People do, right? So politically, it's easier, right? You got the state owns a building. If the jobs aren't created, the state can own the building. They can resell it or release it. But that is not going to create the jobs. What's going to create the jobs are the executive level talent that understands how to compete with other companies and grow these companies. So I do think there's a role for government in these kind of emerging markets to think strategically, not just how to help them get started and assuming they'll be fine and just stay there forever and grow there forever. But there's a lot of other resources that are needed to support these companies' growth. And if they're not available locally, they're going to have to seek them out.
So I'm proud to say that in 2007, the Arizona Technology Council ran the bill to create Arizona's Angel Investment Tax Credit, which is very generous. It's up to a 35% credit, and we just extended it 2 years ago for another 10 years here in Arizona. So, Andy, so...
Take a crack at that question.
What's it? Well,
Yeah, so would I.
Thank you.
That's what I'm
Yeah, so
going
I
to go
think
to.
the question was
let me,
tactics.
Let me just say, you spent a number of years at the Arizona Commerce Authority. The issues that Dave was referring to, economic developers care a lot about, right? Keeping enterprises in the state, creating enterprises within the state, whether it's at the state level, the county level, the city level. You helped create programs here in Arizona that are fundamental to achieving that. The Arizona Innovation Challenge, Venture Ready, supporting a Venture Madness, all those kinds of things. Can you talk about that? And anything else you want to say?
Yeah. Just really quickly, Arizona Innovation Challenge is a 10-year program that we did non-dilutive capital for 165 companies. $150,000 to $250,000 check sizes of those companies. Very venture model, goes through an accelerator, and that portfolio total valuation is now $6.5 billion. So there's a beautiful, venture curve that exists in that accelerator model. The unfortunate part of that is we own nothing of that. It is not evergreen, it is budget. So my philosophy on that is you must have evergreen, you must invest, you must have something in this so that you can then continue to grow and so forth. One of the reasons why, and I'll get to tactics a little bit, we created, in partnership, by the way, with the City of Phoenix and Greater Phoenix Economic Development Council and Startup AZ as our 3 core community partners, on this thesis that AI and semiconductor is incredible in our state. There is now $300 billion of pledged investment in AI and semiconductor in our state. I know I saw $65 billion. That's $165 billion for TSMC. And then if you look at the data center side and all of the supply chain that comes along with that, including Mayo Clinic and Neuralink and Barrows Neurological Institute and all of the AI data centers, which is almost every single major company has invested and is planting roots here. It becomes a cool place. I've lived in 4 different countries. I've lived in China for 10 years and London twice and so forth. I would not be able to pick a better place to do an AI semiconductor accelerator than Phoenix, Arizona right now. It's a very cool thing. So what our goal is tactically is to say, okay, let's do a global call to action of the best startups, the best founders in the world, attract them here, have them come spend time, bring our ecosystem partners like TSMC, Amcor, ARM, NVIDIA, Google, Microsoft into this ecosystem, help them with capital, help them with mentoring, and grow them at a rapid rate. We want to do 100 companies a year. We're not going to start that way, but we're going to get there. And again, this is both software and hardware, which I think is really, really critical. So tactics are, we're going to do what we do really, really well. We're venture people. We're builders. We're creators of companies. What the City of Phoenix, what Greater Phoenix Economic Development Council, GPEC, what Startup AZ do really, really well is that attraction side, which is that communications of the why, the value proposition. Of course, we're going to influence that value proposition and say, this is a heck of a good place from an operating budget, from an ecosystem partnership, from resources and other capabilities, manufacturing, and so forth. But philosophically, from my perspective, being a 6-time founder, it has to be the right decision. It can't be a forced decision, or you'll have situations where it starts here and goes somewhere else or other things. So I think that's really important. We want to go build these companies and then make them the next generation of great companies. And, we hope that they stay here. We're going to work hard with our partners to have that value proposition. But from my perspective, as long as those companies have some challenging roots here and get that started, that's going to be an incredible effort, and I think it's going to be super important for us.
Well, I just think it's, not to jump in front of you, but just to quickly follow up on that. I mean, it's an opportunity lost, though, for the region if all these companies come here and they all leave, right? And what does it take for them to stay here? Again, it's not your problem, but it is something that people should be thinking about. And just one simple example is skilled workforce. they're going to stay here, they're going to need skilled workers, right? And so what is the pool of skilled
Let me
workers?
clarify, we're not saying that we don't want them or they're not going to stay here.
No, I know.
In fact, we think we're going to have an ability to attract thousands and thousands of talented individuals through this process. So I want to make sure we're clear.
Yeah, I'm just saying from a government standpoint, a proactive approach to be a little bit ahead of the curve. So when these companies are graduating and they're looking to grow and they're looking to hire their next 2 or 3 people, those people exist, right? It's a competitive landscape. And so you may have to increase the pool. And it's not something that Andy has to invest in, but it's something that the region ought to invest in or the city ought to invest in.
Stefan?
So all those points are really good, Phoenix is an amazing place right now in the computer space, not so much in the bio. But my focus has mostly been on what I think is a huge untapped resources of inventors that don't get to see the light of their inventions, and I think it's an opportunity lost. Most people don't know the highest per capita invention state in the union is Idaho, and it's followed close by North Dakota. And so these are places where there's a lot of inventive capability that we're not realizing that potential. And I'll come back to this idea of a national innovation bank. Our country's had a history of national banks that were quite successful. Now, they largely funded infrastructure, large infrastructure projects. But the same principle could be done here, where you have an inventor get a low-interest loan, test this idea, no matter how wild it is, out to see if it will work. And if it's successful, not only do they pay taxes, but they get there's a return on the taxes they pay. So it is an evergreen bank, which is important for any type. I agree with this, for any type of investment policy. So I really think that this could be done on a state level as well as a national level. And I think there's a lot of, and I think it'll work better than a sovereign fund. I think it would be better to have it just strictly a bank that's focused on innovation and getting inventions see the light of day.
I just want to jump in on the healthcare side just very, very briefly. I don't take strong issue that Arizona is not yet a pharma bio. And I say yet. I have a duty because I'm on the steering committee of the Discovery Oasis Mayo Clinic endeavor, which is, in my opinion, one of the largest worldwide health innovation projects going on. And it's, if you're not familiar, it's 3 million square feet of vertical space that's being developed here in Phoenix to attract global pharma, health, tech, and so forth. In addition, the expansion of Mayo Clinic of nearly $2 billion. We're going to be the second largest footprint outside of Rochester. And then other things like, again, Mayo and Honor Health and all of our healthcare systems, I think it's starting to be that. So I just want to throw that out there. Things like Neuralink and Barrows, which is absolutely incredible. And NVIDIA and Mayo, really for the next generation of drug discovery and other capabilities. I think it's just going to be a wonderful spot. So I think that alchemy of that work with the work that the semiconductor and AI side is endeavoring in is just so exciting to me. So I have a fondness for the future of that, but I do agree that we could use a lot more. And I know that there's other endeavors that are going on to make that better.
So just a point on that, believe it or not, health and bioscience is the fastest growing sector in Arizona. It's not semiconductors, it's health and bioscience. And I serve on the Bioscience Roadmap Steering Committee, and you may know that 25 years ago we were a 5th-tier city when it came to health and bioscience. Today we're actually a 2nd-tier city. So this place has come a long way in that area. And some of the leading institutions in the world, Ryman's Alzheimer Institute is considered the best in the world, by example. So we're closing in on time here. I have 10 more questions, but so besides a cancer vaccine, quantum, fusion, and AI, are there any under-the-radar innovations that you believe will be mainstream in the next 5 to 10 years?
I got one real quick one, then I'm going to hand it off. mathematics for fifth graders.
Yeah.
I mean it.
No, that's
And I
a good
mean it.
point.
China, if you think about it, they are teaching AI mathematics to fifth and sixth graders right now. And for us to get along on that curve, I think it's going to be super important. It's a simple move, right? Very hard to do, but that's something that we have to focus on.
Yeah, I'm going to go back into the bio area, and I think what's really going to become surprising is the impact of genetically modified organisms. That the capability that we have now to modify plants and animals is amazing. It's not being tapped the way it should. It took 20 years from the time that they first made golden rice, so it had vitamin A in it, to actually get out in the field and have an effect on the 1 million kids that die from vitamin A deficiency and 400,000 that go blind every year. It took it that long to go overcome the regulatory issues to get that health impact. And if we can get around that, the what we could do in the future is just amazing. I don't know if you saw the Wall Street Journal this morning, but they created 2 dire wolves. And we just as a real example, there's no reason why we couldn't have chicken and pigs that are totally resistant to flu. We could make those now, and that would break the whole flu cycle in the world. And I think things like that are going to start percolating up that will really surprise everybody.
Dave, we're going to have you finish this off with something really cool.
I don't know if it's as cool as those two, but I mean, we are seeing, I think, a lot of kind of resurgence of space and space-related technologies, whether it's all these LEO satellites and communications. We've got an investment in a company that does space power, and they're working on programs with potential people that want to like beam power from space down to Earth. So, I mean, you got fusion, but you also have some of these other things that may be future sources of power. Space travel, I think, is going to be, not tomorrow, but eventually. I think it'll be more like taking a plane, right, from Phoenix to Denver. You'll run up to the moon or out to Mars, perhaps. I don't think that's right away, but I think those are the things that are coming.
So as an Arizona Space Commissioner, that was the best way to end this panel. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, gentlemen, very much for that very interesting session to the moon and back. Stephen, Andy, David, thank you very much for all of that great information. All right, we're moving on to our next panel discussion. We have our plenary session on the space economy, where we're going to be discussing the rapidly evolving space industry, including advancements in space mining, also enhanced connectivity, and the global impact of space exploration. This is going to be super interesting. So joining us are Dan Hart of Hart Technologies, LLC, John Reeves from Viasat, moderated by Sean McDevitt, Arthur D. Little. But first, let's go ahead and hear a message from our presenting partners, Freeport McMoran and Resolution Copper.
My name's Anthony Castaneda, and I'm an environmental advisor. I'm from Globe Miami Community, And there's a lot of my family who's in mining. This community means everything to me. My grandparents worked at the smelter. I have family that work here. I have friends that I went to high school with that work here. It is close-knit. It's a great place to work. They're very involved in the community. I started at Resolution Copper about 5 years ago in the drilling department, and now I'm here with environmental sustainability. This role is a great fit for me, aligning with my past experience and future aspirations. It's very important to work for a company that takes it to heart when it comes to taking care of the land. We've reclamated a lot of the tailings to get them back to what they looked like before. Because I'm from this area, I want to treat this land with respect, protect it. I'm excited about the future here, not just for me, but for the entire community. We are Resolution Copper, and we are Copper Strong.
Thank you very much. Welcome, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Great. I'm going to ask each of our panelists to introduce themselves, a little bit about your name, role, your company, and then to mix things up a little bit, if we can mix in some why Arizona, why Phoenix, relative to the space industry. So, John, we'll start with you, please.
Great, thanks, John. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. My name's John Reeves. I'm the Managing Director of Corporate Global Affairs at Viasat. We're a global satellite communications technology company based out of Carlsbad, California, just north of San Diego. We have here in the Phoenix area in Tempe, actually one of our largest and arguably, maybe not even arguably, our most important facility where we do our advanced payload manufacturing. So we have a team of incredibly capable engineers here in the Phoenix area. We chose the Phoenix area in large part because there was already a hotbed of innovation in this ecosystem. We entered the area actually via acquisition and have had a really wonderful experience here over the past 20 plus years.
Great, thank you. Dan, you're next.
Yeah, hi, I'm Dan Hart, president of Hart Technologies. We're an advisory group advising government agencies, investment companies, and individual companies in space, defense, and technology. And actually, you'll be hearing from one of my colleagues, Matt Samaglia, this afternoon on the quantum panel. My background, I've had a career through human spaceflight, launch vehicles, building satellites, and I spent a decade shuttling pretty much between Chandler and Tucson because I was chief engineer of our nation's primary missile defense system, GMD, and the booster was built down the road here in Chandler, and the seeker, which does the business of taking out ICBMs, was built down in Tucson. So pretty big adventure here in Arizona. I'm on the Space Studies Board for the National Academies, which does the 10-year science plan for NASA, and I'm a senior fellow with the Atlantic Council, so when I get an opinion, an op-ed comes out.
Thank you, and certainly least, my name is Sean McDevitt. I'm a partner at Arthur D. Little, which is a global management consulting firm. I focus primarily in digital infrastructure, so a lot of work in fiber, towers, data centers, as well as the satellite industry. And the Phoenix connection's a little more tenuous. We've done a lot of work with some of the people who are building fiber in and around the Phoenix area. So for a lot of the financial players who are backing the new fiber providers that are bringing fiber to residences and businesses. So that's the connection. It's a pleasure to have you all here. Thank you. We'll start out with a broader question. I think, the space economy has been increasingly dynamic over the past, 3 to 5 years, and it has started to move in perhaps some unexpected directions that people have seen. So I'm curious, what do you see from your vantage point in terms of key trends or key technologies that are having the most impact? Dan, we'll start with you.
Well, we've been in an incredible stage of transformation in space, driven primarily by two things. One is the advent of usable small satellites. Small satellites used to be sort of an interesting hobby in the industry, and over the last 5-10 years they've become very capable and much less expensive and much lower costs in launch. And so the economics of starting a satellite venture have gone from 20 years ago, if you had $500 million, you could probably start something, to now if you have $50 million or even less, you can at least start a venture. And that has actually led to satellite ventures and satellite production globally. I mean, I don't know if I can name a country that doesn't have a satellite factory of some sort in it today.
And John, same question to you.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Sean. And Dan, I would just pick up with one of the themes that you were hitting upon, which is that access to capital has become much easier, I think, for companies also, right? It's been something that we've seen massive private investment in the United States. I think that access to capital, the possibility and the opportunity that exists in commercial space has been something that's really grabbed people's attention over the past several years. And I think that we're starting to see some of the dividends of those investments across the space. I think that more broadly, I think that you're starting to see, because of the massive innovation that's happened in several of the areas in space, we're talking Earth observation, communications, and so on, that there are some really important questions being asked, I think, right now that are relevant to a lot of what we'll discuss today around issues such as security and sovereignty and sustainability, these things that I think we'll continue to deal with as a community for the next generations.
Great, thank you both. Dan, we'll start with you with a slightly different question. You've had a long history in the industry, both governmental, private sector. How have you seen, shifts and changes in the role that government has and private sector has in developing the industry?
Yeah, well, I think that really connects with John's last comment about private capital and what that enables. And, there has been for almost forever the idea and goal of space becoming more commercial, government buying space capability or assets on a fixed price basis where full responsibility is on a company or a corporation and risk moves from government to industry. And that is actually taking hold significantly, somewhat from the technologies I mentioned, but more importantly from, as John said, the input of capital, the willingness to be entrepreneurial and take risks, and the government's willingness to step back a little bit and actually contract in really innovative fixed price manner. So, we're seeing capabilities being bought the way they buy land vehicles now, or land-based communication.
John, anything to add?
Only, touching on commercial space, because there are so many dual-use technologies that have been invented and are now in service. I think that, Dan, you talk about the kind of the government contracting side of that, which is so important, and I think that there's the anchor customer element of that that's really critical to encouraging further investment in those technologies and helping to drive and accelerate that growth.
Yeah, great point. The government's expressed views have been, we want to buy capabilities that have, can sustain themselves on the commercial side while government leverages them and their capabilities on the government side. So they don't have to own the design, own the whole company.
We've talked a little bit about innovation, and if we look back over history, Viasat's been an extreme innovator, maybe the OG innovator in the space. I'm curious to hear more about where is Viasat looking to go now to maintain that level of innovation in the industry in light of lots of new entrants and new constellations and new opportunities.
I'm going to start with just a little bit of history because I think it's important in terms of context for Viasat specifically. So Viasat was founded back in 1986 by three young engineers at the time, our CEO and still chairman, Mark Dankberg, Steve Hart, and Mark Miller. And they created an environment that they all wanted to work in. They were engineers that wanted to focus on solving the hardest possible problems that had a market opportunity that they could potentially address. And I think they created an engineering culture that was really focused on understanding how to determine what was truly impossible and what was highly improbable, and being able to solve some of those problems and deliver solutions to the market they thought would pay dividends. We've seen that in the results that we've had over the past 30 plus years. We've had, we're now a $4+ billion revenue company with a global footprint involved in everything from, from connecting rural areas to innovating in the direct-to-device space, which is an area that we're extremely excited about in the technologies coming forward to support broader adoption of direct-to-device technologies, to in-flight connectivity experiences that have truly been changing the way that we live and work. I know I, unfortunately, was in the position of having the ability to work all day yesterday on my flight from Washington, D.C. So it's a double-edged sword potentially sometimes. But I think that you've seen those innovations. I mentioned in commercial, there's the maritime space where we've seen exciting innovations happen there for the evolution of safety services, which our Inmarsat brand has been responsible for going back to the late 70s in its origin as an international organization. And then I think with the Viasat piece, and we do a lot on the government and defense side of the equation, both in the United States and with our international partners. I think that what we fundamentally did is over time, we're able to partner with companies like the Boeings of the world and the Northrop at the start to get involved in predictable revenue projects where we could then reinvest, where we could grow our engineering talent and cadre, and then we could start to really understand what the future was going to look like and how could we change our focus. A pivotal moment for us happened in the 2000s when we saw that the legacy satellite architectures were really being designed to serve a broadcast use case. It was a one-to-many type of connection that companies wanted to have with their users. And we started to see this emerging use case driven by a lot of the mobile networking technologies where there was a desire for more interactive broadband experiences. But the satellite architectures themselves were not designed to support those use cases or optimized to support those use cases. So we, coming back to this issue, we really looked at that through the lens of how impossible is this problem to solve, or is it just highly improbable? And the legacy manufacturers of satellites were unwilling to make a bet that they could achieve not only the technology, but deliver the services to market that would be valuable. And so we devoted our own resources, and we hired the engineering talent required to actually do our own payload designs, and we launched our high-throughput satellite, Viasat-1, in 2011. I think what that means, Sean, is we're really focused on understanding where the world is headed. I think that's driven by the people, as I mentioned, in terms of the founders. I think it's driven by the company culture and wanting to solve these hard problems. And I think it's driven by customer intimacy and truly understanding what your customers need and how you can get out in front and have that relationship so that you can make the right decisions when it comes to investing in the technology roadmap.
Dan, any thoughts on that answer?
Well, I I know of Viasat well because when I was at Boeing running the government satellite programs, my counterpart was building and wrestling mightily, I will say, to get Viasat-2, which was absolutely disruptive capability in space. And so you guys came in with your elbows, pretty pointy on a very, very established geo satellite community. Now, and you're continuing to have to innovate now because you've got new players, the LEO constellations, hybrid constellations, and so forth.
Yeah, I think that's right. The sector's changed pretty dramatically, but one of the things that I didn't touch on is when we got involved in the satellite services delivery side of the equation, we didn't have our own space segment. So we were expert in some of the modem technology, right, and some of the other elements from a networking perspective, but we had to use other people's satellites. And so we actually stood up a network that was comprised of other people's satellites globally. That's how we managed our users predominantly on the government side. That network actually still exists today. So if you take an ecosystem approach, which is what we took, and then we kind of augment through the innovations that we make in terms of our own broadband capabilities and layer those into the overall network architecture, what we think is really exciting about that is that it then takes advantage of all the other assets that our partners have been able to invest in field, and it creates what I would refer to as layered resilience for our users, so that you're not relying on a single network, you're not relying on single points of failure in terms of delivering service. You have a layered approach so that you can have users roaming among a constellation of satellites effectively. And then as the innovations occur, you can then you can mature your relationships, such as the announcement that we made this week about our relationship with Telesat. Last year, we made the announcement about our relationship with OneWeb in terms of integrating some of these newer LEO services into our overall service offering. So I think it's having that ecosystem mindset, in that you can solve important customer problems and achieve the outcomes desired by taking a really a clever approach to both partnership and in understanding what the jobs to be done really are.
Thank you. We've touched a little bit about technological advances. I'd like to take that down a level. We've seen advances in propulsion. We've seen advances in navigation.
You can say it. We're geeking out.
We're geeking out now. But propulsion, satellite miniaturization, all of these change some fundamental underlying economic components, which you touched on earlier. But it also then has a broader impact. So, Dan, I'm curious about your thoughts about how these very specific technologies are really changing the landscape.
Well, I mean, it wasn't very long ago when satellite image analysts were all in a very dark room somewhere outside of DC or something, and every once in a while, maybe at the UN or maybe at some high-level meeting, a little bit of information would leak in. Well, today, I don't watch the evening news without looking at a satellite picture. I mean, my wife will be sitting next to me saying, just about saying, let's see, is that a troop carrier or is that, those are things that happen in these, very, very secret, very much behind locked doors. So satellite imagery has come into our lives. It's crept in. Businesses are starting to use it, agriculture, different technologies in space, synthetic aperture radar, infrared, hyperspectral, so you could see minerals, for instance, from space and know where to dig. And those of you who follow archaeology, I mean, heck, we're finding cities in the jungle that, are just out there because we can see them from space. So an amazing amount of movement forward, and our expectations, of course, continue to keep up with that. So, now we're wondering, why can't I see my house from 10 minutes ago? And we will see that kind of stuff with remote sensing and communications working together.
John, same question to you. How do you see these evolving detailed technology underpinnings changing the economics of the business?
Well, I think you're seeing this, and I'll speak, and Dan, you make a great point when it comes to Earth observation and just kind of the integration of the Earth observation capabilities, commercial specifically, into our daily lives. I think we don't appreciate enough the role of these space-based technologies in terms of actually the impact that they're having on us every day as terrestrial users. I think that when it comes to convergence is really what I'm seeing from a communications perspective, is you have, and I'll use the example of this just from our, when you're sitting at home. I have Verizon Fios at my house. I'm not using the cellular network typically when I make a phone call, and to me as a user, that's completely it doesn't matter to me. I have a job to be done. I need to make a phone call. My device helps me understand which transport path I'm going to use to do that job efficiently and effectively and reliably. I think that what we're seeing across the ecosystem is more convergence of these terrestrial and space-based technologies. I think that's going to result in people being better connected all the time. I think when we talk about the direct-to-device landscape and where that's headed, we're really in a position where, when you drive toward standard-based open architectures where others can participate in the ecosystem, where you can then reduce some of the friction that's existed historically in a lot of satellite communications, which comes to the terminal side of the equation. When you start to remove some of that friction, you can really achieve some massive scale and adoption of the service. So I think that those are types of technologies, Sean, where I think you're going to see people always connected. They won't appreciate, is my prediction, that those are space-based technologies, but it will change the way that we interact. It will change the way we transact with digital payments and those types of things in very remote rural areas moving forward.
I mean, there's an expectation now that capabilities in space are a part of our life, and it's been a steady change. I remember years ago, I've been working on wildfire technology for a number of years, and I remember talking to the governor's office in California at one point a few years ago and suggesting that we use remote sensing from space, and initially they looked at me like I was out of my mind. yeah, we're going to have a space program. Well, today, every 15 minutes or so, CAL FIRE gets an exact fire line of exactly where the fire is and some prediction of where it's going because of they are using and very much familiar with what's going on in space.
Good, John, we're going to shift back to you. If you think about the emergence of LEO constellations, also technologies like AI, are there particular things that you at Viasat and Viasat are doing to stay on top of those trends or to kind of involve your business model?
Yeah, I think I'll tackle the AI piece first and then into the LEO piece. I think from an AI perspective, I think I joined almost every other company in the world in wanting to look at AI through the lens of how you can transform your business and run your operations and effectively. So we're involved in that. I think that there are specific things that I think of when it comes to the adoption of AI and the role that AI is going to play in our lives moving forward. And it kind of comes back to the point that I just made about direct-to-device, which is we're going to want to have access to AI tools and technologies regardless of where we are, so that we can have the assistance of those tools and applications throughout the world. So I think that connectivity, satellite-based connectivity in particular, will play a critical role in enabling connectivity all the way to the edge to allow these technologies to be used to their fullest extent. I think, Sean, on the second part with LEO, it's been obviously a fascinating evolution, I think, in terms of the number of satellites that have been deployed in LEO, and that's not just communications, that's also with Earth observation capabilities, et cetera. One of the things I like to point out when we have this conversation around LEO technologies is typically how it's discussed, is that we view LEO as a physical space where you would put your technology, not as a technology in and of itself, because there are really incredible inventions and innovations happening across all orbits in space. That's something I'd like to really reiterate. And there are very specific attributes that are both desirable and undesirable depending on your user application, your job to be done, depending on which orbit you have technology deployed in. So I think that's something when I talk about convergence, looking at it through the lens of an ecosystem and the fact that a communications technology deployed in low Earth orbit can have certain attributes that are absolutely beneficial to the job that you need to have done. There are times when that actually also works against you, and that more perfect supply and demand matching, for example, from an efficiency perspective of geo-based capabilities is really desirable. So I think it's about leveraging these technologies smartly together in a multi-orbit and resilient way.
Anything to add to that?
Well, as I said earlier, I think LEO, the technologies that have enabled useful small satellites are really have been a huge change, because it's kind of democratized space. And as I said before, I remember not very long ago there were maybe 6 or 8 really meaningful satellite manufacturing locations on the world, and now there are dozens and dozens. And not only that, but there are conferences where if you go to the SmallSat conference in Utah and you walk down an aisle, and everybody will have their gizmos and gadgets. And there's a propulsion system there. That's a sensor. There's a navigation system. By the time you walk down an aisle, you can have built a satellite. And this is technology that not long ago was only available in the national labs and a few companies. I remember walking into that conference, and a sophomore from Egypt came up to me with a satellite in his hands, the size of a toaster oven, and said, "Can you give us a ride?" Sophomore in college. If I went to my advisor when I was a sophomore and said, "I want to build a satellite," he would have patted me on the head and said, "That's very nice."
We've started to touch on, I think, some strategic and perhaps geopolitical considerations, and I promise we'll not use any of the T words, tariffs, Trump, or whatever. But with rising international competition, lots of private players being able to launch satellites, as well as a broad swath of governmental and sovereignty issues related to this. How do you see that, unfolding? How do you see this balance for innovation, but also kind of geopolitical and other strategic considerations? Dan, why don't we have you start there?
Well, I think first, we haven't really talked about the sectors, so let's just outline that for a minute. I mean, there's the commercial sector, like commercial communications, commercial remote sensing, selling images to people and companies. There's the civil space world of space exploration, and there's a heck of a lot going on there. And there's a bit of a lunar economy forming. Now, there's a lot of discussions about should we go to Mars or somewhere else, but right now, I mean, there's a lot of the commercial sector and a lot of governments are focused on an enormous project for humanity, which will be decades long and have an economy into itself. And then probably, maybe most importantly right now, there's national security, where there's a lot of money going into protecting our assets, potentially, denying assets in space. And so there's quite a bit going on there. And the international environment is different in each of those three sectors. So the commercial community obviously continues to collaborate as much as possible, supply satellites and hardware, the lowest cost, the more capability, people buying things from across the Atlantic or from Canada, making things in Mexico, and scientists and engineers working together. Civil space, there's the Artemis Accords and the Artemis Project that I kind of just referred to. And that's a whole set of activities and discussions of how we work together, what kind of norms of behavior we should have. And there's been a lot of bilateral and multilateral discussions there that hopefully continue. And then in national security, I mean, we have a Space Force now. There's Space Command in most of our European countries. There's a lot of posturing, there's a lot of mischief going on in space right now. It's kind of like all the stories about submarines dodging each other underneath the polar regions in the 1950s and 1960s. It's a very nervous time, honestly, and there's quite a bit of focus that we don't know enough of what's going on in space with situational awareness from Earth and satellites. And whether we have enough tools in hand to take defensive and offensive effects. And all of those three things are rippling through the space economy right now, with allies and across the table with folks who aren't allies.
John, Viasat's obviously been a global player for quite some time, and you need to navigate pretty significantly shifting regulatory regimes in different regions, as well as different governmental priorities and priorities. Given the context of what we were just talking about, curious to hear your experiences and what Viasat's doing in that area.
Yeah, thanks, Sean. So first, Dan made a bunch of incredibly good comments right there that we could talk about for a week, I think, and have a really healthy conversation around. So point just being, it is a really complex and dynamic time to work through these issues. I think what I would say, and I'll get to kind of the regulatory piece a little bit here, but I think it's important from, this is my perspective, is that space, I don't think people can debate, is a global resource. And I think that we need to cooperate in space. I think that it is definitely a dynamic geopolitical time in terms of where we are, in terms of international cooperation in space. I think there have been a lot of positive programs. You mentioned Artemis Accords. I think the moon, Viasat's actually announced some work with ESA on a project called Moonlight, which is about communications for that ecosystem to evolve. I think ESA's looking at as a €100 million or 100 billion euro economy for the lunar economy. So there are all kinds of opportunities that are going to require intense international collaboration. And I think that it's a real challenge, to be frank, to get all countries into a room. You see this happen with things like radio frequency spectrum at the ITU. There are all kinds of challenges to get folks aligned in terms of what do we need to do from a regulatory perspective? How are we going to share resources equitably? And then what I would say is, if you look at space and you talk about kind of protect and defend, or the contested environment potentially that we will see in space, I think it's to all of our benefit to find a way to cooperate in space so that we can create a sustainable space ecosystem and economy moving forward. I think it's going to be, it already is in so many ways entrenched in our lives in an incredibly impactful and meaningful way, to where if we don't sort out the regulatory pieces in terms of how are we going to share, how are we going to incentivize all countries to participate and benefit from space so that we all have a shared interest in protecting the resource. I think if we can't figure that out, then we're going to have some serious things happen.
So Dan, if you can pick that up, what regulatory dynamics or frameworks are needed so that we don't, I guess, turn into the wild, wild west?
All over it. So number one, we are the wild, wild west in space. I mean, it's happened. When we drive our cars, we know we're supposed to stay in the right hand of the road, and if you're going to turn, you're going to turn on your signal, you're going to go extra fast if the light is yellow. We have very specific norms of behavior that we require when we drive, when we fly, how we communicate. That doesn't exist for the most part in space. There's cooperation that is happening at varying levels. Most of the commercial community in the U.S., or the commercial community has to be licensed by the FAA and the FCC, and so there's certain touch points that our community has. But even within the U.S., how close you get to another satellite physically, when you report, how far ahead you have to know if you're going to get too close, and what happens next. Those things are still being formed. And we don't have, visibility like we do in air, where we have radars all over the place and we've got beacons on everything, and for the most part we're tracking. So there's an enormous amount of work to do. And then when you look at things like the US and China, there's even less. There are some, if the US has a policy that if we see a collision about to happen, our Space Force notifies the other country. So there are some items there, but we would love to get, China to sign something like the Artemis Accords that says basically, at least fundamentally, what are we trying to achieve in space, and then get down to brass tacks. There's an effort in the Commerce Department for space traffic management, like air traffic management. It's pretty new. As a matter of fact, I was talking to the previous director yesterday, and they started it by having commercial companies coordinate their trajectories, their changes in orbit, so they can start to see and coordinate and give people warning or notification. So that's begun. And then the other part is debris and how we manage debris and how we create it. So, we've got a gazillion LEO satellites now. Now, the good thing about LEO, or low Earth orbit, is there's a little bit of atmosphere there, so they decay faster. But in a high low Earth orbit it can still take decades for it to come down. So, we have problems with unexpected stages, batteries exploding, causing debris. And then I'll just end with the biggest risk we have, by far, is back to contested space. We've had China and Russia recently, and even India, do anti-satellite kinetic missiles, that caused, the Chinese debris field for when they destroyed one of their own weather satellites to demonstrate their anti-satellite capability, is still orbiting and will for, I think, a couple more decades. And so we're creating huge smudges in space that, may be contaminating critical environments that will limit us for a long, long time.
John, same question to you.
Yeah. So I think in terms of the sustainability piece, I think it's a real issue that needs to be addressed. I think that it's even fascinating to me that over the past couple of years, you've had incidents occur where you've had space debris, fall through the gentleman's home in Naples, right, last year, and you had a big part of a booster landed in Africa, right, I think a few months ago. it was always kind of talked about as, oh, this is a possibility, but now you're actually starting to see some of that occur. I think there have been questions raised by some universities about the impact on the atmosphere for the aluminum oxide issue, and I think that there's a lot that needs to be done there. I think also more broadly, you talk about the difficulty in tracking space objects, right? But there are 30-some thousand trackable space objects, I think. There are millions that we can't track. And having situational awareness there is incredibly important so that you can make the most effective and efficient use of space. This is where I think I would come to the fact that we talk about the magnitude of space in the overall domain and what you're able to achieve in terms of number of objects that could safely operate in space. And I think that we still have questions that we don't know the answers to around some of the science there. And how many objects can we safely sustain? Understanding that there are failures, right? Like you mentioned, batteries exploding or what have you. I think that it's a real challenge, and I think that this is where, again, from an international cooperation perspective, we have to recognize that, yes, space may be extremely large, but the usable areas of space around Earth for these capabilities that we're talking about are actually pretty finite. And we need to have an understanding, and we need to have frameworks so that we can work together in an international multilateral context to address these issues and make sure that, as I mentioned, all countries have access to space. All countries can innovate. Like you mentioned, Dan, it's a great story with the Egyptian who came to you, the student, right, with the satellite. But these are the things, because the cost of launch is coming way down, right, because of innovations in that space. And I hope to see continued competition in those dimensions to make space more accessible. I think that makes it even more imperative that we address those situations through international conversation around frameworks for sustainability.
Hey, just to hijack the question for a second, because John, you mentioned, a lot of international collaboration, and that is one thing that I think most countries today are thinking about is what is going to be our part of the space economy, and what sovereign capabilities do we need for our own national security? And it's really interesting watching countries start to noodle through this, because it's very difficult to be everything. And so, is a country going to be a satellite manufacturer? Are they going to be a sub-tier supplier? Are they going to be an applications provider? I think every country, for the most part, is trying to think through what is our part of the space architecture. How do we interact with the large companies? How do we create jobs and technical skills in our country? And how, as a government, do we then trade off with the U.S., with Russia, with other countries in our area to create a regional capability? You see that in the Middle East, you see that in Europe, you see that in the Far East. It's going to be really interesting to see the moves that they make to stimulate growth in their areas.
It really is an interesting tension, right, between the adoption of some of these commercial technologies, for example, at scale, because you benefit from the sheer scale and opportunity from a performance perspective that exists with commercial technologies, and what countries are deeming to be essential to their own national security and sovereignty. So I think that you're going to see that continue to evolve. I think that there will be, a number of providers, us included, that are looking at taking advantage of the opportunities that exist to deliver the requisite capabilities for countries to really feel that they have control of their own sovereignty when it comes to space. But I think it's a fascinating topic that's going to continue to play out.
Taiwan and their decisions to not use a Starlink capability, for instance, but start to form their own backup communication, I guess, is a perfect example of that.
Yeah, I think you've seen this happen in a number of other countries too, right? Where they're determining what capabilities they truly need to own themselves so that they can maintain that sovereignty. And then I think you made another really good point, Dan, which is about the economy itself and how are countries determining where they can succeed in competing in this global landscape. So that'll be interesting to see how that evolves also. There are obviously, access to capital is going to be a huge one in driving that. That's where the U.S. companies have a pretty significant advantage, I think.
As we head toward the wrap up, maybe a couple quick questions in a row. Is there anything in particular that you're excited about? It could be a technology, could be some new business model. Dan, I'll start with you. Anything that...
Okay, yeah, I'm going to switch gears completely. So I've had the privilege of being on the National Academy Space Studies Board and gotten to see what our next decade looks like in space, astrophysics, planetary science, heliophysics, and it's amazing. And so, it hasn't been very long ago we discovered that we've been looking at what we've been looking at is only 5% of what is out there in our universe. Now we're starting to map dark matter. Our astrophysicists are creating a map of the dark matter in our universe. And that will be available probably in the next couple of years. We are on our way to Europa to see if there's any life in an undersea ocean. We just flew the closest spacecraft ever to the sun. The sun's really important because it puts out these, not only does it light our day, but it puts out storms every 11 years. In the past, some of them have caused, in 1869, they caused the telegraph lines to spark. Now, if we get a storm like that today, it would devastate our power infrastructure, communications infrastructure, and most things in space. So knowing and being able to predict space weather is really important. And just one more thing. We're about to put out what's called a gravitational observatory in space. It's a new way of looking at space. So I bring that up because I think we don't usually talk about the importance of scientific leadership for the United States. And to maintain that, we focus on bite-sized accomplishments, but we don't usually look at the big picture. And it's our advancements and it's our leadership in science that feeds engineering and feeds innovation and keeps us ahead.
John, same to you. What gets you excited?
Why do you have to steal all my answers? That's what I want to know. And seriously. I think there are a couple of other areas. You talk about science. I think it's really critically important. I think when you talk about capabilities like solar power from space, right? I think that's really interesting in terms of how that could transform life on Earth. I also, just from obviously a biased perspective in communications, I think free space optics are really interesting in terms of what they could do to really remove some existing constraints that we have around radio frequency spectrum and whatnot moving forward. So I think there are a number of areas here that are going to be fascinating to see how they evolve over the next decade.
We'll take the opposite tack now. What keeps you up at night? And John, we'll start with you. What either risks or nightmare scenarios worry you?
I really think it comes back to our conversation around the international collaboration in several of these areas. I think that there are all kinds of reasons why we should collaborate with one another. I think that there are all kinds of very human reasons why we end up failing at making real progress in these areas. And that's the thing that I think keeps me up at night, is that there's real opportunity for us to implement smart frameworks around regulation, around sustainability, that will put us in a position where we truly have an enduring and an enduring space economy that we're all going to benefit from. I'm afraid that we won't move quickly enough, or we won't be able to work collaboratively enough to make that happen.
All right, Dan, what gives you nightmares and what keeps you up at night?
I'm on the same page. Eisenhower, Kennedy, and Johnson all said, basically, before the peaceful use of space agreement was put together in the early 60s and late 50s, that if we cooperate in space, we will avoid our tendency for conflict, that we need to find ways to cooperate. And I look at, for instance, our Artemis project to the moon and the fact that the Chinese are leading a research station project to the moon, which is pretty much the same thing. And so we're both going back to the moon in like parallel play, kind of like toddlers do, without any collaboration. And I would love to see a day when, even with intense commercial competition, which I'm convinced will never go away, but that we find ways to collaborate. You know, a lot of people don't know that we're still have astronauts coming down on Soyuz capsules from the Russians. I mean, we have ways to coordinate and communicate and collaborate scientifically and engineering that kind of binds us in ways that sometimes on the Earth we're not able to. And I'd like to see a future where we are making the most out of space and, you know, really keeping the vision alive for all humankind.
One last question before we wrap, and I'll start with you, John. Let's make it near term, no pie in the sky, no pun intended. Next 3 to 5 years, you know, what is something you think the average person is going to experience in their day-to-day life that is going to be enabled by what we're seeing happen in the space economy?
I think that we're going to see I'll have to caveat this a little bit because it will not all be a broadband experience for all 2.6 billion unconnected users currently in the world in the next 3 to 5 years. But I think that you will have the majority of those 2.6 billion being connected better in a more ubiquitous fashion because of the innovations that are taking place across the satellite communications ecosystem.
Same to you.
I think space will creep into our lives further as we sort of started, to where if you're a business or an individual person and you want to know what's happening in on your company's grounds, or you know how your house is, you'll be able to just dial up a satellite picture in infrared and synthetic aperture radar, and 1 minute later you'll have it.
I want to thank both Dan and John for their time, and thank you, audience, for your listening pleasure, and we appreciate the time. We'll be available for questions subsequent to the panel, and we'll declare victory and hand it back to you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for a fascinating conversation and just promise of the future. Pretty exciting stuff. All right, we are going to continue and move on to harnessing AI for cross-sector innovation. This is where we're going to take a look at how AI is really reshaping industries, enhancing efficiency, and driving disruption, obviously, across a variety of sectors. So right now, I'd like to have you join me in welcoming Kelly C. Chambliss of IBM Consulting Americas, Mahesh Vinayagam of Cubotica, Inc., Ben Goldberg of CGI, Inc., and this panel discussion will be moderated by Susan Sly of the Pause Technologies, Inc. So Susan will take to the stage in just a minute, but before that, we'd like to share a message on screen from our partners, Salt River Project and Resolution Copper. Thank you.
My name's Anthony Castaneda, and I'm an environmental advisor. I'm from Globe Miami community, and there's a lot of my family who's in mining. This community means everything to me. My grandparents worked at the smelter. I have family that work here. I have friends that I went to high school with that work here. It is close-knit. It's a great place to work. They're very involved in the community. I started at Resolution Copper about 5 years ago in the drilling department, and now I'm here with environmental sustainability. This role is a great fit for me, aligning with my past experience and future aspirations. It's very important to work for a company that takes it to heart when it comes to taking care of the land. We've reclamated a lot of the tailings to get them back to what they looked like before. Because I'm from this area, I want to treat this land with respect, protect it. I'm excited about the future here, not just for me, but for the entire community. We are Resolution Copper, and we are Copper Strong.
Well, hello, everyone. And for those of you who are not from here, welcome to Phoenix. We tried to keep it in the 60s for you, but our best efforts didn't work. My name is Susan Sly. I'm the founder and CEO of the Pause Technologies. We are focused on using agentic and generative AI to help the millions of women in the United States and billion globally navigate perimenopause and menopause. I'm a second-time AI founder. In my previous company, we did the largest deployment of computer vision at scale here in the United States. And I'm originally from Canada, but I will not say A. So before I introduce my panelists, I want to share some statistics with all of you. 61% of organizations consider AI essential to their strategy, and that comes from IBM and the Global AI Adoption Index. Only 34% have successfully scaled AI initiatives, according to McKinsey. How many of you have scaled AI by a show of hands? Okay, not very many. How many of you would like to scale AI? Yes. And how many of you would not put up your hand no matter what I said to you? Oh, thank you for the honesty. I do appreciate that. So today our panel is going to talk about cross-sector innovation. And the goal of the panelists and myself is so that you leave with tangible insights on how you can scale AI. And we're at a very interesting time in artificial intelligence. There's been the hype cycle. Now we're seeing greater AI adoption, but at enterprise, there are a lot of barriers, whether it's governance, ethics, or different factions within an organization who can't seem to come together to be able to scale the AI. So we're going to talk about all of these things. We will talk about some potentially interesting areas of opportunity. So the first panelist is leading IBM's consulting services across North and South America, and she has spent over 2 decades helping Fortune 100 clients apply emerging technologies, especially AI and hybrid cloud, to solve high-stakes business and societal problems. She is a vocal advocate for ethical AI and a trusted partner to some of the world's most complex organizations. Kelly Chambliss, and she is here from Chicago, so she flew to our amazing city, and we'll get to know Kelly in just a minute. The second guest is he's leading CGI's global strategy in health and life sciences, and he's advising governments and private sector healthcare organizations on how to use AI to improve clinical workflows, population health, and research efficiency. His work is focused on making AI not just innovative, but implementable, especially where lives are on the line. And he hails from Toronto, my hometown, and we have Ben Goldberg. And my last guest is the founder and CEO of Cubotica, which is a Phoenix-based intelligent automation company. His focus is on hyper-automation and the integration of AI and RPA across back-office operations, compliance, and digital transformation. He has deep expertise in tuning inefficiencies into intelligent workflows. And Mahesh Vinayagam, Les, thank you, and welcome. So please give them a massive round of applause. So I always like to start with a fun fact. Kelly, you were a D1 volleyball player, which is hardcore. So being an athlete, and I was a former professional athlete, what aspect of that level of sport have you brought into your work ethic? Because I know you are known for being absolutely driven and tenacious. No.
Yeah, thank you, Susan. I thought you were going to say it's hard to believe because you're not very tall. But I was a setter. Some of you might have guessed libero, but there is a spot for those of us who aren't 6 feet plus on the volleyball court. When I heard that question, Susan, first thing that came to mind is probably this kind of never give up attitude. No, in volleyball, no matter where the ball went, I was diving after it, whether it was into the stands, crashing into other players, just kind of going after everything and kind of refusing to give up on anything, which is so important to the world, in the world of business and especially technology. The other thing, though, that I would highlight is just teamwork and the power of teamwork and people coming together with a common goal, and how much more can be accomplished and how much better we make each other when we come together as a united team.
So we now have the vision of Kelly diving into the stands at IBM, right, to be able to bring together the innovation. Thank you, Kelly, for that. So Ben, we've had some different conversations, both being Canadian, but you are an avid F1 fan. I mean, hardcore. Melbourne, UK, Montreal, so many. So what is the bucket list F1?
It's the best bucket list because there's just so many options out there, but Monaco's definitely one of them that's the peak because it is truly the most established and esteemed of the races. So that would be the bucket list one. But there's, again, so many to tackle around the world. I'm looking forward to ticking them off the list.
So if anyone has client tickets to Monaco, let Ben know.
That's right.
So Mahesh, how many of you play pickleball? Anyone? Okay, I have never played pickleball in my life. And as an angel investor, I have 7 startups in my portfolio. 1 pivoted to pickleball. I still haven't played, so not. But Mahesh, you were running a Fever of 103, and you were supposed to be in a pickleball tournament, and you're like, no, I'm going to play anyway, which is absolutely insane. And you end up winning. So for those people who've never played pickleball, why pickleball?
Okay, yeah, I wouldn't actually recommend others do it, but I had to, for the sake of my partner, to win that tournament. Yeah, so why would someone play? That's the question here. I think it's for our ages and it's all skills. And one of the fun thing is you see pickleball in America, it's in every corner, like every park has it. So it's a good social aspect to it, right? So whatever age that you are in, even if you just want to get out or meet someone, that's a great place to be, I would say.
Well, you're almost tempting me to try it, but I might wait until after it's not going to be 100 degrees here in Phoenix. And the reason I ask these questions is because there is always a human behind any AI scaling. And that's the thing we have to remember if you're taking notes, is that whatever we are going to do when it comes to deploying AI across sectors, that we have to bring that human aspect in and come to the table first and foremost as human beings before we start to talk about the technology. But let's jump in. So, Kelly, you are working across highly regulated sectors, finance, government, healthcare. And where are you seeing AI create operational transformation, and what is blocking the scaling?
Good question, Susan. So I'll maybe start with the second half of that question, which is the blockers, constraints, because when you asked the question to the audience about how many are using AI at scale, there weren't very many hands that went up, and that's because there are some challenges and constraints in front of us all as it relates to really getting the full value from the technology, and probably technology that gives us the ability to unlock value at a level that none of us have ever seen in our career. So it's not a technical limitation today. There are some other constraints and challenges. Kind of the first couple that come to mind are, I just say, data readiness. And it's not just having the data, but having it in a trusted, and to your point around regulated industries, compliant, and being able to use that data for machine learning and for AI. So data readiness is a big challenge. Just IT and application landscape complexity is a big challenge. And think about it, AI itself will generate additional applications. Probably, I think it's been estimated 1 billion in the next 2 or 3 years. So that's adding to the complexity of the environment and then the skills required to navigate that complexity and to be able to harness the full power of the data. And then last but not least, probably the greatest challenge, I think, is skills and cultural change and incentives and changing the behavior of really millions of people in various roles across every organization, right? It's a really big cultural shift and just new ways of working. And incenting, motivating everybody to leverage this technology can be a big challenge and a big constraint and something that requires a lot of focus. Having said all of that, there are areas where real value is being realized at scale from AI today. A few examples are application development, just building applications and IT operations, supporting some of the complexity that I described. So in the IT space, a lot of automation and AI driving real productivity and efficiency. The second one I would say is security, right? Security is at the top of every board and CEO's things to worry about list, right? And AI is doing amazing things in terms of detecting, preventing security breaches before they happen. Those advancements will continue. And then last but not least, on the business process side, we're seeing a lot of scale value being added in the employee and customer service space. So we have clients, one example is Elevance Health, that they handled 10 million customer inquiries digitally, and it not only drove productivity, cost savings, efficiency, but higher customer sat. So anything around employee and customer service, we're seeing real impact at scale.
It's interesting when you talk about that, because I think about how much AI agents have evolved, especially in customer service, and seeing companies, large enterprise companies, making those shifts and the technology getting better and better and the models getting better and better because they're looking at the training on that data and really applying it. And then I think, how many of you have had a really bad AI customer service experience? Yeah, right? Like that's almost all of us. And so I think that as we go and grow in the near future and with compute and operational efficiency, we're going to begin to see those agents get so much better. So, which, thank goodness, that's all I have to say about that. Ben, so AI is really rapidly evolving in the healthcare space, and adoption is not even. And so what are some of the breakthrough use cases that you're seeing today, and how are you helping your clients, which include public and private sector, overcome the adoption risk that they perceive?
Yeah, for sure. I think it's something that's innate to healthcare. It happens to be a very risk-averse industry. And so when you have a risk-averse industry trying to introduce emerging technologies, there's some apprehension around it, which is going to be natural. And you have to prove out those case studies to really grow the momentum and the adoption behind it. Actually, to the point about AI tending to be more baked in with a lot of processes these days too. Often it's something that's underlying a lot of technologies that are being leveraged to date. But there's sort of two streams that we're really finding in terms of AI adoption. Some of the safer, dare I say, implementations are more on those foundational administrative tasks. So helping to modernize the way that you're interacting with your administrative systems and optimizing operations and pieces like that. Huge value in it. A little bit more of a trepidation around getting into things that lead to more clinical decision making. There's obviously, again, that apprehension around introducing technologies that are going to have that clinical impact. You have to tread very lightly when you're coming across that. But with that being said, there's phenomenal case studies that we're doing around the world, which I'll just bring up a couple. Our team in Finland have a really mature portfolio there and relationship with the health delivery sector. And we've introduced early detection for brain bleeding, so an AI brain analysis platform there, which in itself is providing access and visibility to potential brain hemorrhaging at a very, very early stage and helping to save lives in that respect. You look at technologies around AI Scribe, which I think has been one of the most impactful instances across healthcare. You've got physicians who would you interact with your primary care provider and they're sitting there taking notes on their computer while you're having a conversation about your health and well-being. You're hoping that they capture everything accurately. And then towards the tail end of the day, there's that extra 3 or 4 hour process that happens where your physician's then going through those notes, summarizing those notes, populating them into the patient summary. And it's really leading to that physician burnout. AI Scribe is a platform that can record that interaction, capture all of the details, funnel it into the patient summary, and your doctor gets to have a true one-on-one conversation the way things are meant to be. So there's some really phenomenal case studies that are out there.
I'm glad you mentioned that, Ben, about AI Scribe, because one of the things we're seeing with AI too is improved sentiment analysis. When I started really deploying AI at scale almost 7 years ago, sentiment analysis was very primal, for the lack of a better word, but now we're seeing better sentiment analysis, especially from writing. The Gen AI models have done that, because it's not so much the problem, and we were studying at MIT these different use cases where different physicians are going to have different perceptions of what is happening with the patient, and that goes into the EMR, and there's also going to be bias, right? And so the wonderful thing about AI, if the model is trained correctly, then it can detect sentiment, it can reduce the bias and have better patient outcomes. So great example.
Yeah, absolutely. I think all of these things are compounding into a true transformation in an industry that's fundamentally ripe for disruption. That's, I think, why there's so many impacts that can happen with this technology, because, again, it's an industry that needs this kind of change.
Yes, and as a sidebar, since I'm working in women's health, from what Kelly said with data and what Ben is talking about, just to give some perspective, if you don't know, here in the United States, just this is one fact, that heart disease kills more women than all the top 5 cancers combined. Yet 70% of the data set that is being used for those recommendations came from middle-aged white men. So the models that are being built are not providing accurate ways for women to actually navigate heart disease, right? So we have to Kelly's point, improve the data sources, data quality, improve the models, and what Ben is doing and in his work to be able to use these models to create better outcomes. So Mahesh, you have the fun job of moving clients from legacy processes, some of which are very, very old, to intelligent automation using AI. So what are some of the patterns you're seeing in terms of cross-sector readiness? I'm very curious about that. And where are you seeing AI deliver immediate impact?
Great question, Susan. So if you look at the overall pattern of how companies are adopting AI and the companies and the clients that we helped over the last decade, right? So I'd actually put them into 3 classes. Obviously, there are early adopters, then you have the late movers, then you have the laggards, right? So coming to the early adopters, so they were like at the start of the century, Y2K obviously shifted the whole technology sector to adopt a lot of outsourcing, so they were able to kind of really get the cost arbitrage through that. So the innovation was not pretty much around innovating in terms of the delivery of service or how they build systems, but how they actually move them off. Then after a decade of that, the cost pressures came in. Obviously, that's no longer the cost arbitrage that they needed. Obviously, they needed to find more ways to deliver services, repeatable service of high quality and all that stuff. And then they kind of started to adopt automation. These early movers saw that, okay, automation is a great opportunities. So they kind of really latched onto it and automated many of the menial tasks, if you will, right? So the data entry stuff, a lot of labor-intensive tasks, those automations really went fast. They were like really creating hundreds of processes or bots that were doing those efficiency gains for them. Then come like 2018, 2019, right? It's all the technology cycle, right? So then they're seeing that they're not really getting that output, that level of efficiency, because they've actually done most of it. They were reaching a point of like, where do I go for other opportunities? Then coming to the late movers, who probably started around the 2015s. So the technology was pretty evolved from an automation perspective. There was some element of AI, like you talked about. The intent engines were there, some level of machine learning, NLP was starting up. Chatbots were right there. Some mature technology, like computer vision, all of that kind of really came in. So they were like jumping onto the opportunity. Yes, I have the technology. But again, they hit a dead end as well when these processes that they were trying to automate, they needed a lot of judgment, a lot more skill than just typical rules-based stuff we're able to automate, right? So that's where they got stopped. And then the laggards, they were like, obviously, they were like wondering what to do, right? They were like regardless of size, scale, and type of sector, there were laggards across the board, right? So construction companies, some government agencies, some banks or some credit unions, they were because they were not really incentivized to get to that path. They got they were there. But each one of those three type of adopters, they're all coming to a unified with this level of AI technology availability right now, right? So I think it's fantastic. I think the journeys, all these, wherever they are in their stage of adoption, their journeys are converging. And I think that is the beauty. And regardless of the sector, regardless of their adoption cycle, I think AI and Gen AI and agentic AI that we talked about, and the AI agents are giving them that lifeline, that ability to really go fast. Whether they got stuck, whether they didn't start, or wherever they are in their journey, I think they can move forward.
And thinking about legacy systems, right? When you look at different types of AI, and I know for some people in the audience, you're thinking AI as one catchment, but there are many different types of AI, many different use cases. Sometimes legacy systems can be very directly related to hardware legacy. So in my past life, the kind of security cameras, or if there's existing edge hardware, and it can be really tough for large organizations to look at the cost to update their systems. And so I've seen where, for example, one large, I won't say who it is, retailer said, we have legacy edge compute, we have legacy GPUs. To anyone who was filling out the RFP, any of those ISVs, they had to be able to operate on legacy systems because they were demanding, if you want to do business with us, this is the choice you have. When we look at AI in the cloud, of course, it's more scalable. And that leads me to the big question, because a lot of discussion around AI for the last few years has been very theoretical, which is great. But let's get down to brass tacks. Let's talk ROI. And not to hold back, I mean, I think everyone in this room, you've probably seen your portfolio, take a hit the last week. And I didn't even look this morning. As a total aside, I get on the treadmill at the gym in the morning. I couldn't even watch CNBC. I thought, I'm going to just throw up in a bucket beside the treadmill this morning. But the reality is that we are living in a time where it's not 2021 anymore. Money's not cheap. We need to be able to prove ROI if we are going to deploy artificial intelligence. And so that's where I want to get deep really fast. So Kelly, where are you seeing the combination of AI and hybrid cloud really deliver scalable transformation and enhance efficiency?
Yeah, great question. And even 2-3 months ago, companies were focused on driving productivity, driving efficiency, and to your point, even more so today, right? And so I think that will break even more companies faster out of this experimentation, pilot, proof of concept mode and into scale, because we need to see the value from it today. We use ourselves in IBM as what we call client zero. So we do a lot of experimentation, pilots, proof of concepts, like most organizations. But as soon as that business case is strong and the ROI is compelling, we'll implement it at scale. And one of the first use cases that we implemented at scale might surprise some, which is HR. We set off to say there's got to be a better way to handle a lot of what I'll call the transactional side of HR. So people needing, a proof of employment letter, people needing to change, someone who, reporting chains, those kinds of things. They're a little more transactional in nature. And so, to drive productivity, to drive efficiency, we proved out that 90+% of transactions could be handled digitally. And the beautiful thing about it is, not only did it drive productivity and efficiency, but when you look at employee sat ratings on our HR team and function, they went up because people wanted to be able, it's like this empowerment that was given to them to just be able to go out there and truly have what we've been talking about for years in terms of employee self-service. It was real, and so we created this Ask HR bot and agent and just built on it and built on it. And now 94+% of transactions are handled through Ask HR. And then the other beautiful thing that came out of it was it freed up all of our HR professionals to do higher value work, to spend time coaching, developing, guiding people's careers, thinking about the skills that are needed out around the corner and helping people build those in advance, and those types of activities that before they'd been bogged down a bit by some of the more administrative transactional activities.
Well, and I love that IBM is looking at the long game for ROI. So when we're looking at ROI, especially for AI implementation, what companies have done is just look at the first part of the curve. So I'll give a real world example. So autonomous checkout. I'm surveying. How many of you use self-checkout when you go to the store? Okay. Almost everyone. So when a company is implementing self-checkout, they might look at, say, the CapEx to do it, and initially it's, it cuts labor, so it goes up like this. What was happening is if they followed the curve out 6 months or longer, the ROI went down because of shrink. And we went through a time here in the United States where people were literally walking out of stores. They were doing something called push-outs, where they'd load up their cart and they'd push, out a significant dollar figure. And so if you took that curve out, it actually lost money for the organization. And so now we're seeing, with different guardrails in place, better AI, humans in the loop, that self-checkout does make sense, but initially it didn't. The same thing with self-driving cars, right? So one thing I would invite you all to think about is take your ROI curves out longer, because sometimes what you're going to see is the ROI does go up, but some implementation, it might go down a little bit before it does increase, and that's just, smart business. So Ben, you have AI models improving public health outcomes and accelerating clinical trials. And it's so interesting when you think about public health versus private sector. So can you give some examples of where it's improving in both private and public?
I disappeared. I'm back. One thing I actually wanted to touch on that Kelly mentioned, which I think is such a great use case as well for ROI, because in my head and in many people's head, when we think of ROI, we think of the reduction of staffing that's going to be a result of introducing this technology. And what I love about your use case there is that it wasn't about finding efficiencies in the workforce in that respect. It was about providing better customer satisfaction, allowing the actual workforce to focus on those high priority pieces. So it's such a great example that really sets the precedent. For clinical trials in public health, there's just so much phenomenal innovation. From a clinical trial perspective, where AI can really play a role is helping to narrow down that group of potential candidates, the patients that can actually qualify and can be shortlisted and addressed in a much quicker respect. There's a lot of innovation that happens there, but I do want to touch on population health and public health, because I find it fascinating. And some of the work we've done with the NHS, we've done work within the BC Ministry of Health as well, is to introduce a model that taps into all these data sources and provides real-time access to them, real-time dashboarding. You could have a minister who is heading to a session, needs to find out information about ambulatory care or about surgical wait times or about vaccine administration, and rather than her reaching out to her support team to gather this information, which could take days or weeks, this is now something that can happen on the fly. And she's able to dial into the system directly to pull that type of information. That in itself is really transformative. And that's just on the surface. I mean, you get into, with access to that data, with the level or the layer of technology on top, what kind of information can you ascertain from it? How can that help you in pandemic prevention? How can that help you in determining pockets of things at a much, much earlier stage? So it's truly transformative.
And my follow-on question, because when I think about especially coming from Ontario, thinking about all of the data that is available, because it isn't gated by, say, different insurance companies or different stakeholders. It's all there. My question for you, I'm just so deeply curious about this, especially with healthcare. Do you feel there's an easier path to creating AI adoption in private or public? What are you seeing right now?
I don't think the path is very straightforward. I think there's, Kelly talked about the data, the governance around that I think is huge, the quality thereof. The governance I think is really that next piece. So access to that data, all the different players that are involved in it, interoperability standards, which is a fundamental underlying theme that we've talked about for decades, and it's being addressed in chunks, but we're talking about systems that don't fundamentally talk to each other, and when they don't, how can you leverage that data? So there's a bunch of different pieces. Ontario in particular, 165 public hospitals. You've got a variety of different agencies that help support healthcare delivery. We talk about province to province, let alone within your community, and trying to, follow up on that patient journey and provide the level of care that we're all aspiring to. So it's not an easy feat. It's achievable, and we are pushing in the right direction. And I really think emerging technologies like AI are going to be the catalyst for that change.
Which is fantastic, and thank you for those examples. So Mahesh, you are looking at different sectors and really thinking about automation plus AI to reduce cost and improve compliance in real time. So where are you seeing some bright spots in the work you're doing right now?
Yeah, I think generally across the board. So when we talk about compliance, right, so in the past, it's all about sampling, right? You wanted to kind of really take a few things and kind of really figure out how you do this. But with the automation, what we were able to do is capture information at a very granular level across the board and with every process, right? So it's kind of, it changed the game. You are able to now, like humans, when they're performing the process, they only recorded a few things. They didn't record everything, right? So with now, from the human execution to autonomous execution, the bots were able to kind of really say what they did and kind of log everything. So now we have the data. Now that the data is here, the AI gives us much more ability to kind of really go through that data. Now think about it, how it's actually evolved, right? And with the add on top, in some sectors, the edge computing the resources, the cost of those kind of really coming down. You can actually put sensors, a lot of things like data collection, like cameras everywhere. This enormous opportunity now being presented to collect that data in various forms, whether it is for pictures, videos, voice and text and emails and documents. All of it is actually presenting great opportunity for the models to kind of go into deeper level of testing or checking information. I think for compliance leaders, this is the greatest opportunity that has been presented to them. They can actually look at it every level possible, and things that were not seen by human eyes, right? Now they are now visible. So I'm very excited about it, right? So it is again, industry agnostic, size agnostic, and with what DeepSeek really showed us, right, with the shock as well, that it can be implemented at a very low cost as well, right? The barrier of like, hey, I have to be a very large organization to buy something from IBM, for example. They can just set up a subscription for $25 online to start using some of those technologies, right? So I think I'm very excited about it.
And I love that you mentioned multimodal data input. So when we're thinking about, for those of you who haven't implemented AI yet, the different types of data sources can provide such incredible insight. And going back to, as an example, women's health, so to a full picture of a woman, to be able to use, say, her mammogram and her blood work and her sentiment data from self-reporting, journaling. I mean, there's no end of ways we can paint better pictures, right? As opposed to trying to take the cookie cutter approach. And that's where AI comes in to be precise. Now, there's a lot of learning that can happen between sectors. And what works for one sector could be a catalyst for growth and real scale in another sector, and sometimes it doesn't work. But Kelly, I want to ask you, what can healthcare learn from AI adoption in financial services and vice versa?
This is a fun one because there will be increasing sharing of models, learning patterns across industries over time as AI adoption scales. It's interesting, and you heard me cite a few examples earlier, but most of the scale adoption of AI have been cross-industry use cases to date. So I use an example of HR, there's security, there's IT operations, customer service, like there's procurement, finance, I could go on, but a lot of them are cross-industry functions and processes. There are some great examples in financial services and banking are probably as advanced as any industry because they've been using machine learning to start and now more advanced AI to detect fraud for years, right? And it's now quite sophisticated. And many of you as consumers are getting the messages and they're catching many more transactions, fraudulent transactions than they would have in the past. So when you start thinking about, okay, banks have kind of mastered applying AI to fraud, could that be applied in healthcare to medical billings, claims, and fraud even in the public sector more broadly? And so some of those use cases will start to cross over between financial services and healthcare. You could go the other direction as well when you start thinking about art of the possible, where, and Ben, you've talked about, and your team does work around predictive diagnostics and helping diagnose patients and all of that. If you think about it, that's the health of a person. Could some of those use cases and models and patterns be used to look at the health of an investment portfolio, right? And one of the beautiful things that's advancing now in AI is, and you talked about ROI earlier, it does cost a lot, and that's why it's been hard to break out of experimentation mode, except in some of these cross-industry processes. But now there's more and more smaller models being built for some of these domain industry-specific use cases. So the models being applied for fraud are very specific, and as a result, they don't take up the same compute power to run them. And so you can get ROI faster as well from some of these domain industry-specific models. And then to your point, you'll start to see, does fraud apply to health, from banking apply to healthcare? Does healthcare diagnostics apply to investment portfolios? And, you can really start to think about the possibilities and the power of the technology.
And Kelly, I love that you mentioned that. Many years ago, I was looking at some research on the correlation between physical health and financial health. And this was very much correlative, but very evidence-based research that came out of one university. And that the financial health of the individual, they were looking at that compared with obesity as an example. And I think we're going to learn a lot. And there's always, as we begin to go through cross sectors and as it relates to our end users, the data always tells a story. And our goal is to use AI for good and to be able to help humans live better, longer, healthier, happier lives, right? So I love that you gave those examples. Go ahead, Ben.
Because I think it's a great point. It's about not just the lessons that can be learned cross-industry, but the data that can be leveraged cross-industry, how it informs other industries, and be it social determinants of health, which obviously are a major component of one's well-being, or if it's financial elements or environmental elements. I think it's fascinating.
And that I'm curious about this to piggyback on my last question to you, Ben, because having it, for me, in my perspective, living in the US, but being Canadian, I've experienced both healthcare systems. Are you seeing either system learning from each other? And if so, what has been adopted on both sides?
Learning from each other for sure. What I really love from my role is that it's a global role. So I have this perspective, not just US and Canada, but also global instances where there's similarities, there's differences, there's successes, there's challenges. And I think that's something that every healthcare organization is really looking for. What can I learn from other jurisdictions that'll help me deliver better healthcare? We talk about how the private sector, and fundamentally healthcare in the US is very much private sector. And so there's agility to it, there's a more nimbleness to it, and because of that ability to introduce emerging technologies at a faster rate, it's almost a proving ground for other jurisdictions to be able to leverage. You look at the growth, I think it was one of the panels yesterday just on telemedicine, where pre-COVID it was around 15% of interactions were by telemedicine, and now it's ballooned to 85%. So that's been phenomenal progress that's happened because of these emerging technologies being introduced.
When it's minus 40 Celsius in Canada, telemedicine is the way to go. That's my
This is true.
Or 120 degrees in Phoenix, and you sweat just going from your car to the clinic. So, Mahesh, how do you approach the reuse of AI building blocks across industries, especially in compliance-heavy industries which you're working in?
Yeah, great. So at Cubotica, we have industry cubes and Cubotica. So we create those structural patterns across these different industries, right? So we talked about, Kelly just mentioned about certain elements of how financial services work can be transferred to healthcare. And similarly, like, whether it's transportation, construction, supply chain, there are like several elements that you could actually, structural patterns that you can extract from each of those industries. We create those structural patterns, and those kind of like added with the data that's specific to that industry domain could actually produce good results. And those could actually act as a starter as well, right? So because, once some of these companies were never able to get off the blocks because they were like, where do I start? How do I make an impact, right? So having those accelerators, those frameworks across industries really helped us, Cubotica, kind of really get into newer clients like, you mentioned Elevance Health, UN, Western Union, Prudential Insurance, some of our clients, right? So, all of these, there is a common pattern across how do I actually prioritize, how do I actually analyze, how do I actually take that into implementation, how do I scale, right? So there are various reuse patterns, not just from an implementation standpoint, but also about approaching the problems, identifying it, because that is critical when it comes to AI implementation. It's not about what tools to select, how do I implement. It's also about where do I find that opportunity, how do I find it, and taking that. I think both aspects needs to be looked into, and having these reuse accelerators that I talked about. Now we could actually use AI to find opportunities for AI. So that's the beauty, right? So now you could actually have AI agents deployed at the point of delivery, whether it's a service delivery over a phone or over in the internet, or it's happening in a site like maybe a food manufacturing industry. Like you could actually install cameras can actually now find, okay, when the meat is being cut, how is the layers look like? Is it the whiteness versus the redness of the meat actually gives the indication of the cut, right? Think about it, right? So there are various ways in which AI could be implemented across, and we need to find out those structural patterns and then put them into an automation operating model, that's what we call it, and kind of really take that across these industries as cubes that we talked about.
And the thinking about I love for how excited you get and how lit up you get. And it's inspiring, right? Because we want people deploying AI and helping organizations who are excited about it, because the guardrails are there and they're real. And so in my previous company, scaling AI, we had to look at data privacy, not just in a country, but in a state, in a county, in a city, and using different types of models. So whether it was in computer vision, looking at the individual, or license plate reading, all sorts of things. There are barriers when it comes to data, when it comes to industry, when it comes to regulation. So it doesn't make it easy. The number of pilots that actually scale to production, the percentage is single digits. So when you're thinking about piloting AI technologies that you are hoping to scale, there's a very good chance you're going to meet with various ISVs before you choose one, and you're going to start to roll that pilot out in very small baby steps, which leads me to my last question. Kelly, what governance models are actually working for your clients to help them scale responsibly?
Yeah, I'm so glad you asked about governance, because it's probably the most important thing to get right before you scale AI, and especially across functions, processes. And there's a lot of platforms out there. And while we in IBM have one called WatsonX.governance, there's lots of others. And the key is to pick a platform processes, standards. It's so important to get this right because, and those of you that work in the AI space know that it's not just about trust, transparency, traceability, but over time, models can drift. You've got to really understand what data was used. Has that data changed? Is it biased in any way? And so having a platform in place that is, and you were talking about multiple models that'll run across models because all the models will continue to kind of leapfrog, and I envision most companies, just like most companies use multiple clouds, will use multiple models over time, but having a shared governance platform, set of processes, standards is so, so important. We use our own technology internally, but we just encourage all of our clients, customers to get that right first, because otherwise, especially as we make this shift from generative AI, which is all about creation of content, essentially, to agentic AI, which is enabling AI to make decisions, it makes that paramount, like really, really important to have governance in place that you feel confident, trusted, and of course, security is a key aspect of that. So it's just really taking the time to take a step back and say, okay, how are we going to govern this and be confident in the decisions that we're enabling AI to make on our behalf? And then last other thing I would say is that it's the human plus digital element that's so important. You're not just handing it off to agentic AI. There's this connectivity. It's almost like you're leading these digital workers the way you would lead other teams. And you have to think of it that way. The human still is responsible for the end-to-end process and the quality and the thoroughness and integrity of it.
And thank goodness, because the landscape changes almost on a daily basis. So we want to have humans. Ben, to you, working in healthcare, data privacy is a big piece. And how are your clients approaching data privacy and ethics in terms of scaling AI solutions?
Yeah, for sure. I think data privacy there's sort of two sides to the coin, especially within healthcare, because I think that from a privacy perspective, there's so many constraints that are in place that actually, stifle growth sometimes, unfortunately, because of the nature of the data that you're handling. So it's health information, it's personal health information for that matter. So there needs to be a heightened level of due diligence. But at the same time, I think that it's maturing so much that it's almost created these guardrails to help guide you along introducing it. So you're almost a leg up because of the fact that it's so defined that it helps you steer things a certain way. So it can work in both ways for sure, but at the same time, I think it's this cup half full scenario where it's so constrained that it helps guide you in the implementation.
The cup half full. I love that, and we want those guardrails in place, and especially in healthcare. Mahesh, final question to you. What advice would you give with anyone in this audience who is thinking about implementing and scaling AI in terms of guardrails that they should be putting into place?
Yeah, I think in terms of how do I actually approach the problem, I would say rent the Ferrari, right? Don't try to build it. Okay, if you can, it's going to take you decades for you to build it, right? So, there are things out there we could actually leverage, trial them out, and these are inexpensive trials. There are companies like Cubotica that offers obviously managed services that actually helps you do it in smaller chunks, and they come in, operate it, build it, for you, and then you could probably, if you want to do it yourself, we could do it later on. So I think that's important, right? I think we should not try. I think I've seen companies trying to kind of really take time and kind of really, hire very expensive resources, and then they try to get on that journey. But that is a 1960s, 70s, or 80s. It's not right now. I think it's a subscription economy, right? A gig economy. I think you could actually start small and quick and really go there. I think that's how I'd say from a how do you actually get started. From a compliance and guardrails perspective, of course, right? It's important because now you are like, just taking the Ferrari example, right? So you're now actually sitting in a Ferrari and then driving through that with no brakes and no mirrors. If you are not, be careful, you're going to hit a lot of things on the way, right? So you have to be, measured in terms of, okay, where do I actually put the brakes in? Where do I, help? And I think that's where the experts and AI itself could actually, give you those opportunities, saying that, okay, these are things that, because the explainability is much better. Like you talked about traceability, explainability is important. When AI is doing something, look at, the explainability aspects, right? So if you look at ChatGPT, you could actually ask it to explain what it did, where did it go, what information did it pick from where. That's important. So that will actually help you understand, how is it forming those opinions or coming to the conclusions and the outcomes, and that's we can help, steer AI towards what we want to achieve rather than letting it off rails.
Thank you for that. So, audience, what you've heard today are experts in scaling AI, guardrail considerations, and what we want you to leave with is it's possible. By all means, you can ask questions of us out in the hall at the next break. And I would also say that as you're contemplating AI implementation, look at your board. And here's my advice to you. If you're using AI, I don't care if you're an organization, a municipality, or whatever you are now an AI company. Who on your board has scaled AI? Do you have an AI working committee? Do you have people from different parts of your organization on that committee? If the answer is no, that's where you start. Start there. And so my final words are, if you have a volleyball team and you need another person, Kelly is right here for you. If you have tickets to Monaco, talk to Ben. I'm sure he would love to be represented there in your booth. And lastly, if you want a pickleball partner to dominate, regardless if it's 120 degrees out, Mahesh is your person. So thank you all for being a great audience, and we're deeply appreciative.
All right. Thank you so much to Susan, Ben, Mahesh, and Kelly. That was a fascinating conversation as we are definitely forging the future here in Arizona and North America. Well, we are getting ready right now to take a bit of a lunch break, and we will have a networking luncheon, and then we will be back around 1:30. The luncheon is being held in Ballroom C, and what's really special today, we are very honored to have Phoenix Mayor Kate Gallego, who will give a keynote address during the luncheon. And also, another treat, we are going to have another presentation of the Procession of the Flags by students from the Thunderbird School of Global Management. So we've got more to come this afternoon. I assure you it's going to be engaging, really great stuff, more stuff on the quantum front, a whole lot more that's coming up after our lunch. And just a reminder, social media, keep the buzz going and building. You know our hashtag, PHX Global Forum. Share your thoughts, your excitement, the knowledge. That's really kind of the purpose for this platform with streaming and social media. So make sure to tag our co-host, by the way, as well, the International Economic Forum of the Americas and Phoenix Sister Cities. And we want your feedback, your thoughts, the vibe of this conference yesterday and today, and also some of the speakers or presentations that really stood out to you that you feel you really connected with today. One more thing, the luncheon will be emceed by Melissa Goitia. She is chair of the Phoenix Sister Cities Board of Directors. So go and enjoy lunch, and we'll see you back here this afternoon, and we'll take a pause streaming online. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Hope you enjoyed lunch. We are ready for our final sessions at the second annual Phoenix Global Forum. I am very happy and honored to be your MC for these past 2 days. My name is Heidi Fogelsong, and I've learned a lot, and I'm sure all of you have as well. The nuggets of knowledge that have been passed along from our speakers, our specialists, some of the panel discussions have been really a peek into the future and where we're really heading right now. So I think it's all pretty exciting and hope all of you have been enjoying it. Also, Phoenix Mayor Kate Gallego, round of applause. She gave a great speech at today's luncheon. She's really awesome, and we thank her for taking the time to be there. So anyway, of course, we are going to tee up our next session in just a few minutes, but I want to make sure to all of you in here and also way out there in ether space, streaming online. Of course, you can go to the City of Phoenix website, phoenix.gov, if you'd like to hop in on some of these afternoon sessions. And of course, we also have IFEA YouTube television that's also streaming this conference live as well. So just a reminder again, phones, bye-bye, keep them silent. I know we're checking them, but if you can do that, then we can really focus on the sessions and the speakers who are providing such great conversation today. Also, don't forget to use the hashtag PHX Global Forum if you are posting on social media. And again, we want your feedback too, so tag Sister Cities, of course, the sponsor, and one of the main supports of this kind of event, as well as the International Economic Forum of the Americas, IEFA. I got that right. Okay, good. All right. Once again, I also want to let you know, exit. In case of evacuation, if you're here in Ballroom B, there is one exit, and it's at the back. You go in that way, you can go out that way. And then also, we really want to make sure that we let everybody know, again, thank you to Phoenix Sister Cities, IEFA. They are so grateful for the support that sponsors have shown, all of the companies, businesses, and people who believe in this kind of platform, this kind of collaborating that takes place. This is such a way to grow business in North America and, of course, around the world. So we'd like to take a moment to thank our partners. We have our presenting partners, Resolution Copper and the City of Phoenix, our gold partner, Salt River Project, our bronze partners, Freeport, McMoran, Niagara, Canada, and the Government of Quebec. Our media partners, Phoenix Business Journal, Axios, and Hill Times, thank you for your support. And of course, our event partners, Visit Phoenix, Arthur D. Little, CompuGroup Medical, and the Colibri Collective. So those are all the notes, and now let's drill down. We're going to get into the quantum space again. I think this is such an incredible area, along with AI and some of these other arenas of sustainability and energy. Right now, though, we are going to be talking about ushering in the digital workplace. We're going to explore how AI and other technologies are transforming the workplace and really changing the structure of daily work lives. So we're excited to welcome Kelly Romack from ServiceNow, Ann Hoker from Bain & Company, Kristen Emery from Microsoft, and this session will be moderated by Jessica Beam from Axios. But before we begin, please turn your attention to the screen for a really cool, hip, happening message from our media partner, Axios. Thank you.
Welcome aboard.
everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. My name again is Jessica, and I'm a reporter with Axiospace right here in Phoenix. And I am thrilled to have so many smart people in my hometown this week for this forum. So thank you for being here. I'm especially excited about the three people we have on stage with us today. So we are going to be talking about AI and this new era of work. And we have two technologists who are working directly with the models and helping companies to understand what the future of work is going to look like with this new technology. And we have a lobbyist who is helping us navigate the new frontier of rules and laws as we unpack this new technology. So I wanted to start out because I think we often think about AI as this very brand new thing, but it's not that new, right? It's something that a lot of smart people have been deploying and refining and implementing in various ways. And so I would love if our technologists could kick us off by giving us a few real-world examples of companies already using this technology to increase productivity, change their operations. Take us away.
Yeah, happy to. Hi, everyone. I'm Kelly. Super glad to be here with the folks in the room and online. So a couple of things. Let's get real. I work for ServiceNow. So we are a technology company, an enterprise software company. And we have the opportunity to put our software to work every single day because we run our company on ServiceNow. We call it Customer Zero. And when we talk about real-life examples, we've put AI to work internally. We've seen $350 million of productivity annualized, which is huge. When we start talking about specific use cases, one of my favorites, and we were talking about it backstage earlier, is we took a process, we looked at and we examined and we understood. We had a process that about 10 people supported, but it impacted about 10,000 people in our company. And it was sales comp. It was understanding the sellers wanted to know where their compensation was throughout the quarter and how they were doing with their targets and their trends and all of those things. So we took a process. They used to have to open a ticket, have somebody look at it, wait for a response. So that took about 4 days on average. We took that from 4 days to 8 seconds. Yes, thank you for the audible sounds in the audience. Yes, 8 seconds. And that empowered, we A, freed up all those people who were working on it, and then B, all of those sellers could immediately get their results and get their information. I mean, I feel like that's a very impactful and a very useful use case. And I'd love to share one more.
Please, absolutely.
For customer support, I'm sure so many people out here and online, customer support's challenging in every industry. One of the things that we've been able to do with AI on specific use cases, in particular with performance use cases, we've been able to reduce the amount of time it helps to serve and satisfy and answer the customer needs by half. And the way we've done that, because the use case I'm talking about is performance use cases, right? So your technology, something's running slow. Something's not working as you think it should be desired. Well, that could be your cloud. That could be your hardware. That could be your transactions, your API. I could go on and on and on. So we put AI to work to gather all of the data for our customers so that we can make sure that we're able to answer their questions in half the time and be able to resolve it and get to resolution. So that helped customer satisfaction and it helped with our employee satisfaction as well.
I bet. Also, please.
Yeah, so those are great use cases. And I think when we think about AI, it has been around for a while. But if we think about over the last 12, 18 months, people have been trialing a lot of things. And now the debate is really out there, is anyone actually getting an ROI? We are putting billions of dollars to work in building up the digital infrastructure. And which companies out there are really seeing the ROI benefits of all that investment that needs to be made in advance of getting these investments? And we really see, so I work at Bain, we are putting AI to work in our own business as well as working with a lot of companies as they implement Gen AI across their businesses. And I would say a couple of areas where we see people getting really tangible ROI benefits. Software development, of course, that's one of the first ones out of the gate. Customer support and customer service, which you're talking about, really big impacts for companies who do it well, like ServiceNow, to change the process as well as the technology. Anything around content creation, marketing blogs, technical documentation, really big. We worked with one client that looked at one of their marketing blogs, took out 90% of the time in terms of speed to get a blog. And the technology was part of it, but rethinking about the business process was a big part of it too. Because if you think of like, what was the source of the truth for that blog? They had to go to multiple departments across the organization, multiple people were involved, just that looking at that business flow alongside the technology allowed it to go from, weeks to less than a day to get these blogs out. So content creation, and then also sales. So those are probably the 4 areas where we're seeing people get the ROI the soonest. And then as this technology evolves, the use cases are evolving as well.
This is happening so fast. You mentioned, yes, AI has been around for a while, but in the last 12 months, we're seeing the kind of ROI you guys are talking about. I'm wondering, can you put into perspective just how quickly the models are changing? And should we be thinking about this as a days and weeks thing or a months and years? And Kristen, I'm hoping you can also talk about how quickly the rules and the laws are changing on this, and then maybe we can wrap it all up together.
Yeah, I'll start. Days and weeks, I would say hours and days. Yes, it's absolutely changing rapidly. And part of what we're doing is we have to, yes, we're testing and learning, 100%. However, the other thing that we're also looking at is that continuation of reviewing the models every single day, right? My team is responsible and accountable because we have to make sure the models are trained. Yes, they self-heal. Yes, they self-learn. However, we have to make sure that we keep the human in the loop. And we're talking about this again backstage earlier, right? How things evolve so quickly. You have to make sure the AI is on the proper path. And the rate of change, and I know we're here to talk about digital employees, is unprecedented. And just the change in the organization. And I think we have to double down on enablement and education, right? We have this opportunity to democratize so many things with AI, and we are committed to ensuring that people in our company and our customers have access to information. And 2 ways we're doing that. One, internally, we make sure all of our awesome employees get training on all of our amazing AI technology, including our Microsoft technology, because we are a huge Microsoft partner, and we do so much great work with Microsoft and ServiceNow. And also, we have ServiceNow University. You all can log in the room and online. And we are here to educate and help people understand it. I want to move it from a black box to a glass box and create transparency so that employees can understand it. So therefore, we can all go fast together and we can help bring people along.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, so I would agree. I think you actually need to think about it in terms of hours and days as well as years, right? It's probably not 5-10 years, but what are we going to do this quarter, next quarter, and how are we setting ourselves up to be able to incorporate what's new in a year that we haven't seen yet, right? So if we think about when we talked about AI 12, 18 months ago, it was about ChatGPT just came on the scene. Now it's all about agentic, right? What can you do is you'll have people on your workforce and you'll have agents on your workforce, and how are they going to work together? In 12, 18 months, we'll be talking about humanoid robotics, and how far is that before the scene? So it is going to be ever changing, and the speed of innovation is quite fast and exciting. How an organization thinks about implementing that into their own organization, I think, is a big part of how do we get value out of this kind of in real everyday life. How do you have those training programs in your organization? How do you establish both the kind of tops down, look at me, I'm using this as well in your organization, as well as the broad-based looking at innovation from everyone? Do you allow them to try new tools? Do they have access to training? Because it is going to be different a year from now than it is today. But a lot of the simplifying processes, taking out complexity, thinking about what can you automate so your team spends more time on the harder part of the problems, that I think will be a straight line. That's not going to change. The tools will get smarter and will change a lot along the way.
Absolutely. And so we have businesses trying to keep up with the models, government trying to keep up with what the businesses are doing. Can you give us some insight into how states and the federal government and the local governments are trying to grasp and wrap their hands around this technology and how it impacts businesses?
Absolutely. Kristen from Microsoft. Thank you, everyone, for being here. At Microsoft, we have a product called Copilot. We have it named Copilot instead of Pilot because we want to reinforce that this is an assistant for jobs. One of the things we've talked a lot about is we want to ensure that we're not displacing the workforce. In 1969, there was an invention of the ATM machine, and there was significant fear from bank tellers and banks that this would displace their workforce completely. And while 75% of the big tellers at certain banks were added as a result of these ATMs because they were able to do so much work and produce so much money deposit quicker. So it's about efficiency and adding to the workforce, not displacing. So I want to say that that's something that I do talk with legislators about. I'm across the country speaking primarily in the state and local space, so with governors and mayors. Mayor Gallego is a wonderful person who's been very thoughtful and ahead of the curve as far as thinking of what's important for AI in the city of Phoenix, in the greater Phoenix area. And I will say AI is not new. So when I talk to legislators and there's some excitement but also fear, I try to remind them, are you using Netflix at night? And is it suggesting shows to watch based on what you've previously watched? That's AI. Are you ordering groceries online on an app or on your computer? It's suggesting what you've purchased before. That's AI. So when you try to remind folks, especially elected officials, you're already utilizing this, I think that helps present a better overview and comfort level for them. But that being said, since 2023, there have been several states in which governors have introduced either executive orders on AI and or guidance or regulation suggestions for their states. And over the last 2 years, we've seen in 2024, there were over 400 AI bills. This legislative session, and at the state level, there are over 700 AI bills. And those can be broad. Those can be about how we regulate AI, putting guardrails up, as you talked about transparency being very important. How are we being responsible and thoughtful? And I know that this is something that the current White House and the previous White House have looked at, is what are ways in which we are being thoughtful about regulation, but not stifling innovation. And so states are looking at this, the federal government's looking at this. It's timely that this conference is this week and this panel is today, because just yesterday, the White House announced, they released information about the federal procurement and AI regulations that have been in place with the Office of Science and Technology Policy at the federal level. And this is a result of President Trump's executive order on January 23rd. So 3 days into office, he wrote an executive order on AI. And so now we have some guidelines for companies and for individual developers and innovators of what to do. So the overall answer is there's so much activity happening at the state, local, federal, and international level related to AI. And again, some of it is proactive in trying to put in regulation, and then other is addressing things such as deepfakes or civil rights and liberties, ensuring that that's protected. Privacy is a huge part of this. We view that at Microsoft as synonymous terms, as if you're going to have AI, you have to protect people's private data. So there's a lot in this space. I could talk about it for hours. Thank you.
I'm sure. And I'm curious, obviously the government has a role to play in all of this, but what should businesses, or what are businesses doing proactively to try to make sure that the way that they're deploying their AI technology is ethical and respectful of being a co-pilot, as you would say?
I'll start and then send it back to my lovely co-panelists. At Microsoft, we have an office called the Office of Responsible AI. We believe that while the state, federal, and local government is being regulated, written, deployed, that we have to be responsible as a company. And so with this Office of Responsible AI, we've taken it upon ourselves to make sure that we are not only producing AI in a responsible manner, taking people's civil liberties and data into account, but that we are also a forum where we can be responsive to our customers and consumers to hear back from them of what's working and what is not working in the AI space. So we use the term guardrails a lot, but we are very pro-regulation, not only of ourselves, but we welcome the government to do that as well.
Yeah, and I would say when we look at companies who really are rolling out AI and getting a strong ROI out of it, you think about the organization internally of how are they doing it. And it tends to have a central pillar, like this needs to be a top-down transformation, as well as BU and business ownership. But usually that central pillar, part of what they think about is ethical AI. And it spans quite a few topics, right? You know, are we using it in a way that we're proud of as a company and aligns with what we're trying to achieve in terms of mission? Are we protecting our own IP, right? Because if you think of this, how do you make sure if you're using a model, what data sources is it feeding? You know, are we protecting the IP? Are we protecting our customers and potentially their data? And so usually when we think about the organizational aspect you need to have to unlock the value of AI, that central element, which really does have to have usually very tops-down focus and mandate to get things to change, because this is, I would think of it as a business transformation with a big technology element. And part of that is kind of that core team pretty regularly having an ethical AI conversation. And we have found that companies that have that and use it as a central part of their change program end up with better outcomes because the employees feel better about it. Like they feel better about the AI that they're using, how it fits with their company, how it fits with their mission.
I completely agree with Kristen and Ann, plus 1,000 to everything you all said. I would go and also say the private sector and the government sector and it has a responsibility to work together, and it has to be a partnership. We have tons of federal and local and state customers. We're very proud of all of them. We are IL5 and FedRAMP certified, of course, and so we treat data within their environments and maintain them, obviously, in the proper ways. But that also extends to things that we do, because same, we have an ethical group inside of our company that we make sure we're governing everything that we're doing. And again, we follow all the certifications for the government. However, we also give freedom in the framework, right? So to your point, right, Kristen, we give freedom within the framework so that we can meet our local, state, and federal customers and international customers where they are. It's so stinking important to make sure we're given that freedom in the framework. We have those guide rails or framework to make sure we're governing things as closely as possible. One thing that we also have, apart from our AI governance that we talked about and the ethical governance, we have an AI control tower. So we understand every use case in the company. We understand what the mechanics of it are. We understand what the use case looks like, the impact, the adoption, and the usage all in one place. And that really helps to drive continuity and clarity across our organization.
That makes sense. One thing I wanted to drill in on, because I feel like as technologists, you are more comfortable with change than most humans. But as we're deploying this technology and employees who are maybe don't spend all of their days thinking about AI, are confronted with this idea that they live in a time of constant change now. I'm wondering how organizations can prepare their workforce, not just from a skill set point of view, but from a mindset point of view. How do we keep them trained on the latest models, but how do you also prepare them for the fact that things are going to change quickly, probably more quickly than they wish that they would?
Yeah, 100%. One of the things I tell my team and when I talk to customers, we have to move from a place of excitement and fear with AI to excitement and empowerment. And people, we talked about this when we first met. People think they're cheating if they're using AI. I'm like, you're not. Right? Would you think you're cheating if you're using a hammer to hammer a nail versus a rock? No, of course not. Right? It's a tool. It's a capability. Use it. Right? Now, use it responsibly and ethically and within your customer and your government. and with your company's framework, of course. But people need to be able to experiment, understand it, and use it. And for me, I talked about moving things from a black box to a glass box. I believe transparency is so important. We can create transparency, we can democratize information, which is good for everyone, and we can teach and learn new skill sets. So we're seeing our employees, we get rid of the soul-crushing task that take tons of time. And then, like you said earlier, Anne, it allows them to do the harder, more complicated tasks that help empower and enable the business. And, creating that space, education, and empowerment for our employees is absolutely key to success.
And I do think, to add on to that, it is a recognition that things are going to change. It's not going to change overnight, right? This isn't a magic tool that you can drop in and everything perfectly. You hit the easy button and it just works, right? There will be an evolution of how these tools are used. They will get smarter. We'll get smarter at using them. Business processes will change. But I think, how do you think right now, it's like, what are the skill sets you currently have, and how do you think they're going to evolve? Like taking that organization-wide view, really future back. So if we think these tools are going to be doing this type of task for us, we're going to have these agents, what skills are we going to need 3 years down the road? How does that impact who we're hiring today? So it's not only the reskilling and the training elements, which are very important, like how do you encourage innovation, encourage trial, because these tools, you do just have to play around with them sometimes to figure out what they can do, as well as having the formal training, but also really thinking about your workforce planning a little bit differently than you have in the past, of like, you might need more change management skill sets, or you might need more creative skill sets, or like, depending on the organization you're in, those skills might change, and how do you kind of start to plan for that now, realizing that you won't get it 100% right, and then you're gonna need to kind of adjust as you go, but having that view, kind of thinking that this is where we're headed, how is that going to impact me now? Maybe I change my hiring plans this year, maybe I don't, maybe I wait a year. But having that plan and thinking about it in advance, I think also helps tool the organization with the skill sets it needs for the future.
As a non-technologist, I will still offer a comment to that. At Microsoft, for those of you that don't know, we own a company called LinkedIn. I'm sure most of you in here are on it, and if you're not, this is a great way for you to sign up and connect at this conference. That was not a pitch. That's just, it's a great way to connect. But through like ServiceNow, as you mentioned, we at LinkedIn and Microsoft have thousands of free courses that you can log on and take. And especially in the AI space. And when we talk about skilling, it's not just, there's the upskilling of those of us that have not worked or done trials, as you said, with AI, but there's also the reskilling. What about our workforce that's maybe been in the workforce for over 20, 30 years and are maybe not as comfortable with these tools? So doing trial runs, doing some of these free courses or courses that are put on and promoted by your employers, I think will help gain trust and help, as you said, making the employees feel empowered to utilize these tools. And it's just, I mean, it's something that I am doing every single day. I don't feel like I'm cheating, but I definitely feel a lot smarter every day, helping me write prompts, or if I need to look up legislative statutes for something that I'm doing. It saves so much time, so then you can put the time back into doing other work tasks.
Yeah, that's how I have grown to think about it too, because I will be honest, the first time I used it, I was like, am I cheating? But it just gives me more time to do the critical thinking parts of my job. Kristen, I wonder, is there room for government and elected officials to be involved in prompting this upskilling, retraining? Is that already happening?
So at Microsoft, we have the Microsoft AI Skilling Initiative, where we're partnered with state, local, and federal governments, educators, school systems to ensure, and also the trades. I don't think we talk enough about the trades. The president of my company, Brad Smith, recently came out with a news article last week talking about how America has a great need for more electricians and how skilling is important in that. And so when we talk about all of these workforces or government entities, yes, we are trying to do what we can to partner, offer free skilling, other training that we can. Additionally, I think as we look at this space, you both had mentioned the importance of the private-public partnership. No individual legislator, governor, elected official is going to know everything about AI, and we, working for technology companies, are not going to know everything about AI. So it's the partnership together, working together. A lot of these states are introducing AI task forces where they're public-private partnerships of, you're hearing from both on the task force, whether it'll be cabinet members from a governor's office, legislators, or technology companies, educators, researchers. And we're working together to ensure that we have a thoughtful approach in the way that we're thinking of this. So I definitely think there's an opportunity to continue to partner with government.
And And something we talked about earlier was how companies can make sure that they are taking the time saved or the money saved through the deployment of AI and actually capitalizing and not just saying, oh, great, we saved some time and then poof, what's next? How should we be keeping track of this ROI and making sure that it is appropriately reinvested?
Yeah, it's a great question. And one thing we've seen with a lot of companies who are somewhat skeptical about the benefits they're getting from Gen AI is what they'll say is, I've done a lot of pilots. The pilots are great, but I get a lot of micro productivity. I will save a little bit of time across a lot of people, or a little bit of time across a few number of people, and I can't scale it. And that, I think, is feeding a lot of the debate right now on, are we even going to get an ROI out of this? Are we putting all of the $1 billion in this digital infrastructure, and we're not going to really see the ROI? So we have found that to really scale is actually more challenging than to pilot, right? Because you have to, the pilots gives you great information around what is possibly a good use case, what would hold, what gives good potential savings or better speed or better quality or a new feature. But then how do you scale it up is a much more cross-functional effort. It's a much bigger effort that has to be much more of a kind of, again, a business transformation, not a technology transformation. So what we found is the companies who do it well, like a ServiceNow or, of course, Microsoft, who have this embedded, you do need that combination of a central ownership to understand everything we're doing and business level ownership, because we found a lot of times 2/3 of the value is just pure business transformation. Let's go in and re-look at how our business processes are run, which groups are involved, who makes the decision, what's our data source, do we have a single source of truth on do we even know what our single source of truth on the data source is? It's things that companies have been doing for years, but doing it with an AI lens of what can we automate, what can we have done differently, that the tool almost brings, like, call it 1/3 of the value, and the business transformation is 2/3 of the value. So if you don't have that business transformation piece, you can end up in this doing too many, like, small sparks, but no real big campfire to get around.
Oh, wow. That is so true. And it rings true for me as we work with all of our internal folks as well. Because you think about it, you've got an HR service desk, or you got a GBS service desk, you got a financial one, you've got a tech one, you've got this, you've got that. And so what we're doing, to your point, Ann, is looking across the commonalities. Okay, we need to create agentic AI for service desk to ultimately get to digital employees, because that's where we want to go. And then how do we look at all the commonalities of those things? And to your point also, making sure the business units, right, have the verticalization they need to get their work done. So you have to have the common framework, the verticalization knowledge and expertise built in there. And then to Ann's point, you can't just have the micro, because we have to make sure that we're applying that back to our workforce plan. So we're triangulating all of those points and activating internally, because we sell all this amazing AI software to amazing customers. And so it's our obligation, I will say. We have to be accountable and responsible to show how we're doing this awesome transformation internally with AI. And to Ann's point, absolutely. It is not just the tech movement. It's led by tech, yes, but it's a total transformation. And you have to reimagine how the work is done. Don't automate the old. Don't just lift and shift the past. Don't do that. No, reimagine the work and create something new with this amazing foundation.
Yeah, and we were working with one company, and they had given GitHub Copilot, amazing tool, to all their software developers, and they were like, everyone loves it, but we're not seeing any time savings. And then we went and really looked at it. Turns out all their software developers were spending like 60% of their time in meetings, and not, like, they weren't coding. So you can't get a big cost savings if what you're applying the savings to is actually a small fraction of an employee's time, because they're doing all these other things they need, because the business processes add complexity over time, and you need to step back and kind of zero base and say, what do we really need these people to be doing? Who should have the decision? What should be our single source of data? And then we can apply these tools, and the savings rates are impressive.
That's fascinating. It seems like we need a mindset shift, not only at the employee level, but also higher up to make sure that people understand it's not just this technology we drop in, it's a complete transformation.
Well, and I think as technology leaders, we have to partner with all leaders of the company to bring everyone along. And it's definitely, technology isn't just taking orders, business isn't just telling, it is about reimagining and understanding the use cases that drive the most value, and to your point, and how we infuse them and transform the business. You know, I'll give another example. We use Microsoft all day long in our company, and Teams is huge. And so how do we integrate our technology into that? And we have a great partnership with Microsoft to do that, because you have to meet people where they are, right? You can't create and say, okay, go use this AI over here. No. You have to do it within the context of work, within the flow of work, of what they're trying to accomplish, because it is truly a mindset shift, right?
Speaking of mindset shift, you all have mentioned it in different ways, that there is fear associated with this technology. And you all make me feel much more excited than fearful, so thank you. But with any major fast-changing technology, there can be unintended consequences, there can be collateral damage. Is there anything that keeps you up at night or that makes you nervous about how we are deploying this technology?
So I try to sleep well at night. That is always my goal. My Oura Ring tells me I need to sleep more. So as a CIO, that's my responsibility, right? My responsibility is understand where our company is, what our risk profile looks like, and how we're activating, not only through technology, but through our business, through our partners, and through our talent, to be able to absorb, respond, and understand, because we have an obligation not only to our employees, but to our customers to do that. So absolutely, it's the risk. Yes, our job is to mitigate those risks and set up frameworks to do that. And part of that is the governance you heard us talk about. You heard us talk about AI Control Tower. And you heard us talk about the freedom within the framework, right? And so, we put all those things together, and then we reserve the right to get smarter every single day. We learn something new. We were talking backstage. We all learn something new every single day. So how can we make sure that we create, yes, we need to be paranoid and understand and always be alert and look at things daily and hourly at times. However, how do we create an operational structure that doesn't feel manic, right? How do we create an operational structure that is a flywheel to make this AI operate within our company, just as, RPA operated 7 years ago, 8 years ago, 10 years ago?
Absolutely. I was like, yes to all of your points. And I did not pay these ladies in cookies ahead of time for all the nice comments about our company. So thank you. No, I think that's right. I mean, putting back on my kind of legislative hat, I think it's this balance between, we are talking to elected officials who have an excitement and fear. And how can we in the private sector help educate folks on what responsible AI can look like, and have that balance where innovation is still thriving and we have the ability to continue to sandbox and do these pilots. As I mentioned earlier, that there have been a lot of legislative bills that have been passed. There were 3 in particular that were passed last year and then 1 this year, in which they addressed comprehensive AI, and they wanted to put guardrails, and they wanted to squash some of the fears that folks may have in the states. Unfortunately, all of the governors in those states vetoed those bills, saying that it would stifle innovation. Not a no, but let's go back and do it in a more thoughtful manner. And I think that we're going to see some of that coming up, of what is the right approach? How can we be thoughtful? How can we not stifle business? How can we be protective of people's privacy? How can we be fair? How can we be transparent? All of these factors are super important. So I do think it's this ongoing balance. And unfortunately, my fear that keeps me up at night is that sometimes legislation is passed too quickly, without the input or the thoughtfulness that we need to protect consumers.
I think that's a great one. And I think one dynamic we can add to that, right, is this isn't just the United States that's developing this. We are in the lead, I think, in certain elements of it, but this is sovereign AI, I think, is going to be a topic we all think about a lot more going forward. Like if we think of Maybe the last decade we've been worried about our electronics supply chain. Like, do we have semiconductor manufacturing outside of Taiwan? If you think of the next area of potential global concern, I think it will be around AI, because no one wants to be dependent on any one country for a large language model. I think we've already proven that they're too important. We've also proven there's open source models. So this translates across borders much faster than a lot of other, like a hardware type technology. So as much as we need to worry about legislation here too, I worry that the innovation is going to be globally driven and is not a place that any one country really wants to get behind. This is, so much new stuff is coming out. I do think what keeps me up at night would be, you can take this to kind of dark places, right? Where it's...
Watch the sci-fi movies.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
People see the movies and then...
The Terminator.
But I think a lot of it is, how do we make sure that the human element is still there? Checking, making sure, because what is the model telling you? We still need the humans in the process, right? Which is, and I think we still have that. That's where the conversations at the company level, at the state level, at the global level will need to continue, is how do we keep the humans in the loop as we continue to innovate? And it's going to go from, these agents, we talk about agentic AI right now, I think it's in its infancy, right? That is going to become a much bigger point, and pretty soon in your teams, you're going to have people and agents that you work with alongside each other. And so how do you think about that? And then it's going to expand with physical AI and robotics that will have a lot more automation in a humanoid robotic form. And what does that mean? But again, it's not like we haven't had automation, and that's been an evolution over time. And this is just the next level of that evolution.
That makes sense. So I think when we usually think about fear, we're thinking of, robots taking over and coming after us. But you raised good points about the fear of not moving fast enough or not having, American-made or developed control over these models. Is there concern from individual perspective and a macro perspective that if you don't move fast enough, you are going to put your business and potentially the economy at risk?
For us, we believe keeping pace with the technology is paramount. We absolutely have to. And we absolutely will move fast. We will not move fast recklessly. We will make sure we're being ethical. I completely agree with Anne, human in the loop, and making sure we can scale that, right? So I think we're all still trying to figure some things out. But yes, I think speed, pace, and understanding, and what Kristen and Anne mentioned of making sure we're following the policies with the humanization of it, right? And understanding that we're keeping our people in the loop is really important. And speed is super key, and I don't see it slowing down. I really don't, and I tried to get there, but I don't see it slowing down. I think we continue. The models are getting smarter. They're learning. I mean, we're going to have robots cleaning your house in the next 3 years.
Back to the Jetsons, right? Yeah,
totally.
It's all come full circle. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Hey, I'm excited about that.
Yeah, I was going to say that's
like, go do those dishes.
Some of the tasks you want eliminated.
Heck yeah,
yes,
yeah. I think that'd be wonderful.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I think cleaning the house would be a good one. Kristen, are there any, you mentioned the government policies that concern you about them being passed too quickly and without thorough thought. What are you watching right now, trend-wise, across the United States that either has you nervous or has you excited?
Excited is something I already mentioned about having these task forces where we have some of our partners on stage, Microsoft and other companies, able to come to the table with elected officials, with legislators, governors, and able to really weigh in of what we're seeing and how we can be helpful. So I'm very excited about the future through these AI task forces. Also at Microsoft, we're heavily involved in education. I think AI has a wonderful opportunity to transform and enhance the classroom and really have a more collaborative approach in the way that children are learning. And from the research component at universities, that makes me excited as well. So there is legislation, thankfully, that we are seeing that provides this opportunity for growth. And again, as this is a rapid pace movement, that's happening with AI, I do have some fears about the speed in which things are passed. The good news is that for states or at the federal government that do pass something is you can always come back and pass a law to change it. And it's just going to be a fact. They're going to have to, over the next couple years, months, continue to update things as this technology evolves. But it's, as you mentioned, staying up with the pace of it and being continuously involved. So as my fear is, it can be, minimized a little bit or mitigated to a degree as long as I know that there's an open opportunity to make legislative changes in the future, which is good. And for some of these states in the country, they only have a 30 or 60-day legislative session. That's not enough time to really look at AI. So I am thankful with these task forces that they can meet in the summer or off session to try to talk through what we're seeing, what we're doing.
So at Axios, one of our favorite questions is, what's next? And so I think with this technology especially, we're going to take down the timeline of what's next to not 5 or 10 years, but maybe the next year. But I would love for each of you to tell me what you've got your eyes on, what you think is next.
Yeah, you bet. Well, I've already thrown out robots, so I think that really is coming. It's out there. Two things. One thing, my daughter, I talked to her today, and she's like, Mom, they're changing counting as her minor. She's like, they're changing it to a STEM framework. And I'm like, that's so interesting. She's like, what do you think? I was like, I think that's right. You think about it, it's big data, it's analyzing, it's pulling information together. So it's penetrating everything that we're doing. So we're going to see this transformation in things that we thought were more traditional roles to AI. So I think that is going to happen. And like I said, I talked to my daughter this morning, and she was talking about this transformation. The other thing, and Anne mentioned it, you're going to see digital employees on your org charts, mark my words. And we some of the things that we're working on and some things I'm seeing out there is not just creating agents for different tasks and roles, but creating agents as your partner, as your co-pilot, right? As someone you're collaborating with, having a conversation with, getting your daily work done. And those are going to start infusing into the org charts of companies. And you're going to have a team that's made up of human beings and also digital employees. That will be in the next 18 months, absolutely.
Yeah, I would just build on this. I think if we think the next year is still going to be the evolution of agentic. I think we're in the very early stages of having these agents that can do multifaceted tasks, be part of our workforce, be part of how we book travel, part of our daily lives. So I'm still really eager to see how that plays out. And it has really big impacts on how we run a team. It's going to have impacts on how companies price a product. Any service industry, software industry that has any kind of per seat or per person pricing model, once you have a digital agent in there, you need to rethink kind of the pricing model. So I think it's going to have a very big impact on how we think about work. And as you said before, like companies they feel like they're getting behind. Like if you don't keep up with some of those trends, you could end up really impacting your own profitability if you don't change your pricing model along with how you're changing your work. So I think that is a trend that we're still in the very early days of, really seeing that full impact. And then I do think after that, physical AI. And the cool thing about physical AI is I think we talked at the very beginning about the use cases. Where are people seeing an ROI today? It's more in customer support, sales and marketing, software development. With physical AI, it moves into a lot of other, like more physical manufacturing, service sectors, restaurants, retail. So it opens up a much bigger part of the use cases. And as part of that too, with any technology, the more we use it, we go down the experience curve, we get better at it. It also gets cheaper. So these models, the inference costs will come down as we use them more and as the models get more efficient, which then just opens up more use cases. So we're going to incredibly see this more and more use cases coming up that we haven't thought of yet, because it becomes cheaper to actually use these tools as they get better.
I have three things, but I'll be quick. Kelly hit the nail on the head of one of the things I was going to mention is we are now seeing across the country in community college and four-year universities AI degrees. We're seeing AI minors, and we're seeing AI certification showing up, as I mentioned, on LinkedIn, on some of your profiles, resumes. So this next wave of generation of our employee workforce is going to be AI skilled. So that's new and exciting and something we're seeing. At Microsoft, we really like to think about AI broader than just in the technology or workforce. We're partnered with 4-H and FFA, and we think that there's a great way to partner AI in some alternative options, such as with 4-H in the farming community and helping teach young farmers how to more efficiently skill and farm or interact with livestock. Here in Arizona, Microsoft has multiple data centers, and we're utilizing AI today to help with our water production and water saving, finding ways in which we can be more efficient and put the water back into what is a water deficit state at this point. The third thing, and probably the most exciting thing that I'm anticipating from AI, is hearing from customers, like what we don't know. And that's one of the things that has been wonderful, and at this fast moving pace, I think once we hear back from you all what we're doing right, wrong, what we want to see, what they want to see in AI, I think is like the wave of the future. So I'm really excited to hear back from the public of what they anticipate, whether it's robots in cleaning our house, or what I'm starting to use now every day is, you mentioned having too many meetings, is having AI schedule the meetings for me, gathering other colleagues' schedules to save time rather than having to email, Mark, what time are you available to do this? You can have AI schedule things for you. And so just making a more efficient workplace, I'm really excited for, but I think this is like a very open forum to what that'll look like.
That's awesome. I can't wait to revisit this discussion at next year's forum and hear what is next, because it sounds like everything from farming to restaurants is on the table, and of course our cleaning robots. But thank you all so much for such a great discussion. I hope you all took away something from it and are ready to get to work on revolutionizing the workforce. So thank you.
Thank you.
That was a fabulous conversation from 4 very talented females. Thank you very much. I'd like a chambermaid and a chauffeur. Maybe that can work. I don't know. Anyway, AI, wow. That was a really cool conversation. All right, we are ready to roll. By the way, Kelly, Ann, Kristen, and Jessica, again, thanks for all of your great insight. Okay, next we're going to be discussing Bridging the Quantum Frontier with Kanab Setia, CEO of QBraid, Matthew Chimaglia, CEO of Quantum Coast Capital, and Gil Spire from the RTO Computational Research Accelerator. This session is going to be moderated by Di Bowman, Honorary Consul of Australia, Phoenix. So we will let our guests come to the stage, but before we do that, we're going to take a moment and hear a message from one of our presenting partners. Thank you.
My name is DeAndre Dude, and I'm working with Underground Mechanics. I am a member of the St. Carlos Apache tribe, and I live on the reservation. It's a beautiful place. It's a lot of scenery. You know, you go through the canyons and you come to desert, you go up a little more and you come to pines. My job here is to make sure that everything is maintained and safe for the employees to go down the shaft every day. My team means everything. I trust them with my life, because going down the shaft, you gotta have trust. You can't be scared, because that's how injuries happen. The opportunities that mining has is growth in economic value. It'll help keep the environment safe, and also will bring opportunity for people of all ethnicities to work in the mine. I'm excited to be part of something that will make a difference for generations. We are Resolution Copper, and we are Copper Strong.
Hi, my name is Samson Belleville, and I'm an environmental apprentice. I'm an enrolled tribal member from the St. Carlos Apache tribe. My grandfather was a miner. Here, my job as an apprentice is basically learning the ropes to becoming an environmental technician and hopefully someday becoming an environmental scientist. This job here means a lot to me. Taking care of the environment itself, it comes natural. It's what we live off of. We gotta take care of the land that's given to us, do our best to protect it, be good stewards. Resolution Copper, they care about their employees and the local communities a lot. I see a lot of opportunity here. I see a lot of great things that the company has to offer. Here at Resolution Copper, I feel like my voice is heard. I'm learning so much every day. I'm excited about my future here. We are Resolution Copper, and we are Copper Strong.
Good afternoon and welcome to downtown Phoenix. I am delighted to be here moderating our panel, Bridging the Quantum Frontier. Before I get to actually introducing our three amazing panelists, I want to do a bit of a pop quiz in the audience. Who out there feels they know what quantum computing is? Raise your hand. Okay, maybe what I'm seeing is around 5 to 10% of the audience think they have an idea. Who thinks that they could actually provide a definition of what quantum computing is? I do not see a single hand in the room being raised. I did see maybe a hand go up and then go down very quickly, and I have a feeling that's because you thought I would call on you to actually provide that definition. You're lucky, I will not. I am Diana Bowman. I am here as the Honorary Consul of Australia, representing Consul General Bennett in LA. I am delighted to be here. Australia is a big investor in quantum, and I am joined by three amazing panelists, as I said, who I'll introduce very quickly, and then I will be handing the microphones over to them to give you a bit more of an idea of who they are, what they do, and the work that they're doing in the quantum space. So at furthest to my left, I have Gil Speyer, who is the Director of RTO Computational Research Accelerator at ASU. And as you've all heard, ASU is a rather large place, and despite the fact we are colleagues, we met literally 30 minutes ago in the VIP room. That is what happens when you are the largest public research university in the country. Next to him, I have Matt Samlet. Screwed it up. Now I put so much pressure on myself. We're talking about how I would screw up his surname, so I'm just going to jump from that. He is managing partner of Quantum Coast Capital, an investment firm focused on opportunities in the quantum space. I then have sitting next to me Kanav Setia, who serves as the CEO of QBraid, which is described as the one-stop quantum platform. I would like to turn over to you, Kanav, to introduce and provide a little bit more context and background and why you're here today.
Absolutely. First of all, thank you for the organizing committee for having me here. It's a delightful, amazing experience to visit the city of Phoenix for the first time. So my name is Kanav Setia. I'm originally from India. I grew up there, got my bachelor's in aerospace engineering. Then I joined Indian Space Agency at their semiconductor facility, very similar to the one that will be coming up by TSMC here. So I worked there on microelectromechanical systems, building accelerometers and gyroscopes. And that's how I got into understanding physics and applied to PhD program at Dartmouth in physics. So started off as an experimental physicist, switched to theory. And during my PhD, I studied quantum algorithms for quantum chemistry problems. Learned how to build software for these new amazing kinds of computers which are coming up, and eventually started QBraid, whose entire mission is to democratize access to these amazing computers and their software very easily. We provide the easiest access to the quantum ecosystem. You name the company, IonQ, QEra, AWS, IBM, anybody who's building a quantum computer or a quantum software, we provide easiest access to it. And happy to tell you more during the panel.
Matt, over to you.
Yeah, so my hope is to hopefully be the Rosetta Stone between brilliant people like him and the rest of the world who don't know anything about quantum. So I have a communications background. I've founded a couple companies in my past, and when I started learning about quantum 7 years ago, I was picking up on signals, and I was starting to see, it felt eerily reminiscent of sort of the Wild West days for me when I got my first modem when I was 12. And it was this really great moment, and candidly, as great technology has been over the last couple of decades, it hasn't had that wow factor for me. It's just a better iteration of its previous counterpart.
So for me, when I started looking at quantum, I was just fascinated, and it kind of had this incredible moment for me. And there is a lot of debate these days, especially the last couple of months, around what is the timing of quantum. But when I started thinking about these signals or picking up on these various signals that happened, it was really evident that 7 years ago we'd see maybe once a quarter something would happen that was really great in the quantum ecosystem. And then that translated to maybe every month, and then every week, and then now we're starting to see it multiple times a day. And about a year ago, I thought, this is such an incredible ecosystem, and why not sort of get back into it or get into it in some fashion. And for my previous company, I had to raise capital, and it was very difficult for me to raise capital for that business because a lot of venture just didn't get it. And also we had this other thing called the pandemic. So that was also another triggering point.
That will do it.
But I will say, people that are incredibly brilliant in this ecosystem just find it really hard to raise money. And in most ecosystems, especially the last couple of days, we've seen some turmoil. But that's ultimately what led me to where I'm at now at Quantum Coast Capital.
Incredible, especially given you're coming from a communications background and we're talking about a very highly technical emerging technology. It shows that really anybody can get into this space if they have a way in which to approach it. Gail, over to you.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the invitation. I think on this panel I might represent sort of the research and academic aspects that are involved here. I work at Arizona State University. Part of the research administration in a group called the Research Technology Office. And what I personally do is I investigate and promote all kinds of computational tools that can be used for research. Obviously, AI and a lot of the different types of computational revolutions that are going on right now are all being promoted. But part of that portfolio is how to work in quantum computing. And so what we did within the Research Technology Office was we got together and sort of tried to come up with a way to network people at the university around a lot of these technologies, not just quantum computing, quantum networking, quantum sensing. And also a really key part of this is a workforce development piece where we're trying to identify students, develop them, and connect them to opportunities that might be in this space. So really looking forward to talking about this more.
So you just threw around a lot of quantum terms there, but as we found out through my pop quiz, and nobody's ever going to let me moderate again, the term quantum is pretty much unknown, undefined for the average person. I would say it's mystical for most people. Is there somebody on this panel who would like to give the, definition 101 version of what we're actually talking about and why we're here and why countries like Australia and the US are actually investing billions of dollars in this technology?
So I'm going to let you do the definition in a second here, but I want to stress that there's a lot of different areas, and he kind of mentioned this. So when people think of quantum, they're thinking about quantum hardware. So it's the computer or the QPU, as some people are referring to it, as sort of the brain or the chip that's processing all of these algorithms or certain algorithms. But there's also quantum sensing, as he mentioned, and then there's also quantum networking. And then what we sort of refer to as sort of quantum inspired, which is post-quantum encryption. So this is one of the sort of more emerging areas in the quantum field because that's the area where we're going to be protecting all of our data. So what I don't want is some kid in a basement somewhere logging onto a cloud and hacking everyone's Nest thermostats or something like that, right? Or it could be even much worse. But from the definition side, I think you can kind of get into it a little bit more.
Oh, sure. I can pass it. You can elaborate on anything I get wrong. I would say that if I had to boil down quantum computing to the fundamental, what makes it most attractive is it takes advantage of certain physical properties at the quantum scale, which is extremely small, at the scale of an electron. Two of which I think are really critical. One is called superposition, where if one can imagine the state of a switch being on or off, but at the quantum scale, you can actually have a superposition, which means that you can have a combination of states, and it's kind of hard to conceive of, but you can at least imagine you can have something that could have a combination of states. The other aspect is called entanglement, which is when you can have two of these switches, which are correlated with each other in such a way that you can actually think of them as an ensemble together, and you can couple many of these. Now, what this allows you to do, if you can imagine a system, an ensemble, where you have all of these switches that are all sort of correlated together, that can basically have every single possible state combined within them, then that gives you a very unique way with a circuit or with some kind of a paradigm to be able to do some kind of computation you simply cannot do with a classical computer. This isn't going to work for every kind of problem. You're never going to open up Excel on a quantum computer. But there are specific problems which are uniquely map to a quantum computing system that a classical computer simply cannot solve within any reasonable time. One of those being related to cryptography and being able to break the encryption that we have. But there are other problems that are very interesting as well.
Anything to add?
Mostly, I think you covered it. So the way I like to think about it, our world, the way we know it, the way we experience it, it is more closer to classical physics, which is what Newton and many other scientists came up with. Towards the turn of the 20th century, we discovered that as you reduce the size of, you reduce the scale and you go to microscopic level, the laws of the nature are very different. So if you imagine there's a wall of that high and I tell you to go past that wall, your intuition would be to go over it or go around it. In quantum mechanics, you can have a particle go through the wall. So you have these new kinds of properties that show up, which manifest as superposition, entanglement, and then you get to build new kinds of computers using and leveraging these properties, which turns out in certain cases, as Gail pointed out, allow you to do certain tasks much, much, much faster than what we are experienced with. And that's the entire reason why governments around the world and various industries, various companies are so excited about this new technology, because it's not just going to be faster by a given factor, but they'll be faster, exponentially faster at certain tasks.
So this sounds pretty exciting when we think about the comparison to classical computing. But quantum must have some unique challenges associated when we think back or compare to classic computing. Would one of you like to comment, or all three, and jump on that?
Right now we are at this point where those individual states I was talking about, they're referred to as qubits, but that's just a term that's used for these. But they are a bit noisy. They're not the reliability of these are not at a state where these types of computations that we're talking about can really be demonstrated in such a way in which we're able to demonstrably prove what's called quantum advantage, which means that we're able to really prove that a quantum computation is better than or faster than a classical computation. Now, we hear press releases and these things, but oftentimes these releases are hotly debated. And so I would say really conclusive proof we haven't reached quite yet. When that's going to happen, of course, is what's going to become interesting.
I'll add sort of a twist to the challenges of quantum right now, and that's workforce. And you kind of said, almost anyone can get into quantum, and that is virtually true, right? We're seeing many industries right now evolve because of AI, and when we look at quantum, it truly is the next industrial revolution. And so to start building a trained workforce today is absolutely imperative for any country, and especially ours here, or even North America, right? Working with our partners. And I think when we start to look at STEM programs, or when we start to look at the middle school levels, that's really where we have to make a huge impact right now. So that once we start having quantum systems, and once we have that sort of ChatGPT moment, if you will, that everyone's referring to quantum systems, or there's a massive explosion, in the most amazing way in quantum when people are talking about it daily, we need a workforce to be able to support that.
So let's just pick up on that a little bit more. I know in Australia we have between 500 to 1,000 people currently working in quantum, however defined. 26 of our universities out of 38 actually have got quantum programs, and we have 6 centres of excellence already established. The Australian government is predicting we're going to need 20,000 in the workforce by 2045. What do you think that looks like for the US, and what activities, movements, partnerships, strategies are going to be needed to actually fuel the workforce?
I'm just going to add one more thing here to that. Everything's going to be touched by quantum in some fashion. So it's really hard to quantify 20,000 jobs needed for a quantum workforce. It's essentially just everyone's workforce needs to understand quantum, just like AI has taken on today. So it's, it doesn't matter what the skilled worker is in certain jobs, you're going to have to understand how AI works.
No, that's a really good point. It is going to tie. What we found when we were trying to promote, quantum computing and these other technologies across the university was there was a wide variety of interest across departments we really didn't expect. I mean, one would be the Department of Supply Chain Management in our business school, where people are trying to solve optimization problems that are very hard to solve on a classical computer. Imagine trying to route trucks to give deliveries. It sounds like it might be a straightforward problem. It turns out to be an incredibly hard problem to find the optimum route to have a series of drop-offs and pickups of different cargo across. We were able to put together a large group of people, a large network at the university. And I think that might be part of the key here, both on this university level and even in an international level. Great things are happening in Australia, in Finland, in the Netherlands. All of us are going to have to network together either on the worldwide scale or at the university scale to find success here.
Now, we were talking about some of these international partnerships. Would you like to elaborate in terms of what you're seeing and what you're actually actively involved in?
Yeah, absolutely. So this field, I think because it's so early with great potential, everybody's promoting collaboration over competition. So there's bilateral efforts between the UK, US, Australia, and the US. Then there's almost some partnership between every European country and the US. So it's a global effort. And of course, we have China sort of doing their own thing, partly, again, because of tension that we see on various levels. So it's not always about the competition even there. I think these efforts have manifested in collaborations and research efforts across countries. There are so many different research efforts funded between different countries, where researchers from both the different countries get funded by defense agencies or research science foundations of different countries. So you get to have like scientists coming together and going after a big effort. The main reason that I would like to highlight is this is something like, imagine going to 1980s or early 90s and trying to predict Facebook or Uber when internet had just been invented. So it's sort of like the most impactful applications probably lie undiscovered. And most of the effort has been around, okay, we need to discover those efforts as soon as possible, and that's going to require global initiative.
So let's start to get a little bit more specific. We've already heard encryption is one of the areas that is both exciting and probably terrifying for people working in the space. But can we talk a little bit about some concrete efforts, what we're actually seeing? What are some near-term applications or use cases so that our audience can really understand what this could look like? No certainties here, but what are we thinking short-term and medium-term?
I'd say on the sensing side, we're starting to see a lot of companies, especially in the ruggedized sensor arena. So, think about space exploration, think about deep sea drilling or mining. We've talked about that a lot this week. These are areas that I'm already seeing impact by quantum sensors. You need a lot more, detailed data or a lot more relevant data. There's also another company in Boulder that's building something for navigation. So imagine being able to completely replace GPS. So they're using the Earth's magnetic field in order to figure out where exactly you are. And there's a fingerprint of a location anywhere in the Earth that you are. So they're able to take it above orbit because the Earth's magnetic field is pretty far out there, but then they're also able to take it undersea. So if you're in a submarine, you can actually have pinpoint accuracy exactly where you are, or if you're in a mine, again, exactly where you are. So sensing is definitely one of the more relevant areas, I think, right now, but it's also important for us, look at all of the spectrums that are emerging. So when I start to think about application developers, I want to look at people that are developing on quantum today. So using systems, simulating on classical systems, because we know that a GPU farm with NVIDIA, chips in it is going to far surpass a lot of or most of the quantum systems that exist out there today. But if I'm developing my code and I know that it's going to take me 2 years to develop my application, I'm going to go ahead and keep running it on simulators. And then in a couple of years from now, I'll just switch it from this server over to a quantum server. And then now I'm able to run my application over there. And that's the type of company that I want to invest in, because they're not going to have that tech debt in 2 years from now that they're going to have to rewrite their software to be able to be quantum enabled.
Yeah, that's a really exciting aspect, that the simulation of quantum computers on GPUs specifically has really made major advances, and it's kind of wonderful to watch, sort of as the quantum technology itself seems to progress and become more capable. The simulation capabilities seem to be improving as well, and that's a really interesting aspect. But I also want to say that an exciting area is in this quantum optimization space. So we have this, as I mentioned, this subset of problems that can be solved on quantum computers, but a subset of that subset is in optimization, and there's specific platforms. There's a company called D-Wave that actually can provide thousands of qubits where people can run optimization problems, and those can work extremely well. A third thing and final area I'll mention is in these hybrid approaches. So what we can do is take quantum computation and we can couple it with classical computation, maybe even accelerated on GPUs, and using these algorithms that work together, a great advancement can be made where they can actually solve problems better than each one individually can.
On the application side, I think cryptography. So one, like all the applications mentioned by Matt and Gil, they're spot on. In fact, to add a little bit to what you mentioned, the hybrid applications, this is partly what excites me quite a lot as well, and this goes along with what Matt mentioned. Ultimately, the way I think the compute's going to evolve, it's going to be a hybrid compute where you'll have CPUs, GPUs, QPUs working in harmony and doing certain tasks, and then eventually people combining those tasks together to get the end user what they want. And this is going to be an exciting thing. And so this is where, to Matt's point, this architecture is quite crucial, where if in the near term, you can do most of your tasks on GPU and CPU and slowly start to transition where QPU starts taking most of the bulk for certain crucial problems like optimization, then that'll be really cool. And the way I think what quantum computers are going to be most useful at, for the near term, at least with my intuition, it goes along with very similar to what I mentioned before, which is the nature at the fundamental level is quantum in nature. So at any time you're trying to understand, let's say, protein and drug molecules, which are these tiny little things governed by laws of quantum mechanics, or you're trying to develop a new material, which again, at the fundamental level, is just a quantum mechanical system, that's where quantum computers are going to be most useful, because you sort of bypass this digital framework of trying to simulate these equations, but you directly map the system onto a quantum computer, create similar conditions, and learn about the system directly. So that's the fascinating area where I did my PhD on, and maybe I'm biased, but that's something that excites me quite a lot.
So all of this sounds really expensive. Where is the funding come from? And Matt, I'll start with you in terms of private sector, but I would love to talk about also public sector investment, whether it's National Science Foundation, DARPA, DOD, DOE. I'm going to continue the acronym soup to make sure that everybody is awake. But Matt, if we could start with you in terms of thinking private sector and then think more broadly.
Look, there aren't any of the mainstream VCs right now that are directly going into quantum because it's really incredibly hard to understand the science. So we kind of jokingly say that we're venture scientists sometimes. So we have a great team of people within our firm because we all wear different hats, but when you look at the Venn diagram, there's a huge overlap. And we have a chief science officer, and we have a really exceptional group of board of advisors that are looking at the deep science, because a lot of the investment right now is also a leap of faith into, is this company building something scientifically more advanced than anything else out there, and will that be their advantage over then, what's your financial earnings in 1 year from now, and are you going to start being profitable? The other thing that I will say for anyone investing in the space is being patient. So we're looking at people that are acceptant of an 8-year or 10-year life cycle, not a traditional VC where it's, hey, I'm going to promise you in 3 years from now you're making a result. No, that's not going to be quantum. If you're looking at making those types of investments, you shouldn't be getting into this. But those are sort of the big things. But I would say that government is a huge impact. So when you look at a lot of the government programs that are out there, again, it's really hard for innovation to happen when there's a lot of volatility. So it's, a lot of people right now in the science community are wondering if their funding is going to exist tomorrow or not. But not knowing ahead is really hard, but that's where private capital comes in, right? Being able to go out there and help support these founders in very unique ways that, again, we're seeing through the noise. But also, I think that we're in an exciting period for investing in quantum because there's not a lot of people out there that are just saying, hey, I heard about quantum yesterday, and now my company is a quantum company. We're seeing that with AI, right? There's an AI spoon or something out there, I'm sure.
Absolutely.
But when I start thinking about quantum, it's really unique. So these are people like the folks that are standing next to me, really brilliant people that know the deep science or have PhDs in this. And it's not easy to fudge quantum. And so we have a really unique time period of investing in quantum right now, and that's what makes it really exciting.
So, Gil, before we get to you, any hot tips in terms of where to invest?
I'm not allowed to say.
I figured I'd put you on the spot just in case, but I figured that'd be your answer. Gil, could you talk about in terms of really what you're seeing within the university academic space and public sector funding?
Yeah, this is definitely a national priority, and there is a lot of opportunity for funding from NSF, DOE, DOD, and this is getting the attention of researchers, which I think is great because I think there's all kinds of ways in which once attention starts to be focused on technologies like this, they suddenly find new applications and new advancements are made. So this is definitely a priority in the public sector.
Invest in education. I think that's the answer.
Given I'm with Arizona State University, that's the perfect answer. I'm sure Gil and I will both get bonus points for that.
Yeah. I'm trying so you don't lob more hard questions.
Okay, I want to talk about this one-stop quantum platform. Can you tell us a little bit about where that is going and what you're hoping to achieve?
Yeah, absolutely. And so the idea for QBraid sort of comes from my own journey at grad school. So it was 2017, and I already had some amount of quantum computing experience, but then I enrolled into this course on quantum computing. And my professor said, hey, we're going to be actually using quantum software and maybe even real quantum computers. And so what happened next was all of us in the class spent maybe half a semester, which was like 6 to 10 weeks, just struggling to try and install software, right? Where it had nothing to do with quantum computers. It had nothing to do with quantum software. And it was just people who were brilliant PhDs just didn't have enough of software experience that they struggled with simplest of software engineering tasks. And that's where I decided, okay, there's going to be a market. As we go from maybe 500 to 1,000 people in this field to thousands and maybe hopefully millions someday, they will need easy and most streamlined access to quantum computers. And that's where I, along with my team, set out to create QBraid, where we like to pitch, if We take you from not knowing much about quantum to writing your first quantum program and ultimately running it on a real quantum computer, all in under 10 minutes. Now, whether you understand it or not, separate question, but we'll walk you through the mechanics and you'll be there. And so that's the main thing we've created. We're probably the most connected quantum startup in the world. We work with all the major players, including IBM, AWS, IonQ, QEra, Xanadu, NVIDIA, and many more companies, and provide their software and hardware at a click of a button. And so that's our mission, basically. What I started with was looking at the classical software engineering workforce, and that stood at 22 million. And as you put it, even back then in 2017 and 2018, there was this article that came out that there's probably less than 1,000 people in the world who are quantum experts. So I said, even if this field gets to 10% of what classical software is at right now, that's going to be 2.2 million. We're going to go from 1,000 to 2.2, and we want to help do that. So if you want easiest access, please come and see me after this panel, or just go to kubernetes.com.
And I would say, going out there, and for me specifically, it's talking to non-quantum people, because there's this closed loop that's happening. I'm at a lot of the quantum conferences, and everyone's just nodding yes all the time because everyone agrees with everyone. And what's hard about that, though, is that the message is getting lost. And there's a lot of this incredible messaging that's happening at these conferences that I'm going to. And it's very exciting because it's going to have impact on everyone's lives, whether it's material sciences or personalized drugs or, security, things like this. There are so many different aspects to what I'm seeing in the marketplace. IBM did a phenomenal job at writing a book called The Quantum Decade. Everyone here should take a look at it. It's a super easy read. I recommend it to everyone, but it's something that, on your flight home, you can finish the whole thing, essentially. But they do a really great job at explaining it at a common level of what quantum is. But what I also love about it is it gives practical applications towards the end. So it really says, okay, now that you have a somewhat understanding of what quantum computing is, here are the actual applications that are going to be used in solving different problems.
I will say that we do try to provide a lot of access, especially through our courses. Through our supercomputer that we have at ASU, we've got a large pool of graphical processing units, GPUs, that are able to implement and simulate a lot of these quantum circuits and make them come to life for these students. So we sort of a mini QBraid going on at our campus.
So picking up now on a number of the threads in terms of this is expensive, it's going to touch every aspect of our lives in the not too distant future. Is there one country or several countries that we can point to that are really leading the quantum race, and what are they doing, and what could then, if it's not the US, that the US could actually learn from?
Well, as I mentioned before, Australia has put a lot of investment into these technologies. I did mention before quantum networking, which is an interesting area as well. Basically involves, so we mentioned this entanglement, this correlation between two different qubits. It turns out that it's hard to believe, but this correlation can actually, it seems to be, can be over really, really large distances. And so this idea of being able to look at the state in one place and detect it at the other is a very, very compelling application for quantum technologies as well. And there are, I think we're seeing a lot of progress in this in other countries as well. This is why this is going to have to be an international effort where we are able to make these advances.
Any other takers?
Yeah, I would say US and the EU for sure are at the forefront along with China. China is always a little bit hard to figure out what exactly is going on because you get your information through this filtered lens. But at the same time, I think U.S., at least over the past few decades, has been this really attractor of amazing talent. I'm kind of an example of that. I grew up in India. And looking at the U.S. going, oh, wow, this is an amazing place to do awesome research and start companies. And so, this is a feeling shared by so many people around the world where they come to the U.S. and do amazing things. And so I would argue U.S. definitely is at the forefront, if not the leader. But again, a lot of good work coming out of the UK and the EU, and lots and lots of investments in the EU region and in the UK as well.
So there's a quote that somebody said a couple weeks ago or a couple months ago on a panel that I was on, and it was very clear. So we could either invest billions today on quantum or spend trillions later on defense. So think about that, right? It's game over. Whoever wins quantum wins. So it's so important to work with our partners, our allies, our friends in accomplishing incredible, amazing tasks, because we're all going to have diversified thought and we're all going to be able to share this together. And ultimately, what we don't want is this to get into the wrong hands.
I love that quote. I am going to steal that quote.
I stole it, so yeah.
So I don't even have to do attribution to you then. Let's change tact a little bit, and I think it does pick up in terms of defense and military. So often when an emerging technology comes into the market, it is coupled with social, ethical, and legal issues. And we're seeing that with AI today. And every single day we're seeing questions around privacy and security. What, if any, ethical or social issues do you associate with quantum, or should we be thinking about as we're co-developing these technologies?
So I think the policy debates need to start now. And it's because we're still emerging in this technology. We still know that it's going to take a couple years to get to a point where it's actually impacting our lives. And what I can't stress is the fact that sometimes policy could be slow. And politicians want to really understand some things. So what I don't want is somebody to invent the new cure for cancer in 5 years from now, and then all of the politicians say, hey, wait a second, let's debate this for the next 5 years. So I'd rather start that clock now. And I also think it's really important to educate all populations, right? Every citizen should know about quantum, what its impacts are going to be having on their lives. We saw this happen a couple years ago when ChatGPT came out. It was like AI had never existed until a couple years ago, and then Congress threw their hands up in the air and they called all of the heads of all of the different tech companies in and saying, explain this AI thing to us. And it was really disruptive in the moment. And they even had a moment where they were saying, hey, should we pause any progress with ChatGPT because this is getting a little too out of control? So what we don't want is that to happen at quantum. And again, we see it on the horizon. We know it's coming. So let's start preparing for it now.
Let me then kind of flip the question around a little bit, building on your answer, Matt. What type of role should universities then have in terms of educating the legislature, in educating our populations, not just our students, just to get ahead of the potential kind of barrier?
The intellectual barrier, you mean? The technological barrier?
The knowledge barrier that often is the break for the legislature to put into place not necessarily good policy that actually responds adequately to the technology.
Well, I would say that the thing to most understand is that the science of quantum computing is pretty solid. Really, what we have is not a science problem in terms of getting to the quantum advantage, but it is an engineering problem, and that means that this is something we're on this progress. We're making progress to a point where there is going to be something that is going to happen. I don't think this is a theoretical thing. I think this is, when is that turning point going to happen? We don't know. But I think a good comparison is to AI. AI we've known about for decades and its potential. But what was that inflection point? And some people might say when DeepMind developed AlphaGo, and or maybe it was just last year when the Nobel Prize went to AI in physics and in chemistry. But I think maybe the technological inflection point was probably about in 2012 when AlexNet, which was basically a classification engine for neural nets, was shown to just do one thing. It was able to show that you could train a neural net in days rather than months, and that really started everybody. It suddenly caught everyone's attention, and this was a development that was so significant that the conference it was delivered at, which was at the NVIDIA Global Technology Conference, pretty much became an AI conference as it is today. I mean, this is what's happened. Similarly, with quantum computing, there's going to be this major inflection point, and I just think that people need to understand that this isn't sci-fi. I think this is, and this is something they should take seriously.
Pranav, if you could put one message in front of the legislature to make them feel comfortable with quantum, and so they don't do this, brakes on, let's think about this, put policies in place, what would it be?
Understand quantum better, because I think that honestly ties the previous two questions together. I'm a bit of a techno-optimist, and so I do think if you put in enough thought in building technology the right way, you're going to get mostly just the benefits. I mean, of course, there's going to be some downsides, but the benefits will outweigh the risk or any harm. And so this is where, when you understand something better, you understand the risks better. You understand how to design it better. And so the policy, actually, the debate did start a few years ago, and there were some export controls which, when came out, all of us, including me, were complaining. It was like, it doesn't make any sense. You did not understand the technology well. So understand the technology better would be my message.
So let's keep thinking about then the education and the workforce development. I know we've gone in a full circle there. What does this look like in terms of trying to get middle school kids or high school kids excited about quantum? Because they are going to have to be the workforce of the future. We need to capture their excitement and attention there, not necessarily at the university level. So how are we thinking about that, and what can we do in terms of at a local level, a state level, in terms of our boards of education to get excitement?
I think it's what he just said, it's educating everyone on what quantum is. And so I think it's important for parents to understand what will be there for their children in the future, right? There's a lot of debate that's been happening in the last couple of years on, do I teach my child AI? And it's kind of a hard debate. And somebody said, I think it was a Harvard professor, that was like, AI isn't going to replace humans. It's humans with AI that are going to replace other humans. And I think it's really important to kind of think about that, right? I don't know how to program my phone, but I know how to use it every day, and I use it every day. And so, again, because this is something that touches my life, I do have to have some understanding of it. With quantum, again, I think there's a really great program. The coding school out of San Francisco is a 2-week boot camp for middle school students, online course that they could take. That's really, really good founding team. And then there's other diversity programs out there. So there's a couple women out of the UK that are doing something called the Tech Bros, and it's aptly named just because they want to have more women in quantum. And so there's a lot of these programs that exist out there if you search for them. And again, you don't have to sit there and learn how to program a computer or learn what quantum physics is, but it's more about how can I get into an ecosystem and maybe support it in some capacity.
So. My first program as part of CubeRate was actually with high school students. And in fact, the very first program by the coding school, CubeRate supported it. And my biggest learning was high school students are much fast learner compared to high school teachers or anybody who's past the age of, 25 to 30. And if you think about it, it kind of makes sense, because people or students who are just learning about Newtonian physics, they're learning it. They're fresh, and they're looking at everything as a new perspective. So for them, it's really hard to grasp those rules, which when given to them, they go, okay, these are just like Newton's laws. When you gave me Newton's laws, I just took them, ran with it, and solved a whole bunch of problems. So instead of, if you give them quantum mechanical laws, they do exactly the same thing. So it's fascinating that a bunch of high school students were able to solve a whole bunch of quantum computing programs compared to their high school teachers, which barely made any progress. But so I think starting early is definitely super helpful, and people should be talking about these new technologies super early on.
I'll just mention that we have definitely paid a lot of attention at ASU to K through 12 as my fellow panelists have pointed out. I mean, introducing these things at a young age, some of these concepts, makes them a lot more intuitive. Not that any of us are too old to learn anything, but I think that these young people do seem to, when they're introduced to these things, do seem to do pretty well. We have worked with a program called Qubit by Qubit. There's a program out of NAU called Mira Sparks. These are great programs that are trying to address that group of people.
So I'm going to continue this theme. So you talked about tech pros in terms of women who are working in quantum. What does the current workforce in terms of women in quantum look like?
From what I've seen, it's still very much so the tech bro industry. But I will say that I've seen a lot more women emerging into this field, and it's more scientific. I also love the fact that quantum in general has been very welcoming. So it's a community of people that are absolutely incredible, and it's not the closed off mindset that I've seen in Silicon Valley. So, typical tech is, I don't want you to know what I'm building until it's launched and released and it's out there in the world. For quantum, it's a community. It's, hey, I'm working on a problem. Can you help me solve it? And it might be a total direct competitor, but it's people really working together, because I think that everyone sees the ultimate goal out there, and it's not necessarily something that they want to keep for themselves.
And that is very encouraging, especially as I am the mother of a 10-year-old female who loves STEM and has embraced ChatGPT and generative AI, and she can probably hack my phone and
No, she is.
I know, that's the really scary thing, and I really hate it when she gets into Amazon and suddenly all the parcels arrive 2 days later and I have no idea what I've just purchased. So we've only got a few minutes left. So I want to frame this question as, what is it that keeps you up at night in terms of quantum, and what is it that makes you go to sleep very quickly as you think about quantum? And Gail, I'll start with you.
So by goes to sleep really quickly, you mean that bores me?
What worries you in terms of keeping you up at night, and what makes you really excited and happy and relieved in terms of where we're going with quantum?
Well, I will say that I think that, there's always these sort of unexpected benefits when there is attention paid to something. I mean, we see this over and over again where, especially at the national level, the government invests in something, right? And like the story of computing in this country and how that was developed. All sorts of unexpected benefits, unexpected discoveries happen. And I think that the thing that's exciting about the quantum technologies is that they are getting this type of attention. And I am very excited about where those types of developments are headed.
Yeah, and it's incredibly important to not overhype either. So I think that we've seen some companies or some industries overhype something, and then when it doesn't come to fruition at a certain time period, everyone just says, hey, I'm not looking at this anymore. So that's probably the thing that keeps me up is, hey, this could be dangerous, right? And it's really something that we can't put behind. We have to absolutely be working on these problems right now. Going to sleep, I think that at peace in general, when I think about quantum. So I really wholeheartedly feel at peace in the sense that this will solve problems that we never even dreamed of solving before. And it's going to impact humanity in such tremendous, incredible ways that we have yet to even think of.
That's pretty cool.
So for me, AI got mentioned a bunch of times. So AI, if you look at the history, the very first time it was proposed was 1953 or 56. I think it was 53. So 1953, and it went through a whole bunch of various different cycles where no interest in AI at some point. There were few researchers, and then the funding boomed again, and then bust. So there were like these AI winters when very few people were working. So I worry sometime if we're not making enough progress, the funding's going to dry up, and then the progress in the field would slow down. So that's something that keeps me up at night, and how to mitigate that. One of the things would be being always true to everyone, all the people who are funding this initiative, all the taxpayers. And then what puts me back to sleep is similar to what Matt mentioned, where this new technology allows us to understand nature at its fundamental level. Even if you can know everything there is to know about a tiny system, it's still probabilistic, and that bothers me in a good way. And I go to sleep thinking about that.
Well, this has been an incredibly rich conversation. I hope everybody out there feels that they have a little bit more of understanding in terms of what is quantum, what is coming down the quantum road. And I'm really excited in terms of our teenagers and the workforce of the future in terms of what opportunities are going to be open to them because of the discussions that are taking place today. So I would like to say a huge thank you to our three panelists. Thank you for coming. Thank you for sharing the stage. A huge thank you to everybody who has put on this incredible event. The amount of work behind the scenes is simply phenomenal. And also a huge thank you to our sponsors and also to everybody in the room and online. Thank you for being with us today.
Thank you so much to Kanav, Matthew, Gill, and of course, Di Bowman. Fascinating conversation and what the future holds. It's like atomic, subatomic, kidding. Okay, it is hard to believe how quickly the past 2 days have flown by. We are getting ready, almost, to wrap up the second annual Phoenix Global Forum, Forging the Future. So, today's discussion, our final panel of the day, is the inclusive potential of technology. And this session is going to focus on how technology can enhance equity and inclusion, particularly for individuals with disabilities. So it's a little different twist on it. So please join me in welcoming to the stage Denise Resnick from First Place and Sulama Garani from Happio, Michael Hammett from the City of Phoenix, and then this session is going to be moderated by David Drennan from the City of Phoenix. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Welcome back, and thank you everybody for attending the Phoenix Global Forum. Incredible partnership here with the International Economic Forum of the Americas and Phoenix Sister Cities, so thanks so much. We are probably like what's the wall between you and the rest of the day here, and I know you've been sitting for a little bit, so if anyone wanted to just stand for a moment, please do. And feel free to move a little closer if you're comfortable, because we're going to be talking about an inclusive environment, and we want you to be comfortable, but also part of the dialogue and be part of what this conversation is about. So I am David Drennan. I am Senior Policy Advisor for Mayor Gallego here in Phoenix, and I oversee areas of economic development as well as arts and culture. And it's a privilege to be here because I get to talk with some friends and some great colleagues who are incredible here for the inclusive environment that we're building and really leading kind of the future, especially embracing technology. Sorry. Anyway, I wanted to start, and I'm just going to ask everybody to just share a little bit about your passion and your current position. Michael Hammett is Chief Innovation Officer, and he's Phoenix's first innovation officer and really leads on smart city, data, and performance management.
It is great to be here. It's nice to see some familiar faces in the audience. Miss Heidi Fogelsong as the MC has done a great job these last couple of days. And it's just great to be here, especially to talk about this particular topic. So as David said, I'm the Chief Innovation Officer for the City of Phoenix, run the Office of Innovation, which is a little over 3 years old. Most major cities have an Office of Innovation housed within either the mayor's office or the city manager's office. And really, our office is a central hub of innovation and performance management across the city. When we launched, inclusivity was a big part of it. We wanted to make sure that everybody had a place at the table, and that we looked at unintended consequences as well for any new technology, system design, and any projects that we put forth. So one of our big events we have twice a year, and that is the Innovate Phoenix Phoenix Challenge. We'll talk more about that later, but that is basically kind of a kickoff to this.
Great, thank you. And Salima Gurani is here. She's CEO and founder of Happio, which that's like her latest thing, because she's one of these founders who has created many intuitive and technological startups. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. I'm a Danish-Moroccan tech entrepreneur, and I live in Palo Alto, Silicon Valley. Thank you for inviting me here. I'm very honored. I think when we talk about tech and being inclusive, I guess, a lot of us think that AI or tech, you really have to be very smart at math, right? Or STEM, have to be good at school. I'm a 7th grade school dropout. I've not had math since 4th grade, okay? And yet the product that I launched last year became the best AI product in 24. And I just think this conversation matters a lot. I mean, if you're a parent or if you have any young people in your life, or even if you consider your own next career, right? Because let's all be honest, the career that you have right now, in 3 years, it's completely disrupted. I mean, my friend yesterday just announced on LinkedIn that she's retiring herself as a CEO for her new company because the new director, the new CEO, is going to be an AI bot. Forbes picked it up this morning and said, whoa, what do you mean? And someone brought an AI model to court yesterday in New York and had that one defending him. And so you're like, oh, what's next? So I'm here today to talk about the fact that talent is everywhere. And for someone like me, I was picked up by the tech industry in '99. And prior to that, honestly, no one wanted to hire me. They saw me as absolutely useless. And so I'm very thankful for the tech industry. And today, what is the tech industry even? Everything is tech. But I'm here today to share hopefully also global stories about how tech have enabled people's life and made it better. I am fully aware, I'm a mom myself, someone that's just graduating high school and a freshman at high school also, 2 kids, and I'm also here representing the next generation of talent. I will say one thing though, and that is young people are way smarter than we are, and I think we all have to get used to the fact that our CEO might be 20 years younger, 30 years younger than us, maybe even younger than that. That's scary and exciting.
Thank you so much. And then we have Denise Resnick, who is CEO and founder of First Place. But she really is much more than just that, because Denise has championed change across our city in many areas of economic development, but especially has a great heart for our autistic community.
And I'm a native Phoenician. And David, thank you very much. And thank you for being on this journey with me. Our son is 33 years old, and he has autism and epilepsy. And by way of background, I'm a community and residential developer and marketing person. And when he was diagnosed 3 decades ago, we were told to love, accept, and plan to institutionalize our son because that's what would be best for him and for our family. And I went to visit some of those places here in Greater Phoenix of where he could live or be institutionalized. And I said, no way, no how. And we rallied this community to explore what we could do to set a new bar for what we do, what we imagine, how we plan for people living with autism and with disabilities. And today, Phoenix is acknowledged as the most autism-friendly city in the world, according to PBS NewsHour. I am the proud mother of 2 children. Our daughter is just 17 months older, and I don't want her to have to replace us as Matt's parents one day when we're no longer able to care for him. And the answer to that looming question of who's going to care about our disabled loved ones when we're no longer able to do so is the community. And the only way that the community will care is if they get to know us. And so we are here to talk about inclusive communities and what we do in our built environments, what we do with technology, and what we do with people who are underestimated and underrepresented. And so I'm thrilled to be here. Thanks, David.
Absolutely. And one of the things Denise and I share in common is I also have a son who is 22 and autistic. And he has benefited from all, because Denise gets out there and she creates all these successful resources for individuals with autism and neurodiversity, and has really created the opportunity. We were talking and we have a video that we're going to play here in just a second. One of the things that came about was we had Waymo come to town, and Waymo, when it first arrived here, worked with Foundation for the Blind to help individuals get from point A to point B, but also to test out its autonomous technology. And I remember reaching out because I thought, oh, my son's autistic, that's perfect. And he's grown up knowing that Waymo is his car. And 16 came and went too, and he wasn't quite passionate about it, but he knows that that's like his vehicle. And Denise has been able to take kind of that same thought process and really expand it out in an incredible way. So if we can take a look, it's a really inspiring piece.
I'm Eli Goldstick. I'm a big photographer enthusiast, and I like to grill burgers, sometimes ribs if I'm feeling adventurous. First Place is my home.
With independence, one of the biggest challenges sometimes is not having the right tools to take the next step. First Place is a place where people can be exactly who they are. Our residents are neurodiverse or have autism. I work with the residents on job opportunities in the community to, get them out there. I want people to see the ability, not the disability. When Eli moved into First Place, he said that he has always wanted to work in an office. Part of this is because his dad also gets to dress up and go to work every day, and he really admires his father.
I'm a file clerk at a law firm. It's the same thing every day. It makes me feel comfortable.
For our residents that maybe they've had a while since they've worked, we suggest that they start volunteering. A big place is Arizona Animal Welfare League. That's a way that they can learn responsibility and have people rely on them.
I like working with animals. It's actually a really comforting place to volunteer. You can hang out with the dogs and give them comfort, have a sense of peace.
When it comes to my job with finding people jobs and volunteer opportunities, we have to look at places that they can get by public transportation. But some of my residents, they pick a place that they really want to work, but by public transportation, it takes them an hour and a half to get to work. And they do it because they're dedicated. But boy, do I wish that that was something they didn't have to do.
Waymo will help me to become more independent.
The first time him and I were ever in a Waymo, he was a little nervous. We passed some construction, so all of the cones populated on the screen in the car. And he was like, oh, they really are seeing everything.
I actually felt like I can do this all the time.
Waymo and inclusion and independence all connects together. Waymo could easily be part of the disability culture. We take you as you are. We want you to be exactly who you are, and we want to go along with the journey with you.
And I think as we enter the discussions today, I think one of the things that you'll, if you take anything away, I think it's really about how technology holds a promise to improve lives for everybody. And Denise, if you can just expand off of your partnership with Waymo.
Absolutely. So Waymo is obviously helping people get to their big lives, because as much as we think about residential housing options for people with disabilities, with autism, people don't just live in four walls. They live in their community. So that means healthcare, and that means jobs, and that means entertainment, and that means learning, and that means the connectivity that technology can provide. And when we're working with people with disabilities, so often we find, is that a property for autism, or is that a property for people with Down syndrome, or is that a property for people with cerebral palsy? Well, just as my being a senior doesn't tell you what I need or want in my housing, neither does somebody's disability. And I don't have physical mobility issues, but I benefit from the curb cuts, just like so many of you benefit from curb cuts. And when we think about technology, we think about the cognitive and neurological curb cuts that they provide. Because the type of housing that we're providing and modeling at First Place, that's supportive housing. That's expensive. It's expensive to provide people with the kind of support and navigation they need to get where they're going. But think about what we're doing in reverse of senior housing. You know, with senior housing, people often start with independent living, then they go to semi-skilled and nursing. What we're doing is we're providing more supports early in adult life to increase that level of independence to the greatest degree possible, increase their quality of life, increase their options for where they go next, and reduce costs. And one way we can do that is by connecting some of those supports to technology. So when we designed First Place, which is an 81,000 square foot property that accommodates about 70 people, we designed it for people with differences, for people with disabilities, for people who would value what we offer. We also designed it as an R&D site because we want your technology to come to First Place, because just as we want to benefit from the technology, we wanted to set up our property and our community to inform where you go next with technology. And we wanted to demonstrate through Waymo how we're leveraging what's in our backyard and encouraging you to explore what's in your backyard and what we can share together, because our goal is to fuel a new marketplace of housing and community options for people with autism and developmental disabilities.
Great. And Salima, I know, as Denise was referencing, you know, you shared with us off stage before a lot of assets, and I think one of them that really stood out to me was when you were talking earlier about with math, people who just have a lack of math skills because they really haven't had that education. And I think there's opportunity there when we think of expanding out and the resources that exist with technology now.
Yeah, I love that question. So here's the thing, I kind of said it in the introduction, and by the way, I love driving. I mean, I don't like driving personally, but driving is very important. If you look at Saudi Arabia, I know it's controversial, but you know, 10 years ago, it was unheard of. Full disclosure, I work in 55 countries, so I go everywhere. And I've been following closely what happened in Saudi, and one of the biggest enablers for women and their freedom has actually been driving, that they are now allowed to drive, now they have a passport, and vice versa. And now, you know, Dubai has the youngest cabinet of ministers and politicians, and most of them are women, and there you go, right? It's not a perfect place, that's not what I'm saying, but driving is very important for mobility, social mobility also. But back to math, and I don't know about education, I don't know how you feel about it. I found school hard, super hard. Otherwise, they wouldn't have kicked me out, clearly. I came back on the horse later, and I've been teaching at Harvard and other great universities later. They would not accept me as a student, but I'm good enough for teaching there. Really thoughtful. But nevertheless, here's the thing. The tech industry itself, you can have an excellent career, even if you cannot put two and two together in math. What's really interesting is some of you have kids, teenagers, that are sitting in their room all day long gaming, and you're probably super upset about it. Gaming industry is the biggest, most innovative industry in the world. Most of us will, in some way or another, work in the gaming industry in the future. So you know what? It's really great that they're gaming. So I think we have to look at it from a different angle. They're growing up in a time that we cannot relate ourselves to. And as a mom, I don't know about college. I don't know if I buy into it, honestly speaking. But I think, and I know that's also controversial, but we will really need to see our skills from a different angle. And talent is being found everywhere. I'm Danish. I grew up in Denmark, born in Morocco, but I grew up in Denmark. And I lived in those neighborhoods where if you avoid going there, you would not go there. Okay, it's just somewhere you don't want to go. Those hoods that I grew up in, and in those neighborhoods, you have the most hungry, mentally hungry, hardworking young people, but they are excluded from society, and all they can do is opening a pizza shop or whatever, and no one see their skills. But there's so much talent out there. So if we want to be inclusive, we have to think about how to mobilize those people that we don't see because they don't stand out in school. Does that make sense?
And Michael, you have led a lot of the city's efforts to really be innovative, to really come up with, not only technology, but just kind of common sense solutions. And a lot of what all three of you are focused on really starts with the heart. And it's like how, I think the work that you're doing looks at from a global perspective of how community comes together and develops models that really are helping prevent individuals from feeling excluded.
So I can talk about our Innovate Phoenix Challenge, which is, we talked a little bit at the beginning, it's twice a year. And when we launched this, Mayor Kate Gallego was a big promoter of this. And really it was, we want to have a space where people can come together and work to solve for some of our biggest challenges that we have. Priorities of the city, mayor and council are priorities of the community. And it all funnels up that way. And this was a chance to go out and bring people together and do just that. So we launched that about 2.5 years ago. And our first project was around expanding chilled water in public spaces, something very simple, put a drinking fountain in. But what we've seen around the country, and we've looked around the world actually, was it was failing. The water fountain of yesterday of some of our youth is no more. People don't trust it. They've gone into decline, and in many cases, they've gone away. As bottled water, which is not a bad thing, people need it. Bottled water has gone up, and that has gone down. So we brought everyone together. 200 people came together on that first challenge. What thing we really wanted to do was make sure it was inclusive. And I know that's a word we use all the time, but to us it meant no barriers for people. And that could be physical barriers, but also people that didn't feel comfortable, didn't feel like they had a place. And you touched a lot on this. We said, look, they had to be 18 years old because that was, part of the requirement of the Venture Cafe space. But we didn't care if you had a PhD or if you did not have your high school equivalency. We knew people were doing startups, had great ideas, and we wanted them at the table, and that is what happened from the very beginning. Young people came up afterwards and said they identified as being on the spectrum, the autism spectrum, or neurodiverse, didn't feel comfortable, but they found their place. One young man from out of the country said, I didn't really have a community here, and now I found it. And it wasn't just what we were doing. It was the Venture Cafe space with all of the people that were startups, small businesses, professors, students, community members. Everyone after that has had between 100 and 200 people. And so the first project, the chilled water, ideas came out of that. And we worked with an ADA specialist from the very beginning to custom design the unit. We said we wanted it to exceed the requirements. And so it had a lot of features on it that we hadn't planned, we didn't think it needed. And it was quickly explained why we did. So they have remote sensing technology, and that came from the Innovate Phoenix Challenge as well. It was a startup here, a young man, and we could, for a low cost, put these units on each of the water systems and know when people were using it, how they were using it, if there were leaks, so that it was, we were maximizing our investment and really maximizing the outcomes. 3 units within the first year have distributed over 116,000 equivalent bottles of plastic water, reducing waste and hydrating the community. So that has started us on our road. It just received a Smart Cities North America Award this year, and now we have 6 other units. So we're really using data, again, inclusivity, making sure everybody had a place at the table. And they've informed it along the way, and we've pivoted along the way according to what folks needed. So that's been incredible.
Water is very needed. In France, you can have sparkling water as well. There are fountains with sparkling water for free too. So
1,200 units.
Exactly. Okay, I like that. Maybe champagne next. But I think, just joking. But I think I'm super inspired by Singapore, in fact, because everyone gets a grant every year, everyone. And you can spend it on learning and classes for free. So there's an ongoing upskilling and reskilling philosophy in the country. And we can learn much from Singapore. I was just in Hong Kong. No, it's China, controversial, but they really have an incredible strategy for keeping people on their feet, educational-wise. And I think the world failed if people cannot afford education, okay? And when I say education, full disclosure, I'm not talking about universities per se, I talk about micro-learning. Everything online, for free, whatever. So I think Phoenix could really, Arizona has I'm so amazed about the humbleness and innovation and curiosity that you all have because you're a newer state. But I think there's so much that can be done here that could be a role model for the rest of the world. But I do want to see more young people at the table. I'm on the board of a ton of companies and all those things, and I'm turning 50 this year. I'm one of the youngest ones, okay? That's really bad. So I think we really need to figure out how to get the young people on the board. And I always suggest the companies that I work with, listen, we have a board, we need a young board. And they have to be equal, and they have to work together. And there should never be anything implemented or done in any city unless it has been passed through the youth board. I think that's important. We think that experience and age is a good thing. It's a disadvantage in reality.
What I hear you say repeatedly, and what I believe has been a theme, at least what I've heard throughout this grouping and conference, has been that value of community. And it's that reciprocity of learning. And it is approaching this with curiosity and with some humility. And as parents of kids with autism, we know a lot about humility and things not working out just the way you planned, and the kind of problem solving that we do, and what we do to inform those solutions, and what we do with our built environment that can create those technological advancements, but also that soft infrastructure and that human touch, because we need that too. And so, there is a harmony that needs to be created in this balance with technology of making sure that we have the high-tech, high-touch components. And that's certainly from a mother's heart. And as we scaffold this, as we approach this smartly in terms of introducing a new wave of housing and community solutions that can be powered by good planning, by good technology, by good metrics to understand what is benchmarking, what are these outcomes that our adults are getting and our kids are getting, and what kind of supportive policies do we need in our countries, and what countries have more supportive policies perhaps than we do. And that's the beauty of what I believe happens when people who live with disabilities or are connected through their hearts to this cause, when we get together to problem solve. And I'd like to think that that can bring a lot of people and a lot of countries together.
Well, and on the subject of just the human-informed data and really how it's informing on the technology that's being created, what do you see as kind of those next steps for each of you in your different roles?
Well, the city of Phoenix is a leader in data, and that comes from the top, from Mayor Gallego, our council, and city manager Jeff Barton. And since 2017, we've been working with an organization called What Works Cities, and we are one of only 3 cities to receive platinum certification. And it's global. It's North America and it's South America, and it is rigorous. And it doesn't mean, we always say, it doesn't mean Phoenix is perfect by any stretch. It's always a journey, but it means we're taking every step that's known, best practices. A lot of it's inclusivity, it's climate, it's all tied in together, so it's comprehensive. And Denise touched on something I think is really important. I always tell people too, people will say, how did your journey lead you to data? I came from a media background, journalism degree, and I said, really, I didn't know. I went back to school, got a master's degree in global technology and development a couple years ago, in my 40s when I received the degree, and I thought, how did I get here? And now, from this space, really, data is the new language. It can be universal. We talk about inclusivity. You talked about, the understanding of math. Data doesn't have to be scary. The big word, especially big data, it can be palatable to people. We need to visualize it so that it makes sense, and that's what we're doing at the city, David. And again, direction from mayor and council to make sure that we are leading with data, but also making it so that it's accessible. Community has informed our city manager's dashboard. across the board. And we continue to reach to them to not only demonstrate it in person, but to get their feedback and make changes. A lot of it is ADA as well from the accessibility standpoint. So lots of exciting things.
Let me just share a couple of data points, if I could, because in our country, there are 1.8 million Americans, parents like me, over the age of 60, living with a loved one with disability. And when you think about the statistics of our son 30 years ago being diagnosed when the incidence of autism was 1 in 2,500, today it's 1 in 36. So you think about a marketplace, you think about where and how people with disabilities with autism are going to live, particularly when their parents and their families are no longer able to care for them. These are community issues, these are economic issues, they are also opportunities of those communities that are built with heart and with that inclusive mindset, recognizing not just our son for his disability, but what he contributes to his community, because he's volunteering in the community, because he's working in the community, because he brings out kindness in his neighbors, and because he's never done a mean thing to anyone in his entire life. He's a wonderful human being. But because of his more profound autism and his struggle to speak and communicate, one continues to underestimate his computational abilities, because if you flip triple-digit multiplication problems, he'll solve them instantly. If you tell him when your birthday is, he'll tell you what day of the week it is. So we have to make sure that we engage our population with diversity and with disabilities in these conversations to inform where we go next, how we go next, and how we make sense of it for everyone and for amazing companies like your own.
I actually think most of us don't thrive in the world as it looks like right now. So you could actually argue that the way we work is not working, even for us that are normal. I mean, I have ADHD, that's pretty normal right nowadays. I'm not diagnosed, I'm not medicated, there's nothing wrong with that, but I love my brain and I just want it to be just like this. But I really think that we are in a very interesting time where we just know that we have to change the way we live, not only as communities, but all the way around. I was just in Japan. Oh, it's awful. They stopped dating. Can you imagine? They have no babies anymore. They don't want to touch each other. The companies are so frustrated. They're trying to force work from home because they hope that they will make love to their wife. They're doing all sorts of things just to get more babies. And so, we really have to look at the way we work and live. And technology is a great thing. It can actually make people more curious, more brave, all those sort of things. But the human part is very important. And I do think that we as a workplace has a big duty. I mean, I was at Thunderbird yesterday and I spoke there for the MBA students. Oh my God, they're so smart. I would never be able to do an MBA at that level that they are doing. I have my MBA, but it's a whole next story how I got it. Fair though, but still. I was just thinking about internships. It's so interesting that they didn't tell me, but I looked at the stats, and it seems like we stopped hiring young people because, we don't need young people. Now we have AI, and we don't need more headcounts. We can just hire AI. But we have a responsibility to get these young people in the workforce. And what's more interesting than a diverse workforce? Being Danish, we have some of the best companies that actually include people with all sorts of backgrounds and specialties. I don't know how you're disabled or whatever we can spend and use as a word. But I do think it's just a more delightful workplace if it's inclusive. But I do know it's not making life easier. You will have misunderstandings. It's much easier if you're all the same. But innovation needs diversity. So we really don't have a choice.
And, Denise, it makes me think, you introduced us for the Phoenix Workforce Board to Emily over at EY, and we were able to go in and they were able to take through virtual reality, be able to take and go into the metaverse, and the neurodiverse youth were basically super responsive to that environment. What else did we learn from that?
We learned how productive people can be and how much also they value their jobs. Because individuals with autism and disabilities, what we get all the time, they're lonely. And that's the number one reason why people are coming to First Place, because they're looking for friends. Right after that, they're looking for jobs. So as much as people, organizations might see us as a charity case because we're a charitable nonprofit. What we did a few years ago, David, is we recruited a back office IT firm from Delaware here to Greater Phoenix. They're committed to creating 500 jobs for people with autism and neurodiversities. And they've already created 100 jobs, full-time jobs with benefits. People who have applied 100 times for positions and never gotten a job. And people have advanced degrees and have gotten fired, 17 times. And what that does to someone's self-confidence. Well, this company, The Precisionists, which is expanding across our country, is demonstrating what great work ethic individuals have, because it's more than a job. It is their community, and it's what they value. So we're learning the importance of people in the workplace. And I, again, so appreciate your humility and what you talk about in terms of, learning and that environment, and in gaming as an example. And right now at First Place, there's a group, an online gaming group, and they're all getting together in person. They don't talk to each other. They just have their tablets, but they're sitting together and they're playing. And they introduced our son to games that he never played before. And they're cheering him on. And it's how that develops community, and you look for those places where we can connect. And people have social anxiety. Sometimes it's easier to connect through their technology, but then how we have those human interactions, and that takes practice. And the only way you can practice is by creating within our communities and within our environments those places where people and humans can actually connect. And just outside the doors of this forum is an art exhibition that First Place curated, and it's accompanied by a film of a man with autism from Cork, Ireland, who at the age of 11 had been sent away because he couldn't learn. And for 7 years, he was suboptimal and he couldn't learn, and he was told that he had a low IQ, and today that man is a PhD statistician, and he creates this beautiful photography with time-lapse photography and stats, and he helps us see the patterns of what he's experiencing as a man with autism, with a lot of sensitivities, and what we experience maybe when we know to go into a place, or maybe we don't want to go into a place because of all those sensory issues. And so when we often see things through the lens of people with autism and with disabilities, we can actually plan for better cities. We can actually be more sensory sensitive. And you said it earlier, you said this isn't a good environment for anyone right now, with the level of loneliness and anxiety that we have. And I believe that when we can focus on people with disabilities and autism, we can get it right for a lot of people, including those curb cuts.
I think Phoenix should have the happiness index. That's the Danish part of me speaking. I think you should measure happiness. Because happiness, if you think about it, as a mom, as a woman, I think goes for everyone, but you want to live somewhere where people get along, where you can be happy, there's meaningful, positive relationships, you can achieve something, you have good schools. You guys have all of that here. But the happiness index is very important. I think Bhutan, Denmark, Finland. They're not number
one.
No, then we must be number 2 now. Okay, dang. But I think that's important. I think since it's such a vibrant place here, there's so much you can do. Life quality matters. And I sometimes see countries attract talent. Singapore is one of them. Dubai are recruiting a lot of people at the moment. And Saudi the same. And they recruit the men, right? But happy spouse, happy house, right? So you really have to make sure that the whole family thrives. Because in the end, it's a family decision. So I do think you guys have an excellent opportunity of putting Phoenix, Arizona up there. But you have to think life quality and happiness above data. But data can feed into that, so.
Michael, from the hackathons that you have run over at Venture Cafe, you really are getting such a wide swath of the community who comes together there.
We, again, set the the mission to make it inclusive, and we did not know who would show up because a lot of times we have our networks, we send it out there. Well, we tapped into Ability 360, and that is a disability community that is really strong and has really affected a lot of change in the city of Phoenix. So we tapped into that organization to say, from our start, from our very first, and one of the members of it was a judge. And we wanted to make sure that that was there. And we knew it was always going to be a journey, that we were never going to be completely diverse, inclusive. But the people that showed up from outside, again, was all across the board, and it's continued to be that way. And the age differences, if you come, our next is May 15th, Venture Cafe in downtown. We're going to be doing smart cities. And accessibility is a part of that, and then active transportation and roadway safety. But we're reaching out again through the disability community, through folks that, through Arizona State University, Grand Canyon University, to bring everybody together and make sure that we've got the folks that can really, they've got the lived experience, they've got the technical experience, they've got the passion, and then they've oftentimes have the degree programs for that as well. But it has been really, the outcomes from it have been really impressive, because through that we've met individuals who, after, they may not have won. We give away prizes. Our judging panel gives away prizes. Even if they didn't win, they connect with us, and we've implemented their solutions into our project. So it's really been fantastic.
I think that's a great idea. I've been on the board of the Foundation for Entrepreneurship on behalf of Denmark, and Ernst & Young Entrepreneur of the Year for many years, and many, many, many others. So I love entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship is actually the fastest way for someone like me to make it, because if you've been through adversity in life, I mean, I grew up in foster care, institutions, and all those sort of things, and you know, those life skills, you become incredibly good at networking if you need food and a bed to sleep in. I'll tell you. I lived in the street, so I know. So these skills are really good later on in business, because it's quite the same skills. But I was thinking about something. Last year, I took my children to Code Tenderloin in San Francisco. It's probably the most populated homelessness in the US. My friends from New York and LA were like surprised. "Ooh, you have many here." I'm like, when they say that. But Code Tenderloin is an organization that actually works with the homeless community in San Francisco, and they educate them in financial literacy. They train them in interviews. They give them a haircut, a shower, and they teach them skills in tech, and they get them jobs. And Twitter, X or whatever, are amongst some of those companies, Salesforce and others, that has recruited from the streets, and I like that a lot. And I have not seen enough in Phoenix to actually see if there's an issue here. But if you have a homelessness situation here, you have to tap into that urgently, because there are kids like me, when I was a kid, living there. And it could be that person sitting up here one day and live the good life in Silicon Valley, making jobs for others. So, just saying.
Yeah, and as we look at the housing crisis and the homelessness issue in our country, we also look at, sadly, the NIMBYism issue of not in my backyard, and the importance that public policy leaders have to make sure that we develop housing that is inclusive, and to make sure that we have their backs, and that we can demonstrate the value of the story that you just shared, and the fact that as a charitable nonprofit, we've been able to house about 250 people with disabilities, who the majority of whom have been with us for about 2.5 years and then have gone on to their next place, but not on the streets, because they have their skills, and they understand not just their life skills, but are work ready. And that's so important to make those investments to help people get it right. And that's a huge return on the investment. But we, as the private sector, the public sector, or actually the charitable sector, the nonprofit sector, we need to make sure we have the backs, the data, the stories for our elected officials, because they have neighbors who aren't often happy with the housing that's affordable and accessible.
One thing that I want to bring up that's really important, and it's been touched on, and Denise, you've both been talking about it, and that is innovation doesn't have to be technology. It can be system design change. It's the human touch. We always say at the city, and I say it almost every day, it's not just capital IT. That's not what innovation is. It can be, but you have to have that human touch with it. I remember years ago in media, and it's been so long that it was Denise. I was doing a story on Denise, and she introduced me to a program that connected youth on the autism spectrum to jobs and to a young man who was working in a restaurant. And I got to meet the chef and the young man. And that just really opened my eyes because I saw the passion in the young man and the chef who was so pleased at what he was seeing, because what he would say is, I love this individual. I love all of my staff. But what he has brought to this table is he shows up on time. He's focused. He's passionate about it. And he thrives in what he's doing. I have no idea what he's doing today or who he was, but that touched me. And I bring those kinds of things to the table when we're talking about innovation, because you don't want to be in tech all the time. You want to have it. And some youth that are really disconnected, it can be life-changing to have that. But youth that are gregarious and out there, you don't want to go so far that it's taking them away from their human connections. I read with a real book. I like a real tactile book. I stay away from screens because I'm on them all day. So I balance every day, and I encourage, it's easy without children, but I encourage my friends. I have nieces and nephews that I consider my children, but it's easy to tell people that don't have kids what to do. But I say, balance, watch. It can be powerful. It can be life-changing. But look for the unintended consequences. Manage that, but don't be afraid of it. Mitigate and just really take on those opportunities.
A few years back, I had a woman who was cleaning our house. Ridiculous to be so busy that you don't even have time to clean your own house. But anyway, that was our issue. And Christina was awesome. And she was a good cleaner, honestly, the best I've ever had. And I used to be a cleaning lady in the nights to afford my life and the night schools that I went to. So I think cleaning is great. It's fine. But I was sitting on the board of a tech company at that time. And I figured she was smart. And I said, Christina, why don't you do an internship in that company that I'm on the board of, besides cleaning my house? And she said, I can't do that. And she was from Eastern Europe somewhere. And I said, no, come, you should really come. And I think you can do this. And they taught her MSI packaging, very nerdy. And she's like off the rods now. By the way, my husband never forgave me because he quit her job with us. But she just took off in a tech career that is just awesome to this day. So, even just look at your cleaning or whatever, housekeeper or your whatever gardener, whatever, they can learn it too. So bring in that perspective too. Just take one, help one, then you help the next 3 generations.
So many of the discussions today have obviously touched on AI, and I think any conversation we're having, discussions prior. With that, how do you think that AI can really stand the opportunity to make change to deliver inclusiveness?
I can go from city perspective. You'll have a lot to say, and I'll be standing by with bated breath. But for the city, really, there's a lot of fear around it. It's here. It's been here. There are leaders outside the United States that are leading, running. Again, be careful with what you're using, but use it, play with it, be safe in anything that you want to do. But it's going to be really helpful in supporting staff. At the City of Phoenix, there's the thought that it's going to replace people, and everything has unintended consequences or negative outcomes as well, and the balance the positive, but it can support our police officers, protecting police officers, but also protecting community. So it can provide extra layers of support. We're never going to have enough people in a city government to do all of the things that need to be done, but you can really be supportive with that as well. Efficiencies and also cost savings. So I'm a big believer in it, supporter of it, with mitigation of it. So looking for some of those challenges, security and all of that, but a comprehensive approach.
Yeah, AI is not a new thing, right? It's been around for a long time, but now since ChatGPT launched, everyone is now curious about it, and now we have other models, and it's all insane. Well, I have a household with teenagers, and I ask them every day, did you use AI today? What did you use? How was it? Do you need a premium account for this? Do you know, I want them to use it as much as possible. And every night, instead of watching a TV show, I just sit with my spouse, and we go on YouTube on the screen, and we just look at all the new tutorial videos, and we have a great time, and we work with these tools, and be excited and curious about it. But I will tell you, last night when I went to bed, and my good friend in San Francisco, she became the chairman of her company because now an AI is running her company. The CEO is now an AI. That made me a little like, okay, the AI cannot sign contracts, but she trained the model to be an extension of herself, that AI know exactly how she likes things, remove some of her biases. She's never sick, she never has a bad day, she can work 24/7, she don't need to be paid. That whole thing was really interesting. So when we talk about being inclusive, or feeling as a minority, you just have to remember that in 2, 3, 4, 5 years, you will feel that tech is not inclusive for you. And I don't think any of us in here had felt threatened before. And you shouldn't be threatened, but you should definitely be curious of using AI every day for everything. And I can't tell you enough how much I use it every day. I could actually give this talk through my AI, but I'm not doing that. But I could have done it, yeah.
And to that point, you have so much depth and richness in who you are. So that has informed or would have informed your AI talk today. But unless we have those lived experiences, who are we trusting to inform AI, to tell us what to do? And where are those guardrails? And where were those guardrails when AI encouraged a young man with autism who was lonely to take his life? So yes, there are many opportunities. There is the dignity of risk. We need to embrace it, but we need to embrace it with our eyes wide open and to make sure that moms and dads and professionals are informing this, and it is not just informing us. We have a muscle. We need to use it. And if we don't use it, we will lose our own personal judgment and our humanity. And so there is a balance, there is a harmony that has to take place with how we embrace technology, how it will not make babies for us. Maybe. Well, okay, but you're right. I take that back. We can never say never. So I didn't even mean to go there, but you brought up Japan. So, but yeah, I should be wiser than that. But how about just love, and the human connection, and that's really important to me for not just Matt's technology, to be playing the tunes and keeping track of his grocery list and reminding him where he's supposed to be at 5 o'clock this afternoon, but that somebody has eyes on him and that can connect with him, and I think that's a caution from a mother's heart.
Well, thank you very much. We really appreciate each of you being here today, being part of the Phoenix Global Forum, and Michael, Salami, Denise, such inspiration for what's ahead and the opportunities for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
To all of you, that was probably one of the most inspiring and fascinating conversations I've heard in a long while. Thank you all again. That was incredible, just absolutely incredible. Well, we are ready to begin the end of our Phoenix Global Forum 2025, the second annual event, and we hope all of you have really enjoyed, connected, and also really taken away the importance of the balance of business development, tech, and high touch and humanity, because we're still all here in the room, and all of you online, we're still connecting. So I want to thank all of you for participating in this special event. I feel really honored to have been a part of it, and again, have learned so much during the past couple of days. You know, this is 2 days, but actually this event has been a year in the making, and of course, it is Phoenix Sister Cities and the International Economic Forum of the Americas, a partnership that has come together to really share this knowledge and really begin forging the future right now. I think they deserve a huge round of applause. If you're streaming online, hoop and holler in your room. Why not? Okay. And also, all of our partnership sponsors, everyone who's worked behind the scenes, in front of the scenes, all of the participants, and all of you out there, thank you so, so much for making this event extra special and happen. Also, make sure you share your thoughts, your feedback on social media using the event hashtag PHX Global Forum. So I would like to welcome to the stage Rita Marco. This woman deserves a lot of credit. She is a rock star. She is president and CEO of the Phoenix Sister Cities, and she is going to close out this year's Phoenix Global Forum. Have a great night, everybody. It's been a pleasure. Thank you. Rita, take it away.
So I want to just take a few moments to offer some sincere thanks. First of all, to all the people who have been at the forum for these last 2 days, participants, speakers. It has meant so much to me personally to get to hear such interesting conversations. Quantum, AI, critical minerals, supply chain, economy of the future, economy of space, innovation, how we're going to fund it. Those are all things that are essential to creating a world that is more collaborative. We can only get there together. And I think that's an important fact to keep in mind, especially in these times. I did want to especially thank the International Economic Forum of the Americas, our partner in this endeavor. And as Heidi mentioned, we've been working together for a couple of years. We could not do this without them. And I am delighted that their staff has so embraced our vision, our approach to this conference, the things we wanted to talk about. Every time I came up with an idea, people would say, yeah, we can do that. And so I so appreciate that as well. So for those of you who are here, I'm going to invite you to join us for yet another networking opportunity. In the Participants Lounge, we're going to have a little bit of nosh, a little bit of beverage. For those of you at home, thank you again for joining us today and hopefully yesterday. Remember that these panels are all available on YouTube, on the IEFA channel, and we look forward, hopefully, to seeing you next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Great guys.